This story chronicles the journey of the laziest child in the world as he becomes the strongest of all, guided by the legacy of the ancient emperor's spirit, standing alone against everyone. But his journey will not be easy. And don't forget to watch the previous episodes on the channel to continue this story with us. Our tale begins beneath a stunning sky. We observe a monk asking someone if they wish to learn about Yonho. We are introduced to the living Buddha, Master Mu-san. A lanky scholar declares his desire to understand Yonho's story as he's gathering details to chronicle his legacy. With a strained, calm expression, the monk explains that Yonho, known as the luminous martial emperor, was a deeply compassionate and honorable man. Surely the Buddha sent him to guide them. Thrilled, the scholar begins noting everything, remarking that it aligns with his expectations. He inquires about Yonho's daily life. The monk appears visibly uneasy. Unable to maintain his composure, the monk, swearing at Yonho, admits he can't continue. Shocked by a monk's curse, the scholar is thrown into disarray. The scene shifts to the Hubei Peng clan, where the scholar is expelled from their midst. We meet the furious supreme elder of the Hubei Peng clan, Peng Dojuk. Enraged at the mention of Yonho, he demands to know why a miserable, despicable person like the scholar dares to inquire about Yonho. The elder orders someone to fetch a sack of salt and spread it around where the scholar stands. The scholar is stunned and frightened, noticing everyone's identical reaction to Yonho's name. We receive an account of Yonho, the luminous martial emperor. He was a mythic figure who brought an end to an age of turmoil, a true nobleman, a great soul, and a celebrated heroic warrior. Renowned worldwide. Some hail him as the greatest ever, others as the ultimate chivalrous fighter. We see the scholar heading somewhere, using a qigong technique. The scholar wonders why everyone shuns discussing Yonho. As a historian, he feels compelled to record even the obscured facets of history, and today he might finally uncover the truth. We meet the beggar sex divine mad dog. The mad dog roars with laughter upon learning the scholar was driven out from Shaolin in the Hubei Peng clan. The scholar confirms, noting that reactions were nearly identical everywhere he went. As soon as he mentioned Yonho's name, the mad dog interrupts, saying it's no surprise they'd react that way. Startled, the scholar listens as the main story begins, set 100 years ago in the Guangdong Y clan. Yonho was utterly deplorable. We meet the 12-year-old Yonho, half asleep, mumbling about his ambition to become the mightiest. From the mad dog's perspective, there was once a boy who aspired to be the greatest in the world. Raised in a martial clan, he was taught the honor of warriors and understood that the fastest path to greatness was unyielding effort. For a boy with such determination, there was one small hitch. It was too late to start today. We see Yonho rise and gaze at the sunset. Lost in deep thought, he then slips back under his blanket, lamenting that today was meant to be the day he began his journey to supremacy. He resolves to rest well tonight and begin training tomorrow. We hear someone's footsteps and see someone appearing in Yonho's room, telling Yonho to get up. He again tells Yonho to get up, but this time while shouting, Yonho reluctantly gets up. We are introduced to the patriarch of Guangdong's Y clan, the righteous, chivalrous swordsman Yonho's father, asking Yonho does he know what time it is. Yonho replies saying he saw the sun. Yonho's father says despite seeing the sun, he is still lying on his bed. Yonho cheekily says it's because the sun is still going down. Yonho's father asks, does he know how long he has been holed up in his room? Yonho says was it 2 days or maybe 3, and then he comes to the conclusion that it was 2 days. Calling Yonho a useless brat, his father says it's been 4 days. He has been rolling around wrapped in a blanket for 4 damn days. Yonho's father asks him, doesn't his back hurt from lying around for that long? Even a bear would flip over from sweat after 3 days. With a nervous laugh, Yonho says that's why he gets up every now and again. Hearing that, Yonho's father gets angry and grits his teeth. Yonho says actually he tried to train today, but every time he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting. And when the sun sets, one has to sleep. That way, one can get up early the next day for training. While screaming and calling Yonho a freaking brat, his father flips over his bed and says he is finally going to fix Yonho's rotten attitude today. From the mad dog's perspective, with a little pun, he says today in the great Guangdong's Y household, The sun was already going down. The scene shifts to Guangdong's Y clan office, where we see the patriarch clearly distressed. We are introduced to the administrator of Guangdong's Y clan, Zhou Bang, asking the patriarch is his stress about the second young master again. The patriarch says who else would he be worried about? The administrator tells the patriarch not to worry and that Yunho will mature soon enough. The patriarch says it's all his fault. We get an explanation about why Zhonghan, the patriarch of the great Guangdong's Y clan. He left on a martial dual pilgrimage the year Yunho turned 2. We are introduced to the patriarch of Guangdong's Y clan, Han Sang-a, the unborn child Y Su Rian, the eldest child Sanho, and the second son Yunho. At that time, Y Zhonghan thought the journey would only last 2 years at most. However, he got caught up in various incidents, and it wasn't until 8 years later that Y Zhonghan was able to return. Though he earned the honorary title of righteous, chivalrous swordsman during that time, what he lost was far too great. When he returned home, his once gentle wife had become fiercer than a tiger, and his beloved son, whom he thought wouldn't be a problem at all, had grown into a lazy sloth. We see why Zhonghan sighed deeply. The administrator tells the patriarch not to worry and there must still be a way. The patriarch asks what way. The administrator says, has the patriarch forgotten that he will be returning soon? The patriarch asks who's he, but then the patriarch realizes who he is. The administrator says after 3 years, he will return from the academy. The patriarch gives out a sly smirk, thinking there is one person Yunho is actually scared of. We see someone arriving behind Yunho. Yunho thinks, why is he suddenly getting chills? When Yunho looks behind, he sees his older brother. We are introduced to the eldest son of Guangdong's Y clan, Sanho. Sanho asks Yunho how long he has been asleep. Apparently nervous, Yunho asks, when did Sanho get home? Sanho says he asked Yunho first. While scratching the back of his head, Yunho gets nervous and doesn't say anything. Sanho gives out an intense gaze at Yunho. Yunho gets scared and says it's not what Sanho thinks and that Yunho trained early this morning and he trained really hard and he just took a nap because he got tired. And true. Sanho asks Yunho did he really train? Yunho replies positively. Sanho asks Yunho to use a technique to split that candle into 2. Sanho wants to see how much Yunho has improved over these 3 years. Holding a sword, Yunho reluctantly gets into position. Sanho asks Yunho what is he doing and asks him to go ahead. Yunho starts making excuses, saying they are indoors and it could be dangerous. Sanho shouts, saying he will take responsibility and asks Yunho to show Sanho what he has got. Yunho starts to prepare. We see Yunho going forward, swinging his sword. He tries to show off a great sword technique, the soaring dragon technique, but nothing happens to the candle. Seeing that, Yunho thinks he screwed up. With disappointment, Sanho says 3 years has passed. 3 is enough to master a sword technique and move on to the next level, but Yunho has gotten worse than he was 3 years ago. The scene shifts to the Y family's dinner hall, where we see them having dinner. Yunho thinks he is going to get indigestion, and he is sure of it. The patriarch asks Sanho how was the martial academy life, and has he encountered any difficulties? Sanho says it was fine, and if there were no hardships, it wouldn't be training. He believes they are essential to overcome himself. The patriarch tells Sanho that he has suffered a lot in his absence. Sanho says his father was the one who had it harder being away for so long. The patriarch asks Sanho, is there any other issues? Sanho says there is one. The matriarch asks what it is. Sanho says it's about Yunho, and everyone gets surprised. Sanho thinks they need to bring Yunho to his martial academy. Hearing that, Yunho gets surprised, scared, terrified all at the same time. The scene shifts to the mad dog saying even Master Musan and Pengdoja grind their teeth at the mere mention of Yunho's name, and that was when the great history began. Back then, no one could have imagined that this lazy boy would one day shake the world. Just like that, Yunho was half forced to go to the martial academy. His family was a bit upset. We are introduced to Yunho's younger sister Suryan, crying and asking Yunho not to go. While laughing, his father tells him to come back as a man. Yunho tells his sister not to cry and that he will be back. From the mad dog's perspective, the journey of Sanho and Yunho was smooth. Well, for Yunho, that is. Yan-ho asks his brother, are they almost there? San-ho says there's 10 more days left. Hearing 10 days remaining, Yan-ho gets surprised. San-ho says they would have gotten there in 5 days if Yan-ho knew how to ride a horse. From back there, Yan-ho tells San-ho that he has never ridden a horse before. San-ho says he wasn't blaming Yan-ho and was just answering Yan-ho's question. Yan-ho asks San-ho to rest and asks does he know how steep this hill is. Yan-ho is very tired and he feels like his back and butt are going to burst. Seeing some people lying under a dead tree, Yan-ho tells San-ho to go there and shows those people are resting too. Seeing that, San-ho gets really surprised. San-ho gets down from his horse. Yan-ho asks him what is he going to do. San-ho appears in front of the lying bodies. While checking them, Yan-ho asks San-ho what is he doing. San-ho tells Yan-ho that they are too late and that the people lying there are all dead. Hearing that, Yan-ho gets really surprised. San-ho shows Yan-ho something, saying this is a technique called the flower indulging palm. It used to be called crimson flower palm, but because of a rapist named Seo Jukai, who went around committing evil acts using this technique, it came to be called the flower indulging palm. Hearing of a rapist, Yan-ho asks San-ho is he saying that the rapist is around here. San-ho says the rapist goes for women who are climbing the mountains, and these bodies mean that Seo Jukai ambushed them while trying to get a woman. In other words, there is a woman in danger somewhere around here. Telling Yan-ho to stay here, San-ho leaves, saying he will be back. Yan-ho screams at San-ho, saying is he telling Yan-ho to stay here with these corpses. By that time, San-ho goes very far. Yan-ho gets frustrated. He looks around. He looks at the horses and the bodies and says he's screwed. The sky turns black as if it will rain anytime. Yan-ho screams, calling San-ho a liar, and asks what's taking him so long. San-ho should have just brought Yan-ho along. Yan-ho thinks did something happen to San-ho. There's no way he would be this late otherwise. Yan-ho thinks he needs to do something. He might become a tiger's dinner if he just loiters around here. Suddenly, thunderstorm strikes and Yan-ho gets scared. Rain starts to fall. We see Yan-ho, the horses, and the bodies in the rain, and Yan-ho thinking he is really screwed. Thinking how did he end up like this? Yan-ho struggles to put the bodies onto the horse's back. He gets frustrated thinking he can't just leave the bodies behind since they might become tiger food, and he can't bury them because it's raining, and he needs to find shelter. Suddenly, the horses don't listen to Yan-ho. Suddenly, thunder strikes, and one of the horses kicks Yan-ho, and he falls down the hill. Yan-ho wakes up in pain. He hurt his back while falling and curses the horses. He gets up and finds himself in a cave. He gets happy, thinking he found shelter from the rain. Then the horses also come back to the cave. Yan-ho ties down the horses and thinks he can't even hit them. Seeing his dirty clothes, Yan-ho thinks what a mess, and that is why he prefers to stay home. Yan-ho leaves a mark outside the cave so that his brother can find him. Not knowing what to do, Yan-ho lies down to sleep. After some time, Yan-ho wakes up and hopes that nothing happened to his brother. Then he thinks his brother is strong, and so he will be fine. Then Yan-ho falls asleep. He starts sleeping soundly. Some time passes. Suddenly, we see a blue light around Yan-ho. Slowly, the blue light wraps around Yan-ho and lifts him in the air. The light starts taking the sleeping Yan-ho somewhere. We see the light taking Yan-ho inside an invisible barrier. After some time, Yan-ho wakes up. He looks around and thinks, where is he? He sees the place looks like the cave he was in. Seeing the different structure, Yan-ho thinks, did he go deeper? Did he roll in deeper somehow while sleeping? Suddenly, a voice can be heard saying, fated human. Hearing the voice, Yan-ho gets scared and screams. Then he falls towards the wall, and when he looks up, he sees a blue light spear. The voice says, welcome to the fated place, successor of my radiant sword. Yan-ho asks, is the voice speaking through the sparkling thing? The voice says yes, and that he has transcended the restraints of a physical being, and he is speaking to Yan-ho from beyond time and space. The voice tells Yan-ho to accept his will and rule over the world. Hearing that, Yan-ho screams, saying it's a ghost. The voice tells Yan-ho to not be afraid and that the voice is already dead. Only his will has been left here. He has prepared this for someone who will get here after him to accept his will without doubt. Yan-ho thinks this situation seems familiar. A cave without human presence, an old man's will. With a disgusting smile, Yan-ho thinks, is this a fateful chance? He thinks the heavens are rewarding him for his kindness. He wouldn't have to go to the martial training hall if he becomes strong right here. The old man's voice says there is no time, and to inherit his sword and write the morals of the world. He will teach Yan Ho his radiant sword and ask Yan Ho to train endlessly. The voice tells Yan Ho he should be talented enough if he has the old man's blood. And if Yan Ho trains hard here for 30 years, he should be able to replicate the old man somewhat. Hearing of 30 years, Yan Ho gets surprised and says he doesn't think this fate was for him and to look for the next person. The old man gets speechless for a moment and, in surprise, asks Yan Ho why. Yan Ho says he would rather let this go than stay here for 30 years. Back to Mad Dog's perspective. He says that fateful meeting is how the loser Yan Ho came to be so strong. Yan Ho tells the old man that he doesn't think this is fate and to find someone else. Then Yan Ho runs off. The old man asks Yan Ho to wait. When Yan Ho looks back, he sees the light turn into an old man. We are introduced to Baek Mu-han. Seeing the old man, Yan Ho says he was right. The old man is a scammer. The old man says, how dare Yan Ho call him a scammer? Yan Ho says that the old man pretended to be one thing, and when that didn't work, he revealed his true self. The old man says he wasn't pretending, he is actually a spirit who has left his body. Yan Ho doesn't believe the old man and punches him. His hand goes through the old man, and he falls down. The old man asks Yan Ho what is he doing. Seeing Yan Ho's hand pass through the old man, Yan Ho screams, saying the old man is a real ghost. The old man says this is the spirit transmission arts, something only martial artists at a very high level can use. But Yan Ho says they call them ghosts. The old man gets angry and screams at Yan Ho, saying he is not a ghost. Back to Mad Dog. Saying the story, he tells the scholar that's why Yan Ho met his master. The scholar asks Mad Dog, does something like the spirit transmission arts really exist? Mad Dog says it's a technique that only martial artists of the highest level can attain. The young scholar asks, then who's one martial artist who can use spirit transmission arts? Mad Dog asks the young scholar, does he know the Sword Emperor? The young scholar says that's a given. The Sword Emperor is the strongest person in history after all, the greatest person of the Thousand Swords Baek clan, and the master who will be remembered in martial arts history. Mad Dog says yes, he is talking about Baek Mu-han, the Radiant Sword, and the man who was later called Sword Emperor is the Radiant Martial Sovereign's master. The young scholar gets surprised and asks, didn't the Sword Emperor live 300 years ago? Mad Dog says that's right. The Sword Emperor is from an already forgotten generation. Regardless, it's true that the Sword Emperor made Yan Ho. Hearing that, the scholar says how incredible, and asks Mad Dog, the Radiant Martial Sovereign who knew that must have requested to become the Sword Emperor's disciple immediately, right? Mad Dog says it was the opposite. The Sword Emperor, who figured none his descendants looked for him for 300 years, needed a disciple at all costs. Yan Ho casually asks the old man, why is he throwing a tantrum? And Yan Ho really can't learn from him and that he is leaving. The old man tells Yan Ho, did he really think the old man would let him go so easily? The old man closes the cave's entrance. Seeing that, Yan Ho gets irritated. The old man starts laughing and asks Yan Ho what does he think. The cave door is a super thick stone gate, and with Yan Ho's current abilities, he will never lift or break it. But if he learns the old man's martial arts, he will be able to cut it like a piece of paper and leave. Saying there's no helping it, Yan Ho pulls out a sword. Seeing the sword, the old man says he told Yan Ho that he can't cut that stone gate with his abilities. Despite that, Yan Ho starts scratching the stone wall. Seeing that, the old man gets speechless. The old man asks Yan Ho what is he doing. Yan Ho says can't the old man see he is digging a hole? No matter how strong the stone is, it's still stone, which means it will slowly break down if Yan Ho grinds it with metal. Yan Ho will break through in about a year or two. The old man asks Yan Ho will he do that for a year or two. While laughing, Yan Ho says that's funny when it's coming from someone who spoke of training Yan Ho for 30 years. In anger, the old man thinks this bastard is a madman, and the old man can't even beat him to death. The old man hovers around Yan Ho and tells him to just try learning, and he won't disappoint Yan Ho. Yan Ho says he doesn't like the old man. Then the old man says he will allow Yan Ho to leave after 20 years. Hearing of 20 years, Yan Ho lies down and says 20 years is too long, and Yan Ho would consider if the old man said 3 years. In his mind, the old man gets angry and calls Yan Ho a bastard. But with a smiling face, the old man questions Yan Ho. He wants to learn the Sword Emperor's martial arts in 3 years. Even if Zhang Sanfeng came back to life, he wouldn't be able to do that. While getting up, Yan Ho says then he guesses they are not meant to be. We see the old man getting red in rage and cursing Yan Ho rapidly, which we don't hear apparently. Then the old man tells 5 years. He asks Yan Ho to give him 5 years, and he will do whatever it takes to make Yan Ho the strongest in the world in 5 years. Hearing that, Yan Ho thinks the strongest martial artist in the world in 5 years. Plus, Yan Ho has never even heard of a spirit that's as vivid as the old man. With a disgusting face, Yan Ho thinks maybe the technique just isn't told by word of mouth. Maybe the old man is telling half the truth. If so, the old man might really have been the strongest master in the world. Yan Ho decides to become a martial master using this opportunity. Then Yan Ho says fine, he will try it. Back to Mad Dog, where he is saying, of course, why Yan Ho didn't know the old man was the Sword Emperor at the time. But the Sword Emperor was quite unfortunate as well, since the person he met at the end of his life just happened to be a lazy sloth. The old man gets angry, calling Yan Ho a bastard, tells him to wake up. Yan Ho says he is so tired and asks the old man, does he not sleep? But then Yan Ho realizes that the old man is dead. But Yan Ho is a human, and humans need to sleep. Doesn't the old man know that? Baek Muhan curses the skies, the heavens, the earth, everything, and then tells Yan Ho he is sorry and to train. But Yan Ho slept all day long and practiced the moves once during training. The always angry poor Sword Emperor says at this rate it will take them 50 years, not 5. Yan Ho asks, is there no easier way to learn? The old man says it's already easy enough. Yun Ho thinks if the old man didn't speak, at the very least the old man would be less annoying. Yun Ho tells the old man this is why he needs to meet a talented master. We see Baek Muhan red in anger and at the verge of chi deviation, that is, if he had a body. The Sword Emperor thinks, wanting worldly success, wanting to pass down his martial arts, leaving his spirit like this, forcing him to endure this terrible state. If he had a body, he would beat Yan Ho and then teach him. We see Yan Ho lying down and rolling. Calling the old man master, Yan Ho asks him how did he do that? The old man asks what? Yan Ho says dropping that stone gate. And can't the old man use that power to manipulate Yan Ho's body to teach him martial arts? The old man says he just pulled the string on a device he had already made in advance. Yan Ho asks how, since the old man doesn't have a body. The old man says it's unrelated to the body. He simply used psychic levitation to pull the string with chi alone. Then the old man realizes something interesting. Then he gives out a devilish laugh and thinks, why didn't he realize it earlier? The old man keeps laughing. Yan Ho asks, what's wrong with the old man, and has he finally gone crazy? The old man says he was too fixated on thinking that he didn't have a body, or are there incomplete parts, since he has been maintaining this spirit for 300 years. Anyway, thanks to Yan Ho, the old man learned something good. Yan Ho asks the old man what is he mumbling about. But then something passes by Yan Ho. At first he doesn't realize what it is, but then he sees a rock on the stone wall. While laughing, the old man says thanks to Yan Ho, he realized that even if the old man doesn't have a body, he can still move rocks whenever he wants. Yan Ho gets terrified at that and backs off. The old man continues, and if he can move rocks, while levitating some rocks, the man says he can do something like this. Seeing this, Yan Ho tells the old man to stop, and he wants to talk. But the old man launches the rocks onto Yan Ho. After that day, Baek Muhan and Yan Ho's training continued day and night. Yan Ho learned swordsmanship without rest during the day, and they debated during the night. Whenever Yan Ho slept, he tried using the unparalleled dream mythic arts Baek Muhan taught him. Living became the sword. Life has become the sword. Yan Ho had no time to be lazy, and that was how 5 years passed by in a flash. And when Yan Ho returned, he shook the world. One day ago, before he got out, while Yan Ho is sleeping, the old man calls him. While getting up, Yan Ho says he wanted to sleep a bit more. We see Yan Ho has a surprised look on his face. We see the old man calm and sitting cross-legged. He tells Yan Ho to come here. While sitting, Yan Ho asks what's going on. The old man says he has learned martial arts his entire life. His hope was to see the end of it, so he didn't bother with anything but martial arts. At the end of solely chasing martial arts, the old man became a crabby old man who was treated distantly by his clan. Yun Ho thinks, what's up with the old man today? It's so unlike him. The old man continues, When he thinks about it, it was obvious why his clan didn't come looking for him. After all, the old man abandoned his children and family for martial arts. He thought seeing the end of martial arts would give him everything. But he was wrong. Martial arts is what humans do. So not walking with people to see the end of swordsmanship is meaningless, and Yan Ho helped the old man realize that. The old man says he taught someone for the first time. He was angry and annoyed. He also felt happiness and learned joy from seeing Yan Ho grow. And he also learned about fondness. Calling the old man master, Yan Ho asks what's going on with him. He is acting as if they will never see each other again. The old man confirms it, saying it's time. Hearing that, Yan Ho panics and asks what is the old man talking about, and does he think Yan Ho will fall for it? The old man said they should train for 30 years, and it's only been 5. The old man has to exist for 25 more years. The old man says he did say that, but the internal chai that he gave to Yan Ho in the form of an elixir was so Yan Ho could live without eating in here, and that's not something as easy to maintain as Yan Ho would think. The old man says he has no more power left, and it's time to say goodbye. The sad and panicked Yan Ho asked the old man why he didn't tell him. If he had, Yan Ho would have left, found food, and come back to train. The old man thinks if Yan Ho left this place, he doubts Yan Ho would come back. The old man says he understands how Yan Ho feels. While getting up, the old man says he enjoyed the time they shared. The old man wanted to watch Yan Ho travel and sightsee the world, but this is fine too. The old man looks at Yan Ho with fondness, and in his eyes he can clearly see Yan Ho crisscrossing through the world. The old man tells Yan Ho to go see the world and to keep it within him. If so, other things will naturally follow. He tells Yan Ho to also see people before he sees the world. The old man says while looking up, he didn't see what was at his feet. He warns Yan Ho not to make the same mistakes that he did. Even if the old man can't see Yan Ho again, even if no one else knows about the old man's existence, Yan Ho's movements, Yan Ho's swordsmanship, the old man is within them. While disappearing, the old man says, so even if Yan Ho's not outstanding or great, that's fine too. Calling the old man master, Yan Ho says he can't leave already. There is still so much he hasn't learned. Yan Ho asks his master to stay just a bit longer, even if it's just for one day. While disappearing, the Sword Emperor Baek Muhan's last words can be heard, telling Yan Ho to be happy. We see Yan Ho crying and saying the old man could have said something a bit earlier. Back to the present, where we see a clearly irritated Yan Ho saying, so this is why the old man left without telling him in advance. We see Yan Ho holding a cloth. Yan Ho says, when did the old man stack all this? And the old man should have left nicely. Yan Ho screams, saying, what the hell is this? Before disappearing, Baek Muhan wrote a message on Yan Ho's clothes. To summarize, Yan Ho's martial arts that he learned as quickly as possible within 5 years was still incomplete. Since Yan Ho wouldn't train once Baek Muhan disappeared, Baek Muhan put a sort of feature on Yan Ho's body. That being, Baek Muhan's inner elixir that Yan Ho had swallowed would cause his martial arts to improve. One might see it as automatically getting stronger, but it's not exactly that. If the martial arts Yan Ho is experiencing and obtaining is slower than the speed of the inner elixir, his inner energy would be sucked in by Baek Muhan, and Yan Ho would die. To summarize, Yan Ho will die if he is being lazy in training. Being irritated, Yan Ho says that damned old man was up to no good. The other writing in the cloth was to travel the world and see different things. When Yan Ho sees the world, he will feel things. And when he feels things, he will learn things. The old man tells Yan Ho to not be satisfied with becoming a small person, staying in a small place. Baek Muhan tells Yan Ho to see big things and become a big person. So the first place Yan Ho must go is Rulin. He is to find the world's greatest scholar and stay with him. Yan Ho will definitely feel something. We see Yan Ho is saying he was going to go home, but he will go back after resolving everything. Yan Ho thinks he has to do what he must. Then he gives his final bows to his master. Then Yan Ho leaves for Rulin. In front of the cave, we see Baek Muhan reappearing. He gives out a loud devilish laugh. Calling Yan Ho a bastard, he says if Yan Ho doesn't learn about the world, he will dry up like a mummy and die. What kind of martial arts exists in the world like that? Baek Muhan can't let Yan Ho live in some random place in the middle of nowhere. The world is too broad to let Yan Ho do that. With a happy and satisfying face, Baek Muhan says it's a waste of Yan Ho's martial arts. The scene shifts to Kai Feng. We are introduced to a new version of Yan Ho, as he has starved for days. Now he is like a skeleton. He arrives in front of a beggar. We are introduced to the beggar's ex-branch leader, Zhang Ail. Looking at Yan Ho, Zhang Ail thinks, "Who is this mummy?" Yan Ho says he came because he had something to ask. Zhang Ail questions, saying, "Money?" Yan Ho asks, "Does he need to pay?" The beggar says, "Of course. Nothing in this world is free." Looking at Yan Ho, Zhang Ail thinks his voice sounds like he's barely 20, but his face looks to be 50. Anyway, Zhang Ail has never seen such a beggar among all the beggars he has seen. Zhang Ail says he wants to do it for free since they are in the same field. But it's the rule here. Yan Ho asks, "Same field?" Zhang Ail says yes, since they are both beggars. Yan Ho asks, "How does he look like a beggar?" Zhang Ail says he is obviously a beggar. Anyway, if Yan Ho has no money, Zhang Ail can't give him info or anything. He asks Yan Ho to leave and to come back with some money after doing some begging. Yan Ho says why would he beg when he is not a beggar? With a stiff face, Zhang Ail says, "It's not that beggars beg, it's that once one begs, one is a beggar." Yan Ho looks like he could make money by just putting a basket in front of where he sits. So why is he wasting his talents? Zhang Ail suddenly asks Yan Ho, does he want to work with Zhang Ail? We see a lot of money in front of Yan Ho. Zhang Ail gets happy and says to earn half a year of operating costs for this branch, and half a day, he says the god of wealth has come. Zhang Ail asks Yan Ho what he wants to know. Yan Ho says a list of locations, hobbies, and specialties of famous scholars, and a list of locations, hobbies, and specialties of famous blacksmiths. Zhang Ail tells Yan Ho he did promise him, so Zhang Ail will tell him, and he asks Yan Ho to come back after 7 days. Yan Ho lies down, saying he has nowhere to go and has nothing to do, so he will just stay here. Zhang Ail says fine. After a few days, Zhang Ail comes to regret those words. One of the beggars comes running to Zhang Ail, saying there's trouble. Zhang Ail asks what's the fuss about? What trouble could there be for some beggars? The beggar says he thinks they are going to starve to death. The beggar brings Zhang Ail to the location. Zhang Ail gets surprised at what he sees. One of the passers-by, calling the beggars bastards, says if they want to be beggars, they would have to at least be on that level. And we see Mummy Wa Yan Ho getting a lot of coins just by sitting on the road. Zhang Ail gets terrified and surprised. Money keeps pouring onto Yan Ho. Why Yan Ho gives out a laugh and says making money is easy. Why Yan Ho starts taking over the beggar world. We see Yan Ho saying he is thirsty. While lying down, he tells Zhang Ail to bring him water. When they bring Yan Ho water, Yan Ho says the bowl is dirty. Zhang Ail beats the beggar that brought the water and tells him to bring water over in a new bowl. Yan Ho says it's also lukewarm. While kicking the beggars, Zhang Ail tells them to bring cold water from the damn mountains. While lying face down, Yan Ho says, "Nice, how nice," and Zhang Ail gets fired up in rage. Zhang Ail thinks he is a branch leader of the beggar sect, having to act as a servant for that stupid beggar. But if Zhang Ail kicks Yan Ho out, his guys will strive. Zhang Ail thinks, when's the damn information that Yan Ho requested gonna get here? They are all gonna end up dead at this rate. One of the beggars comes running happily, saying the information is here. Hearing that, Zhang Ail also gets happy. Yan Ho sees the information. Yan Ho asks Zhang Ail, is that all? Does Zhang Ail really want to sell something like this for money? Zhang Ail asks Yan Ho, what does he mean? Zhang Ail takes the paper from Yan Ho's hands. He sees the information and thinks, are those bastards actually trying to kill them all? This information is only like half of what Yan Ho requested. Zhang Ail thinks this is bad, and he needs to do something. Yan Ho asks Zhang Ail if the information is not complete because Yan Ho didn't pay them enough. Zhang Ail takes Yan Ho somewhere else to get the information. We see a womanly figure standing. Calling Zhang Ail fox dog, she says how rare it is to see Zhang Ail here. We are introduced to the house sex Kai Feng's branch leader, Gui Nang Nang. Zhang Ail greets the branch leader. While laughing, Yan Ho says, is Zhang Ail's title a dog? Is he a little despicable? Zhang Ail says he needs information while Yan Ho keeps calling him despicable. Branch leader Gui says this is surprising. The beggar sect's branch leader of Kai Feng is coming to the house sect for information. She is sure that Zhang Ail is aware that they are rivals. She asks Zhang Ail what brings him to the house sect. Zhang Il says he is not asking for the beggar sect, and he has brought a customer here. We see Yan Ho still laughing and calling Zhang Il a despicable. Branch leader Gui asks Zhang Il, is he kidding her right now? She says it's not the beggar sect asking, but the client is a beggar. She asks Zhang Il, is he insulting them or is this a provocation of sorts? Branch leader Gui says they do not have information to sell to the beggar sect. Hearing that, Yan Ho says he is not from the beggar sect. While turning back, branch leader Gui says she will have no choice but to take action if they keep insulting them in this manner. Yan Ho should be aware that they have pride. Yan Ho asks, isn't the house sect an intelligence organization? But she doesn't even know if Yan Ho is from the beggar sect or not. She is living off selling information when she doesn't even know that. Yan Ho tells branch leader Gui that she doesn't even have the basics down. Hearing that, she gets angry and calls one of her guards, Gongmu. When Gongmu replies, she asks, who is Yan Ho? Gongmu says they don't know about Yan Ho, but he is not from the beggar sect. Hearing that, branch leader Gui gets irritated. Then Yan Ho says, see? Now she can sell Yan Ho information, right? Clearly being irritated, branch leader Gui says no, and she doesn't want to. She tells them to get out. Hearing that, Yan Ho laughs and says she doesn't have a business mindset. Yan Ho is offering to pay her, yet she still refuses. Yan Ho guesses it's not long until the house sect is done for. Branch leader Gui warns Yan Ho he had better watch his mouth unless he wants to see his limbs cut off. Yan Ho says he is not wrong, is he? Yan Ho calls the branch leader an old lady. We see the old lady's face. Sorry guys, forgive me. I can't explain what she is feeling. Branch leader Gui asks Yan Ho if he is insulting her. Then she tells Gongmu to teach Yan Ho a lesson. We see a masked man going towards Yan Ho to strike him. When Gongmu's hand is about to reach Yan Ho, he pushes Zhang Ile to the side and punches Gongmu. We see Gongmu head down on the floor unconscious. The branch leader gets really surprised. The same goes for Zhang Ile. Branch leader Gui says out loud that Yon Ho is a martial master. Yon Ho apologizes and says it's just his instinct to counterattack if someone tries to hit him. He would have gone much easier if Gongmu told him he was going to attack. Zhang Ile thinks he thought that Yon Ho probably learned martial arts, but Zhang Ile didn't expect Yon Ho to be this strong. Zhang Ile comes to the conclusion that Yon Ho is basically a monster. While scratching the back of his head, Yon Ho says this is all that old man's fault. Branch leader Gui stutters for a moment and says she didn't know Yan Ho was such a prestigious customer. She says in any case, it doesn't seem like they are here with good intentions. Zhang Ile says she probably won't believe him, but he really is not here to fight. There was just information that the beggar sect could not obtain, so he came here to ask for her help. Branch leader Gui asks, is that why Zhang Ile brought Yan Ho here? Zhang replies positively. Branch leader Gui says that Zhang Ile knows this is akin to bringing a tiger over to a rabbit's den and asking for just some fur, right? Zhang Ile says he knows it's hard to believe, but he is serious. Branch leader Gui says all right, she believes him. Zhang Ile thanks her. Branch leader Gui says, but giving Zhang Ile information is a separate matter. It's true that Zhang Ile's client hurt her person. She asked for compensation. She continues, saying there's a simple rule in the unorthodox world: blood for blood, a life for a life. Branch leader Gui calls her guards, the Four Shadows. We see some scary-looking guys posing. Seeing them, Yan Ho says everyone has a fancy way of making an appearance in this place. Branch leader Gui says she doesn't know what Yan Ho's purpose in being here is, but since he has hurt one of them, Yan Ho will not be able to leave unharmed. Yan Ho says, is it that hard to understand? He told her it was a mistake. Yan Ho just hit him lightly because he tried to hit Yan Ho first. With an angry face, branch leader Gui curses Yan Ho. She says the unorthodox Murm's ways are simple: an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Yan Ho mocks her, saying that sounds like some loan shark bullshit. Branch leader Gui says they are going to just take a bit of flesh from Yan Ho's face and be done with it. Yan Ho says sorry to break it to her. He doesn't really have any fat on his face. He hasn't been able to eat properly recently. Branch leader Gui gets relatively angry and orders the Four Shadows to kill Yan Ho. While the Four Shadows launch attacks on Yan Ho while scratching the back of his head, Yan Ho says he thought they were going to just carve a bit of flesh from Yan Ho's face, and now they want to kill him. That's a whole lot of interest. He mockingly says it's scary. In a moment, Yan Ho wrecks them. Again, I can't explain her facial expression. Sorry. While the Four Shadows are still in the air, Yan Ho says, Nobody move. While exuding chi, Yonho says he doesn't want to kill yet. Seeing that, Zhang Yil gets speechless. Branch leader Gui thinks Yonho's aura is that of a martial master. Yonho says his master told him that if someone is willing to attack once, they will be willing to attack 3 or even 4 times. So Yonho should never let that happen. Yonho says he doesn't like the old man, but he has never said anything wrong. Being terrified, branch leader Gui thinks she messed with the wrong person, and he is not someone she can handle. She needs to get it together, and if she does anything wrong, this entire branch of the house sect might just meet its downfall. Branch leader Gui quickly composes herself and asks Yonho what he wants. Yonho says information, and the branch leader asks what kind of information. Zhang Yil says he has the papers, and he hopes that she can fill out the empty spots. Looking at the paper, the branch leader thinks Zhang Yil brought a monster like Yonho to the house sect because they couldn't solve such a simple matter. Branch leader Gui says it's nothing difficult, and she just needs some time. She asks Yonho, "Can he wait?" Yonho replies positively. Branch leader Gui asks for 15 minutes. With an angry face, she calls Zhang Yil to come with her. After some time, Zhang Yil comes back, and Yonho starts laughing at him, saying his face is like a dumpling. Yonho asks Zhang Yil if branch leader Gui beat him up. Yonho continues, saying he guesses the beggar sect is nothing, seeing as they are getting beaten up by the house sect. Zhang Yil asks, "Does that woman look like a mere regular member of the house sect?" Zhang Yil says she is the daughter of the house sect leader, and she is the future leader of the house sect. She ate miracle medicines like meals and had all kinds of good things, and how could Zhang Yil be a match for her? Then branch leader Gui appears behind Zhang Yil. She says she brought the information, and Yonho thanks her. She continues, saying, however, they do have their own rules. Zhang Yil says, information fees. Yonho asks how much. She says 5 niang. Handing out 5 bronze niang, Yonho says that's cheap here. But Zhang Yil corrects Yonho, saying silver niang. Then Yonho asks, why is it so expensive? Branch leader Gui says it was actually pretty high security information, and that's why it's pricey. Then Yonho gets up and starts leaving. Zhang asks, where is he going? Yonho says he has to go earn his silver niang. Hearing that, Zhang Yil lies on the ground and pulls Yonho's leg, saying he brought Yonho here for a reason. Yonho asks, what's that supposed to mean? Clearly unwilling, Zhang Yil tells Yonho to wait a second. Zhang Yil used up all the money Yonho had earned, along with Zhang Yil's hidden stash, to cough up the 5 silver niang that Yonho didn't have. He borrowed with an IOU. Handing out the silver, Zhang Yil thinks his heart aches. Calling Yonho an evil bastard, Zhang Yil says he had to use up all his savings. Looking at the information, Yonho says this is definitely thorough. It's in a whole other league compared to the information that the beggars bring in. Yonho guesses the house sect guys are on a different level. Holding a piece of paper, Yonho says he also wants to send a letter to Guangdong and asks if it's going to be expensive. Branch leader Gui says it's going to be more expensive than an escort agency, but she will do it in exchange for Yonho answering some of her questions. She asks Yonho his name and his age. Yonho replies, saying his name is Y. Yonho and he is 17 years old. Zhang Yil gets surprised knowing Yonho is younger than him. Hearing Yonho is only 17 years old, branch leader Gui thinks his martial prowess is not that of a 17-year-old. Then she remembers his name, Y Yonho. She realizes something and asks if Yonho is the second son of Guangdong's Y clan. Yonho asks if she knows him. Branch leader Gui says of course. The Guangdong's Y clan requested them to find Yonho. Zhang Yil asks Yonho if he is Sanho's younger brother. Yonho asks Zhang Yil how he knows Yonho's older brother. Zhang Yil says Sanho is his friend. Branch leader Gui asks Yonho if he is sending the letter to the Guangdong's Y clan. It will take at least 10 days to arrive. Yonho says it's all right, saying they waited 5 years, and 10 more days won't hurt. Branch leader Gui hands out a red cloth, saying it marks one as a special guest of the house sect. If Yonho ties it where he wants, an informant of the house sect will come find him. She thinks someone who is skilled enough to take down the 4 swords at the age of 17, there's no one like that in the Central Plains. Creating a connection like this with him should do them good. Yonho says it's useless to him. Branch leader Gui says in that case, she will give information for free next time. She says it's specially for Yonho. They don't want to lose Yonho as a customer because of what happened earlier. Yonho laughingly says nothing really happened, right? Jung-il says his face is like a dumpling, and he has been rendered completely broke. The branch leader says it often happens when you are a loser. The scene shifts to outside where Jung-il can be seen depressed about losing his money. Yeon-ho, with a straight face, says money comes and goes. Besides, a beggar shouldn't be greedy like that. He tells Jung-il to tap into his beggar roots. Jung-il gets frustrated, thinking he can't even beat this guy up. Jung-il says anyway, Yeon-ho got the information he wanted, so they won't have to see each other anymore. Pulling Jung-il, Yeon-ho says there's a problem. Jung-il asks what is it. With a happy face, Yeon-ho says he doesn't have any money. Jung-il wanted to beat him up, but he couldn't. The scene shifts to the house sex branch, where we see branch leader Gui in deep thought. She calls Gongmu and tells him to send a letter to the main sect and to tell them the second son of the Guangdong's Y clan who went missing has come back as a martial master. Yeon-ho arrives at the Great Hanlim Institute. We are introduced to Song Lim, the Great Hanlim Institute. We see a scholarly man sitting beside the lake drinking his tea. We are introduced to the third grand scholar, Mun Yu-hwan. His daughter comes, saying there is a guest for him. We are introduced to Mun Yu-hwan's daughter, Mun Yu-nij. Mun Yu-hwan says he doesn't have anything on the schedule today. His daughter says they said they wanted to play a game of Go with him. Hearing of Go, Yu-hwan gets all cheered up. Yu-nij brings Yeon-ho. Yeon-ho says he hopes he is not intruding. Yu-hwan says of course not, and it is an indulgence to have guests over. He heard Yeon-ho wanted to play Go with him. Yeon-ho says that's the only kind of thing he knows how to play. Mun Yu-hwan says let's give it a go then. He says he will play white and tells Yeon-ho to go first. Saying Yeon-ho will begin, he clumsily pulls out the pieces. Seeing that, Mun Yu-hwan thinks he shouldn't expect much from Yeon-ho. He looks like he is here to get a free meal, so Yu-hwan will just help him out after a game. Then Yeon-ho makes his first move. Seeing that, Yu-hwan gets surprised and thinks, looks like Yeon-ho is not a beggar, and they start playing. Mun Yu-hwan thinks Yeon-ho is fast with his moves, and it's rare to see someone his age so experienced. They play a couple more rounds. We see Mun Yu-hwan's face start to get gloomy. He couldn't make his move. He thinks, what the hell? Yeon-ho is not just being fast. With a sly smile, Yeon-ho asks Yu-hwan, isn't he gonna go? Mun Yu-hwan thinks why Yeon-ho is amazing. His playstyle is like that of angry ocean waves. He is like a person crazed for battles, attacking boldly even when a fight is not necessary. If he sees even a slight opening, he charges like a starving demon and chomps down. He is a war demon. Mun Yu-hwan tells Yeon-ho that was a good game, and he has quite a unique playstyle. Yeon-ho thanks him and says it's all because of all the bullying he endured from his master. Yu-hwan questions Yeon-ho. Did he really have a master? Yeon-ho thinks back to the past of his master's tormenting and replies, saying yes, a very strict old man. Yeon-ho tells Mun Yu-hwan if it's not too much to ask, he would love to stay over a bit. His master told him to stay in Rulin for a while. Hearing Yeon-ho is following his master's teaching, Mun Yu-hwan says of course he will help. He will prepare a room for Yeon-ho, and he can stay as long as he likes. Yu-hwan tells his daughter Mun Yu-nij to prepare a room and clothes for Yeon-ho, and to guide him to the bath too. Mun Yu-nij reluctantly says she understands, but Yeon-ho says he doesn't have any money. Hearing that, Mun Yu-hwan laughs and says he wouldn't expect payment from a guest like him. He was actually going to ask Yeon-ho to stay here if he had not asked. In return, Yu-hwan requests Yeon-ho to play Go against him, or a guest sometimes. Yeon-ho says he can do that. After Yeon-ho and Yu-hwan greet each other, Yeon-ho leaves with Mun Yu-nij. While bathing, Yeon-ho thinks this is very nice. He hated baths when he was younger. Yeon-ho was almost going to cry from how nice this is. Remembering his master, Yeon-ho thinks this is all that damned old man's fault. We see Mun Yu-nij waiting outside the bath with clothes for Yeon-ho. While pouting, she thinks she doesn't get it at all. Why did her father accept someone like Yeon-ho as a guest? Then Yeon-ho comes out of the bath naked, which startled Yu-nij. Yu-nij then screams. Telling Yeon-ho to cover up, Yu-nij says she thought Yeon-ho was a ghost. Seeing Yeon-ho, Yu-nij blushed. Then Yeon-ho covers himself up with a cloth. With a cheeky tone, Yeon-ho asks, is that good enough? Seeing Yeon-ho all cleaned up, in a dramatic way, Yu-nij asks, who is he? The scene shifts to a few days later. Mun Yu-nij tells her father to say something to that person. Her father asks who. Yu-nij says the new guy. She says Yeon-ho doesn't leave his room at all. He sleeps all day if he is not eating. That's what he has been doing all week. Mun Yu Huan stays silent for a moment, then says he forgot to ask Yun Ho his name. While irritated, Mun Yunij says he said that being slothful is a sin. He said one should always keep himself busy. So why isn't he saying anything about Yun Ho being lazy? Yun Ho might be a guest, but he is ruining the atmosphere. Ignoring Yunij, Mun Yu Huan says he likes Go. One can learn a lot about one's opponent when playing. One can hide one's facial expressions and watch one's words, but one cannot hide oneself when playing Go. A person who is impatient cannot play patiently, and those who are the opposite cannot learn to enjoy battle. One can tell how someone has lived their life, along with their personality, when one plays Go against them. Yun Ho's playing style was rushed and rough. Yu Huan has never seen a play style like that. Mun Yu Huan says Yun Ho is definitely not a lazy person. Yu Huan assumes Yun Ho has lived a very rough life. If the sun shines down brightly, the shadows it casts will be just as dark. If Yun Ho is being lazy, Yu Huan is sure that just means his life until now has been very hard. One should not chase away a bird that has come under the roof to avoid the rain. One should not question the bird about why it is not flying through the rain. Mun Yu Huan tells Yunij to let Yun Ho rest. Unable to say anything, Yunij says she understands. Looking at Yun Ho sleeping lazily, the room is very disorderly. Yunij boils in anger. She thinks her father's been deceived. There's no way this lazy ass is like her father described. Yunij decides she is going to kick Yun Ho out of this place. In anger, Yunij tells Yun Ho to get up. While half asleep, Yun Ho asks why should he get up. Pulling the blanket, Yunij screams and tells Yun Ho to get up. The sun is already up. Yun Ho then says to let him know when the sun sets. Unable to keep her anger inside, Yunij asks what the hell is wrong with Yun Ho. Everyone studies here, and why is he doing nothing other than sleeping for a whole week? With a smug look, Yun Ho says those people are studying because they want to study. Yun Ho is sleeping because he wants to sleep, so what's the problem? Yunij tells Yun Ho to shut up. She can't just stand watching him roll around here without even taking a bath. And who does Yun Ho think washes his bed sheets? Yun Ho at least needs to do something to pay for the food he eats. Yunij guesses he wouldn't know, but they are not that well off. They can feed people who study, but they don't have enough to feed someone who just lazes around. Yun Ho says but her father said he can stay as long as he likes. Mun Yunij says she is the one who is in charge of money, so her father doesn't know. Yunij gives Yun Ho an intense look. Giving out a sigh, Yun Ho asks, then what should he do? Yunij tells Yun Ho to do the laundry. Looking at the pile of laundry, Yun Ho asks, does he have to do all this? And will this cover his food? Saying it's not that much, Yunij replies positively. While sneakily laughing, Yunij tells Yun Ho good luck and to make sure all the clothes are clean. She is going to make him rewash what's not clean, so he needs to do a thorough job. Yunij thinks Yun Ho deserves this. He won't be able to finish all that by today. The scene shifts to 2 hours later. We see a very surprised Mun Yunij. She sees all of the laundry is super clean and shining. She wonders how did Yun Ho do this? Looking at the clothes, she thinks were they always this white? She again wonders how the hell did he do this? We see Yun Ho is sleeping on the side. Frustrated, Yunij thinks she can't let Yun Ho laze around again. She decides she will get him. Then she brings Yun Ho to the log area. She tells him to chop all this. She gives Yun Ho a week to do this and asks, he will be able to do it, right? With an evil laugh, Yunij thinks Yun Ho will run away after a day. After some time, Yunij comes back and sees all the logs are done, and Yun Ho is sleeping on top of the logs. She again gets a surprise and thinks that should have taken 10 people 10 days to do. Then she gives Yun Ho dishwashing job, but the same thing happens this time too, and we see Yun Ho sleeping again. We see a dumbstruck Yunij. Then comes gardening, which also shines, and we see the same scene of Yun Ho sleeping. A very frustrated and angry Mun Yunij thinks, how is Yun Ho so capable? Back to Mad Dog's perspective. He says thus why Yun Ho's ruling life began, but it was a mistake to take him in. Mun Yu Huan never should have let Yun Ho into his home. The young scholar asks why. The Mad Dog says it's because that guy brings disaster wherever he goes. It may not be intended, but wherever he goes, trouble follows. It was the same in Rulin. A scholar hall that had been so quiet and peaceful was swept over with chaos once Yun Ho showed up. The scholar asks what happened. The Mad Dog says it all began when the game called Go started. We see a very irritated Yan Ho thinking, how did he get into this situation? He thought it was going to be an occasional visit. We see a big crowd waiting outside to play Go against Wai Yan Ho. Yan Ho thinks bringing people here to play with him is cheating. Mun Yu Huan writes a letter saying, a stone that stays stagnant rots. A laid table waits for its owner. If the time is right, please visit for a game of Go. A master of Go appeared in the Great Hanlim Institute. He then sends the letter to various scholars across Murim. We see an irritated Yan Ho rapidly playing Go. We see a lot of scholars standing in line to play Go with Wai Yan Ho. Yan Ho defeats one of the scholars, being indifferent, then tells the next one to come. Yan Ho is playing Go with a scholar. We see the scholar is in distress and thinking very hard. Seeing Yan Ho's move, the scholar thinks, what kind of move is that? It's basically suicide. He wonders, is it perhaps a mistake? But then he thinks there's no way it can be a mistake. It could be a mistake maybe if Yan Ho was a regular man. But the scholar's opponent is the undefeated genius of Hanlim. While nervous, he thinks Yan Ho must have some plan in mind. It's got to be a trap. He must avoid it. He is sure Yan Ho was plotting something. It's good that he avoided it. We see Yan Ho is shaking. Yan Ho looks at the scholar. We see a very irritated and angry Yan Ho, but in his mind he thinks, why? Why did the scholar back off there? Just why? Yan Ho did that so he can lose. He will be playing Go forever if he doesn't lose. In his mind, Yan Ho tells the scholar to fall for the move. Yan Ho will lose in 10 moves, so take that bait. But the scholar respectfully acknowledges his loss. While crying, Yan Ho also greets back the scholar. Nearly exhausted, Yan Ho starts walking towards his room. He kept making suicidal moves so that he could lose, but that must have been scaring his opponents instead. While scratching his head, Yan Ho thinks at this rate, he is going to have more people coming to play. He would rather do the laundry. Yan Ho aches in back pain. Then Yan Ho suddenly hears someone's voice. He peeks to see who it is. We are introduced to a very disgusting-looking Nak Mokpung. He is asking Yunij if she really doesn't want to marry him. Yunij says no, absolutely not. Nak Mokpung says she is going to regret it. In anger, Yunij says she won't. Nak Mokpung tells Yunij she better think it through again. He has always gotten what he wanted. He will never let go of something he wants. He is just offering right now, but if she keeps refusing him, it won't be an offer next time. Is she sure it's all right for the Great Hanlim Institute to fall just because of her? Hearing this, Mun Yunij gets very angry and tells Nak Mokpung to do as he wishes. The Great Hanlim Institute won't fall this easily. Nak Mokpung says, but he can make this happen, and he is sure Yunij is aware of it too. Yunij grits her teeth in anger. Yunij screams at Mokpung, saying she hates that about him. Does he think everything will just work out in his favor? Now Mokpung says it's not impossible. Yunij says she is never going to marry him. It's impossible. Then Yunij starts leaving, but Nak Mokpung grabs Yunij's hand very tightly with his disgusting hand. Yunij screams and says to let her go. Mokpung says it's in her best interest to not anger him. With a disgusting gesture, Nak Mokpung tells Yunij, does she think she can still act so bold, even if he tries to take her right here, right now? Hearing this, Yunij gets very scared. From behind, Yan Ho tells Mokpung that's not something he should be saying in someone else's house. Hearing Yan Ho's voice, Yunij gets surprised. Yunij then removes herself from Nak Mokpung's grasp and runs towards Yan Ho, asking, has he already finished doing the laundry and firewood? Yan Ho says he has been playing Go until now, and what is she talking about? Yan Ho then sees the scratch marks on Yunij's hand. Then Yan Ho takes one of Yunij's hairbands, telling her he will borrow this. He then ties his hair. Nak Mokpung tells Yan Ho, doesn't he think it's rude to listen in on others' conversations? Saying sorry, Yan Ho says he really doesn't know his manners. He goes in front of Nak Mokpung and says that being said, Yan Ho doesn't think Mokpung should be the one to talk about manners. Do people who care about manners usually act like he does? With a disgusting face, Mokpung tells Yan Ho he must be the genius of Hanlim. Mockingly, Yan Ho thanks him for recognizing him, but Yan Ho has no idea who he is. When Nak Mokpung tries to introduce himself, Yan Ho ignores him and says, it's all right, he doesn't really care. Mokpung gets very angry and says the genius of Hanlim should just play Go instead of getting in his way. Yan Ho says what a shame. He is really good at getting in people's way, just like right now. Gritting his teeth in anger, Nak Mokpung curses Yan Ho. But before he could say anything else, some scholars appear and ask who is that. One of the scholars requests Yon Ho to play with him tomorrow. Seeing the changed situation, Nak Mok Pong leaves. Before he leaves, he reminds Yeonji not to forget, if she doesn't come running into his arms in 3 days, he is going to do things his way. Yeonho asks Yoonij who was that. Yoonij says he is a man called Nak Mok Pong. He is the adopted son of the Imperial Palace attendant who wields a lot of power. Yeonho asks what was Mokpung telling her. Yoonij says Mokpung wants to marry her. Yoonij refused him every single time, but it's very annoying. Yeonho says, but isn't he all right? He is from a good family and he is determined. Hearing this, Yoonij gets very angry and says Mokpung is not trying to marry her because he likes her. He just wants to use her. Yeonho might not know, but her father has really a good network in Rulin. People say that he is a perfect candidate to be a politician too. The reason he lives this life despite all that isn't just because he has no interest in civil service. Then Yeonho cuts her off and with a silly gesture says, it must be because of Go, right? Yoonij says no. It's because the eunuchs of the Imperial Palace are very wary of her father. Yeonho says, why would the eunuchs do that? Isn't her father just an owner of this institute? Yoonij says it's not just some institute. The Great Hanlim Institute is different from the others. They are not affiliated with any other organization, so getting to this point was difficult. But thanks to that, they have been able to form many deep connections with other organizations. The reason the eunuchs are in power despite being corrupt and useless is because the forces of Rulin have not unified to drive them out. However, if her father were able to control the forces of Rulin, the eunuchs would be in danger. That's why Nak Mokpung's father is desperate to stop her father from taking on civil service. Recently, Mokpung's father has found a new way, a way to not have to fear Rulin uniting, while also gaining a close connection to a powerful figure in Rulin. It's the marriage between Nak Mokpung and her. We see Nak Mokpung kneeling and telling his father he is sorry. An individual called the Genius of Hanlim appeared, so it might be hard to continue the plan. We are introduced to the head of the eunuchs, Nakji. Nakji asks, the Genius of Hanlim, isn't he a useless good-for-nothing who just plays Go all day? Mokpung says the Genius of Hanlim is not the problem. Rather, there are people from all over the nation coming to play Go against him. There were too many eyes watching. His actions were limited because of that. It might be bad if he were to try to do something amidst all that. We see Nak Mokpung sweating in fear while reporting to his adoptive father. Nak Ji says he understands why Mokpung is hesitant. Mokpung apologizes to his father. Nak Ji says, however, does Mokpung think that this mission is just for his sake? Mokpung doesn't know what to say. Nak Ji says taking over the Imperial Palace is a mission given by the one and only. Failing this mission is not an option for Mokpung and him both. Nak Ji is more afraid to disappoint him than he is of death. Nak Ji asks Mokpung, does he understand? While scared and sweating, Nak Mokpung replies saying yes, he is well aware. Nak Ji says sometimes violence is necessary. With a creepy smile, Nak Ji tells Mokpung to use the crowd to his advantage and kill them all, including the Genius of Hanlim. We are introduced to Royal Head Inspector Li Huangya, the Emperor's brother. He asks Yu Huan is he still not interested in a government position. Yu Huan apologizes to Li Huangya and refuses. Li Huangya asks Yu Huan why can't he see that he needs to be at the center, maintaining balance to stop Nak Ji. Hearing this, Yu Huan stays silent and doesn't say anything. Li Huangya sighs in frustration and says their movements have been suspicious lately. There is instability in the military as well as the scholar officials. Nak Ji is getting into their heads. Yu Huan tries to say something, but Li Huangya stops him and says he knows that Yu Huan wants to ask why a man who cannot even have children would want to start a revolution. Yu Huan answers positively. With a stern voice, Li Huangya says, if he were to tell Yu Huan that there is another master whom Nak Ji is serving, the terror of the political fight between the eunuchs is beyond their imagination. Yet Nak Ji managed to get past them all despite having absolutely no foundation. Isn't that strange? Those who crossed Nak Ji lost their lives in accidents, and those who did not suddenly died of diseases. It was as if someone was paving the path for him. Hearing this, Yu Huan says it might just be coincidence. Li Huangya says he thought so too until recently. After watching him, he got the thought that perhaps there is someone helping Nak Ji from behind the scenes, and that is why Li Huangya needs Yu Huan. They need to unite as one against Nak Ji. Wana Yuhuan tells Li Huangya that he will think about it a little more. Changing the topic, Li Huangya asks Yuhuan, what kind of person is the new genius that he has taken in? Hearing this question, Yuhuan gets very happy and says Yonho is amazing, and he feels like Yonho is hiding his true potential. Li Huangya says he is curious about why Yonho and asks when can he meet him. Yuhuan says Yunji has gone to pick Yonho up. At that moment, from the outside, Yunji says they are here. Yuhuan tells them to come in. We see a very wet Yonho and a flustered Yunji. Seeing Yonho's condition, both Li Huangya and Yuhuan get speechless. Yuhuan apologizes to Yonho for calling him too early and asks Yonho did he slip well. Sarcastically, Yonho replies he slept very well, if only somebody didn't pour cold water on his face while he was slipping. Ignoring Yonho, Yuhuan says he is glad Yonho slept well. Pointing at Li Huangya, Yuhuan tried to introduce him, but while winking, Li Huangya says he is just an old passerby. While greeting Li Huangya, Yonho says it sounds like there is a grand reason behind his visit and asks what is it. Yuhuan says what other business could he have? He wants to play Go. With a straight face, Yonho says he can't. Li Huangya asks Yonho why can't he play? He has been playing Go with all the people who come by though. Why Yonho says he is not saying that he won't play Go, but there are proper orders to things. There are people who got here before him waiting, so Li Huangya should wait his turn. Hearing this, Li Huangya laughs and says he can resolve that. He will ask the others to be understanding. Hearing this, Yonho gets irritated and says that's not really resolving things, is it? That's just coercion. Hearing this, they both got dumbstruck and speechless. Yonho tells Huangya that he seems like he has got a pretty high social status. Yonho is sure everyone would be forced into going along with what Li Huangya says without a choice, rather than because they agree with him or are understanding. Why Yonho says he values promises and rules. Li Huangya thinks Yonho is more firm in his own beliefs than he expected. This is difficult. Huangya asks Yonho can't he do something about that, but Yonho refuses, saying he needs to wait his turn. Yunji tells her father she thinks she can resolve this. Yunji clenches her fist in anger and thinks, rules, promises, as if he values those things. While putting her hand on Yonho's shoulder, she says if Yonho just plays this game, she will cancel all the other games of Go he is supposed to play today. We see a very different Yonho. Yonho says it's tempting, but he too has morals and ethics. But if Yunji also cancels tomorrow's matches? But before Yonho could finish, Yunji says no and tells him not to try bargaining for any more if he wants to rest today. There is no room for negotiation. He should make his choice. With a swift motion, Yonho sits in front of the Go board and says, let's begin. Seeing Yonho's behavior, both Li Huangya and Yuhuan get surprised. Li Huangya thinks this is the worst. Yonho is not a man of his word. He would like to just leave, but he decides to see this through. While making his move, Li Huangya wants to see what Yonho is like. The game finishes fairly quickly. In the nighttime, we see Li Huangya is sitting in front of the Go board and in deep thought. Yuhuan asks him did he not enjoy the game of Go with Yonho. Li Huangya keeps looking at the Go board and thinks, such a violent and quick style of play. One wouldn't see such plays even if one were to play a game of Go in the middle of a battlefield. He wonders just what kind of life Yonho has lived. However, Yonho is not the right one. The laziness, the violence, they aren't what he wants. Li Huangya tells Yuhuan it was a waste of time. He doesn't understand why Yuhuan values him so highly. Yuhuan says it's because he saw. Li Huangya asks what did he see? Yuhuan says during one of his games against Yonho, he made a prophylactic move, and Yuhuan thought it was a very good move. He thought the game was over, so he took his eyes off the game. But what he saw was the face of a man who had fallen deeply into a rare trance. While leaving, Li Huangya asks Yuhuan, is he sure he saw correctly? With a firm stance, Yuhuan replies, saying he is sure. While pouting, Li Huangya says he doesn't intend on taking Yonho in either way. He wasted his time, but he got to see Yuhuan, so it wasn't a total waste of time. Li Huangya says he needs to get going early tomorrow. Yuhuan asks, is he that busy? Li Huangya tells Yuhuan that he told him the atmosphere has been tense lately. Looking at the moon, Li Huangya says what a shame. The night is so perfect. We see someone appearing outside the Hanlim Institution gate. We see a masked man reporting to Nakmokpung that the preparations are complete. In a dramatic sight, we see a lot of masked men with swords in hand behind Nakmokpung, ready to strike anytime. With a creepy smile, Nakmokpung orders them to get it done quickly. The masked men leap towards the great Hanlim Institute. We see someone is brooming the premises. Hearing the sound, he looks behind and gets killed. His blood spatters on the Hanlim gate. Nak Mokpung opens the gate, and when he enters the Hanlim Institute, we see the masked men massacring the Hanlim scholars. Mokpung says this is why Yunji should have listened to him while he was still being nice. Mokpung orders the masked men to get them all. With a disgusting smile, Nak Mokpung says tonight the great Hanlim Institute will become a prison that not even a rat can escape. We see why Yonho slipping peacefully despite all that happening outside. Thinking of Yunji, Mokpung thinks today he will teach that bitch a lesson. The masked men round up all the scholars and tie them up. Yuhuan asks what's the meaning of this. Nak Mokpung says they received information that there has been suspicious activity in the great Hanlim Institute. They have heard that all kinds of high authority people have been visiting recently. In anger, Yuhuan asks, how is that suspicious at all? With a smug face, Mokpung says, what reason could there be for people with both political and martial power to get together? There is only one possibility, a revolution. In anger, Yuhuan asks what the hell is Mokpung saying? They are only here to play Go. Mokpung asks Yuhuan does he want Mokpung to believe that this many people gathered just to play Go. In panic, Yuhuan says he is serious. He is sure that Mokpung has heard rumors about the genius. Mokpung says he did hear the rumors, but rumors can be easily made up. Mokpung asks, and where is the so-called genius? One of the masked men asks Mokpung who is he looking for. Mokpung says the genius that Yuhuan is talking about. The masked man says there are no more people remaining in the building. Mokpung asks, did Yunho run off? He must have left earlier. It would be impossible to run away after they got here. Mokpung calls Yunho a lucky bastard. Mokpung tells the scholars they will all be freed if they are innocent. They will free them and apologize if they find that there is no problem. While bringing a book, a masked man says he found it. He says it's an agreement of the people who are planning the revolution. Hearing that, Yuhuan gets surprised and says that they have never done such a thing. Showing the ledger, Mokpung says there is proof right in front of them. Yuhuan thinks Mokpung came here to frame them from the beginning. They have been had. Some of the scholars say it wasn't them. They are innocent. One of them says he didn't know. He didn't come here to partake in such activities. Li Huangya stands up and says, what an interesting incident. Seeing Li Huangya, Mokpung gets flustered and surprised. While screaming, Li Huangya tells Mokpung to call him the royal head inspector. Mokpung and the masked men stay silent. Seeing Li Huangya, the scholars get relieved and say since he saw everything, he will say that they are innocent. Mokpung greets Li Huangya and says he wouldn't have done this if he knew he was here. Li Huangya says he is not to hold grudges and tells Mokpung to free them. Regaining his composure, Mokpung says before that he would like to ask Li Huangya a question. Huangya asks, what is it? Mokpung asks, why did he plan this revolution? And with a disgusting smile, he tells Li Huangya, did he really think that Mokpung wouldn't know he was here? Li Huangya says, what is he talking about? The masked men push Huangya to the ground. Mokpung says there is always a central figure to a revolution. He didn't assume it was some scholar. It would make the most sense that it's Li Huangya, a family member of the emperor. In anger, Li Huangya screams at Mokpung, saying his arrogance knows no bounds. How dare he frame him? Does he think he can avoid the consequences of his actions? Li Huangya will not let Mokpung get away with this. Mokpung says Li Huangya seems to be misunderstanding something. Li Huangya won't be able to report to His Majesty about this because he is not going to see the emperor ever again. Mokpung says the punishment for revolution is an immediate execution. They will all die here. Mokpung says they have gotten the signatures of the revolutionaries. What will His Majesty think? It's very obvious that they were all planning a revolution. Saying all that, Mokpung laughs out loud. Calling Mokpung a bastard, Li Huangya says the heavens won't forgive him for this. Mokpung tells him to keep bragging and says there's someone who has to die first, and it's Yunji. Mokpung tells Yunji he warned her that he would do things his way. Thanks to Yunji rejecting him, everyone's going to end up dead. Mokpung asks Yunji is she willing to change her mind now. Yunji spits on Mokpung's face and says she would rather die here than marry someone like him. Hearing this, Mokpung makes a disgusting face. While touching Yunji's cheek, Mokpung tells her not to worry. He won't kill her. He will make it so that she thinks death would be the better outcome. He tells her to imagine the worst scenario possible. He will inflict pain upon her that is 100 times worse than what she can ever imagine. While trying to bite her tongue, Yunji tells Mokpung, does he think she would just let that happen? She would rather die than be humiliated by him. Mukpung tells Yunji if she kills herself, her father will be the one to suffer the torment. If her father also kills himself, then the rest of the people here will suffer the torment. Mukpung tells Yunji not to think this will end here. All family members related to those who plan a revolution are killed. If she wants to kill herself, then she should go ahead. While laughing, Mukpung says the others will just have to pay for the sins instead. Yunji grits her teeth in anger. While pulling Yunji's hair, Mukpung tells her to kill herself. He wouldn't mind having more people to entertain him anyway. While touching Yunji's cheek, Mukpung says, "Then should they begin?" Yunji, unable to do anything, in her mind pleads for somebody to help her. When she opens her eyes, her face turns gloomy. She sees Yeon-ho leaving. Yeon-ho starts climbing the wall, and when he is about to leave, Yunji calls him loudly and everyone sees Yeon-ho trying to leave. While Yeon-ho gets in an awkward situation, then starts laughing like an idiot. Yunji asks, what the hell is he doing? Yeon-ho says, can't she tell he is booking it? Yunji asks, is he kidding her? While Yeon-ho says what's wrong with saying he is booking it when he really is. He guesses Yunji doesn't like the way he said it. Should he say he is excusing himself then? Yunji tells Yeon-ho he should be helping them. Yeon-ho learned martial arts, he can help. Yeon-ho says how can he help them? It's hard enough to keep himself alive, and she is overestimating his skill level. The best choice in this kind of situation is to act like he didn't see anything. While waving his hand, Yeon-ho tells the intruders that he didn't see anything. They should keep doing what they were doing. Hearing this, all of them think what a piece of shit Yeon-ho is. Mukpung screams at Yeon-ho, telling him to stop. He is already involved in the revolution. The entire world will be after Yeon-ho. He will not be safe anywhere. Yeon-ho tells Mukpung he can't be sure of that. Calling Yeon-ho a fool, Mukpung says the world may be big, but there are eyes everywhere. It would not be difficult to find him. While trying to leave, Yeon-ho tells Mukpung to look for him later. Mukpung tells the masked men to get Yeon-ho. The masked men charge towards Yeon-ho. Seeing this, Yunij tells Yeon-ho to run. Hearing this, Yeon-ho gets surprised and tells Yunij she was telling him to help just earlier, and now she wants him to run. What is he supposed to do? One of the masked men misses Yeon-ho and thinks, was it an afterimage? Yeon-ho elbows the masked man into the ground and in a dramatic way says, what a hassle. He tells Yunij she is such a strange woman, and we see the masked men in a very awkward position. Seeing this, Yunij doesn't know what to do. All the scholars get dumbstruck and Mukpung can't understand the situation. He tells Yeon-ho so he had skills after all. Yeon-ho thanks Mukpung for the compliment. While irritated, Mukpung says that wasn't meant as praise. Mukpung calls one of the masked men and says how long must he keep enduring this ridiculous humiliation. The masked man apologizes and says he will take care of it immediately. Mukpung tells the masked man not to kill Yeon-ho. The masked man asks why. Mukpung says he will rip Yeon-ho apart with his own hands. The masked man charges towards Yeon-ho, but Yeon-ho tells him to wait a second. The masked man asks, what is it? Yeon-ho says he needs to use his sword, so can he stay here for a moment? Yeon-ho thinks his sword is in his room. The masked man calls Yeon-ho a crazy bastard. Yeon-ho tells the masked man he looked old enough already, and yet when a younger guy says he is just going to grab a sword, he has a problem with it. The masked man tells Yeon-ho to shut up. While looking at the broom, Yeon-ho says 5 years ago it wasn't like this. How did the world become so harsh in the meantime? Yeon-ho picks up the broom and the masked man asks him, what is he doing? Yeon-ho says since he won't let him get his sword, he will just use the broom instead. In anger, the masked man asks Yeon-ho is he mocking him. With a smug face, Yeon-ho says why is he angry at him? Then he should let Yeon-ho fetch his sword. While charging towards Yeon-ho, the masked man says he won't kill him, but he will make sure he feels pain so intense he will wish for death instead, even if Yeon-ho later cries and begs. Being indifferent, Yeon-ho says, can they just start now? He just woke up and he is still slippy. The masked man boils in anger seeing Yeon-ho. While screaming, he charges towards Yeon-ho, but Yeon-ho strikes him in the head with the broom and sends him flying backwards. The masked man thinks, what is this? Then the masked man lies on the floor unconscious. Mukpung, Yuhwan, and Lee Shuangya all get surprised seeing that and don't know what to do. Yeon-ho then says, as expected, trash is best cleaned with a broom. The masked man then regains consciousness and doesn't understand the situation. Pointing the broom at the masked man, Yeon-ho tells him to be glad it ended at just that because it was Yeon-ho. He shouldn't rush in so honestly. First he should, but before Yeon-ho could finish his sentence, the masked man calls Yeon-ho a bastard. Then Yeon-ho starts hitting the masked man with the broom and says he was kindly explaining it to him, and he does this. The masked man thinks Yeon-ho is too fast. Then the masked man backs away from Yeon-ho. He thinks he doesn't want to admit it, but he has to. It's unbelievable. Yeon-ho isn't just a loudmouth. However, in real combat, the strongest doesn't always win. Then he brings out the deadly poison, 7-step soul-chasing serpent. Seeing the poison, Yeon-ho tells the masked man doesn't think it's dirty. Yeon-ho then says, but poison won't work on him. The masked man asks Yeon-ho, is he saying he is I'm to all poisons? Yeon-ho says no, he didn't boil and eat ginseng roots or anything. Of course, poison works on him. It's not that Yeon-ho is me, it's more like, before finishing the sentence, Yeon-ho charges towards the masked man and appears in front of him immediately and strikes the poison dagger out of his hand. Then Yeon-ho goes for another strike, and the masked man thinks he must block it. Yeon-ho then asks the masked man, did he actually think something like he must block it? Then Yeon-ho strikes the masked man, but he couldn't avoid Yeon-ho's strike. The masked man again lies on the ground unconscious. Yeon-ho then says his master always said if the enemy looks like they are preparing something grand, he shouldn't wait and just knock them out first. Mokpung thinks it's impossible to defeat Hyukul so easily. He is the head of the dark force that his father spent decades building. Yeon-ho tells Mokpung if he backs down here, they will both be better off. Then Mokpung claps his hands and with a weird smile says excellent. To display such martial prowess at his age, truly excellent. Yeon-ho gets embarrassed. Yoonji then asks Yeon-ho why is he pleased hearing Mokpung praising him. Mokpung says it's unfortunate for him that Hyukil couldn't take Yeon-ho down, but looking at it another way, just meeting a martial artist like Yeon-ho makes it worth it. Mokpung then asks Yeon-ho to work for him. Hearing this, Yeon-ho gets surprised. Yoonji asks Mokpung what is he scheming. With boiling determination, Mokpung tells Yeon-ho to come to him. He will give Yeon-ho things he can't even imagine. Power to hold the world in his hand and immense wealth. Yeon-ho says anyone with sense and honor would never fall for such honeyed words, right? Hearing Yeon-ho saying that, Yoonji gets moved. But then Yeon-ho says he will fall for it and he wants to hear about the numbers. Hearing this, Yoonji makes a disgusting face and tells why Yeon-ho to just die. Lee Hwangya screams and asks why Yeon-ho, what is he doing? Are power and wealth that important? Shamelessly, Yeon-ho says, definitely. Mokpung also agrees with Yeon-ho. Yoonji also agrees with them. Lee Hwangya gets flustered and says, that's true, of course. He asks, how much can Mokpung offer anyway? He will give them to Yeon-ho. Hearing this, Yeon-ho gets intrigued. Mokpung mockingly asks, what does Yeon-ho think Lee Hwangya can do for him? Lee Hwangya may be the emperor's brother, but he has already given up on both wealth and power. At best, he could get Yeon-ho a position as an official. In contrast, Mokpung's father can give Yeon-ho all the power and wealth he could ever imagine. Yeon-ho tells Lee Hwangya he is definitely losing right now. Yu-hwan cuts in and says helping an evil man with his schemes and conspiracies is very different from helping to reveal the conspiracy. He asks Yeon-ho, did his master not teach him morals? Hearing this, Yeon-ho asks Yu-hwan, is he really talking about Yeon-ho's master? While nervous and worried, Yeon-ho asks Yeon-ho, what did his master say? What did he advise Yeon-ho to do in such situations? Yu-hwan thinks, seeing as Yeon-ho is always mentioning his master, he must value the beliefs of his master very much. There is no way a master would teach his disciple bad morals. Yu-hwan is sure Yeon-ho's master taught him things that will help them out here. Yeon-ho starts saying, his master said, and then stops. That leaves all the scholars in anticipation. Then Yeon-ho continues, his master said to stick to the side that will get him more money. Yeon-ho continues saying master said that morals and acknowledgement have no value because they are not what will feed you. He said that the right thing to do is to take money when offered, rather than to try and be kind. Hearing that, Yu-hwan thinks, what the hell is wrong with both the master and the disciple? Then Mokpung tells Yeon-ho that his master is right. What do morals and acknowledgement matter? His father knows to value those who are of help to him. So Mokpung asks Yeon-ho, what does he think? Will you work for me? Hearing of work, Yeon-ho gets irritated and grits his teeth. He asks, does he have to work? At that moment, Yu-hwanji takes the chance and tells Yeon-ho they won't make him do work. They will give him the best food and rest all day, every day. That gets Yeon-ho intrigued. Mokpung also understands what happened and says he was stupid. He tells Yeon-ho he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to, of course. Mokpung will still give Yeon-ho the reward he promised. Yeon-ho asks Mokpung, really? Then Yeon-ho goes towards Mokpung, and while arm-butting him, he tells Mokpung he is so generous. He is a real man. Mokpung awkwardly laughs and says he is nothing compared to Yonho. Seeing their behavior, Yu Huan, Yunji, and Li Huangya boil in rage but can't do anything. Instead, they curse Yonho in their mind. Yonho then asks Mokpung, what does he have to do? As usual, Mokpung laughs a disgusting laugh. He asks Yonho, can he kill all these people first? It's only natural that those who commit treason are sentenced to death. When Yunji looks at Yonho pointing at Mokpung, Yonho casually says that's what Mokpung said. Yonho then asks them, so why did they commit treason? Yuhuanji couldn't hold her frustration. She lashes out and says, what treason? Mokpung is making it up. She asks Yonho, does he really believe Mokpung? Yonho says, but the situation says different. They even found the book of signatures. Yuhuanji then screams at Yonho and calls him a damn bastard. Yonho tells Mokpung he feels like it's a bit much to kill them. Besides, Yonho has never killed anyone before. Mokpung says then he will do it. He orders someone to bring him a sword. Mokpung continues, he doesn't like to dirty his hands, but there should be no hesitation in carrying out sentences. Yuhuan tells Mokpung to stop. Yuhuan is sure Mokpung is a learned man. How can he do something so disloyal to the nation? While ready to strike, Mokpung says what he is doing right now is out of loyalty to the country. Yunji is crying and calling her father. Yuhuan closes his eyes, ready to die. He said sorry to Yunji. When Mokpung is about to cut Yuhuan's head, Yonho stops his sword and tells him, that's enough. Seeing Mokpung couldn't take his sword from Yonho's grip, he wonders how is Yonho so strong. Mokpung then asks Yonho, did he forget what they just talked about? Yonho says, of course not, but he has had enough of playing along. Yonho asks Mokpung, does he know what is necessary to be lazy? It's avoiding trouble. Yonho once broke an ink slab that his father really liked when he wasn't home. He only came back 3 days later, yet those 3 days felt like death. When he finally came back, Yonho was beaten to the brink of death. But Yonho felt much better afterwards. Li Huangya tells Yonho his father should have killed him back then. Mokpung asks Yonho, what the hell is he talking about? Yonho continues, saying his master also said, while he should not forget his hatred, he should also not forget what others have done for him. A person who does not give back what he has received will end up paying more in the end. One needs to pay back what one owes before the interest compounds. Hearing Yonho saying that, Yu Huan, Yunji, and Li Huangya all see him in a new light. Yonho says he thinks it's about time that he pays back his debts. They all get surprised at Yonho. Mokpung says he understands. Yonho said all those words to tell Mokpung Yonho is going to stop him. Then Mokpung laughs a super disgusting laugh. Then he asks Yonho, did he really think Mokpung was trying to scout him because Mokpung was afraid of him? While scratching his head, Yonho says, not really. It didn't seem that way. Mokpung then raises his hand and makes a big palm with ki. While preparing a big move, Mokpung tells Yonho if he wants, he can kill Yonho like he is nothing. Yonho should consider it an honor that Mokpung is the one killing him. Yu Huan and Li Huangya both get surprised seeing Mokpung can also use martial arts. Then Mokpung attacks Yonho with his technique. We see a lot of hands made of chi coming towards Yonho. Mokpung laughs and gives Yonho advice to stop being lazy in his next life. When the palms are about to strike Yonho, Yonho couldn't bear to look at it. Yonho then tells Mokpung, it's strange, but this martial art Yonho has seen somewhere. Mokpung gets happy and thinks, that's right. He used an ultimate technique from the start because Yonho seems skilled, but he can't even react in time. But before Mokpung finishes thinking, Yonho is easily avoiding all the palms. Mokpung gets shocked seeing that, but before he could understand what happened, Yonho appears behind him and asks Mokpung, is he done? While scared and stuttering, Mokpung asks Yonho, how is this possible? Yonho casually tells Mokpung he watched the whole process. Without saying anything else, Yonho kicks Mokpung, which sends him flying into the wall. In style, Yonho then says he needs only one kick for cleaning up trash like Mokpung. All the scholars look at Yonho in awe. Yonho then unties all the people. Li Huangya asks, is Mokpung dead? Yonho says no. He only hit Mokpung lightly, and his body is thick with fat. Yonho thinks he is fine. Yonho then approaches Mokpung, and while flexing his arm, Yonho asks, should they continue where they left off? Mokpung tells Yonho to wait and shamelessly asks, why don't they all pretend this never happened? Hearing this, all the others get speechless. Li Huangya then says that's unacceptable and tells Yonho to seize him at once. Addressing Li Huangya as Your Highness, Mokpung pleads to him. Li Huangya asks Mokpung Has he ever seen the inspector general let a traitor go free? Not Mokpung says if he doesn't return, his father will think the plan has failed, and then he will make one last gamble. No matter how that turns out, the imperial house will suffer irreparable damage. Li Huangya calls Mokpung a wicked man and wonders if they let this one incident slide, the imperial palace won't be bathed in blood. Even if Li Huangya foresees it and tries to stop it, considering Nok Jiwan's forces, it will erupt in chaos. And knowing Nok Jiwa, he will resort to even more vile means. Li Huangya asks Mokpung, is he telling him to just watch traitors run rampant in the imperial court with his own eyes? Mokpung asks, that's politics, is it not? And the inspectorate can grab a weakness of the eunuchs and secure a temporary peace. Hearing that, Li Huangya says he has heard that the eunuchs are like rats, always leaving themselves 10 holes to escape through. Then Li Huangya tells Mokpung to leave while he has the chance. While Mokpung leaves with his men, Yunho asks to allow him one word of advice. Yunho asks Mokpung, his martial art is the art of flowing grace, right? It's a formidable technique. But while Mokpung is also sustaining bone-shrinking art, its effectiveness inevitably drops. If Mokpung truly wishes to face Yunho, it would be wiser to release that transformation. Transformation is a martial technique to alter one's outward form. Now Mokpung says he will keep that in mind for next time. Yunho says he would rather there not be a next time. But Mokpung says there will be, at least while Yunho wears that form, the identity of the genius of Hanlim. After a long night, morning comes, and Yunho sighs and says finally everything's over. Yunho notices all the others are waiting for him. Yunho says he is going to bed, and he will leave the rest to them. Yunji gets angry and asks, he is sleeping again. Yunho says he has full board and lodging rights. Yunji wouldn't dare go back on her word, would she? While running towards the bed, Yunho tells Yunji not to wake him up, and he means it. He will be sleeping straight through until tomorrow. Yunji wonders, what kind of person even is that? Her father and Li Huangya also agree with her. Even after that day, Wai Yunho's day followed in comfort. Li Huangya and Yu Huan were busy cleaning up the aftermath of that day, but none of it had anything to do with Wai Yunho. Every meal, delicious food was brought straight to his room, and no one nagged him for sleeping. Truly a paradise on earth. Then Yunji enters Yunho's room and tells him to wake, but Yunho stays silent as if he is sleeping. Yunji then gets angry and tells Yunho not to pretend to sleep. She knows he is not actually asleep. Then Yunho gets up and asks, what about his full day rest? Yunji tells Yunho her father is calling him. She wasn't the one who called, so he can take it up with her father. Yunji asks Yunho, after lazing in bed for 7 days, he is not going to refuse, is he? Yunho asks, can't he just say he will see her father later? Then Yunji couldn't hold her anger and pulls out the blanket from Yunho, and he drops on the floor. Then she arrives with Yunho. Addressing Li Huangya as my lord, Yunji tells them she brought Yunho. Her father tells them to come in. Then Yunho enters the room. Yu Huan tells Yunji good job, and she can leave now. Then Yunji and Yunho both greet them as if they are both leaving. Seeing this, Li Huangya gets angry and tells Yunho he is not the one to leave. Then Yunho acts and says his highness is telling Yunji to stay. Yunji then gets frustrated and says it's not her but Yunho. We see Li Huangya is on the verge of lashing out. While scratching his head and laughing awkwardly, Yunho sits down. Li Huangya brings out an embroidered sword, but he doesn't do anything. Then Yu Huan reminds him. Then Li Huangya hands over the sword to Yunho. While excited, Yunho takes the sword. Li Huangya asks Yunho, does he even know what that is? Yunho answers no. Li Huangya asks Yunho, then what possessed him to accept it without question? With a money gesture, Yunho says it looked expensive. His master told him if it looks like money, he should grab it first, no questions asked. Li Huangya then tries to explain about that sword, but Yunho cuts him off and says, no takebacks. He tells Li Huangya not to be stingy. Surely a man of his standing, Lord Li Huangya, wouldn't stoop so low as to take back what he has given. Li Huangya says that's not what he meant. Yunho says too late. He already put his spit on the sword, so it's his now. Li Huangya then bursts out and, calling Yunho a damn brat, he tells Yunho to listen for a moment. He will doom his whole clan at this rate. That sword is the sacred relic of the inspectorate. Wherever Yunho goes showing it, people will treat him as Li Huangya's equal. Yunho then brings out the sword and looks for a moment. Seeing Yunho, Li Huangya asks, is there a problem? Yunho asks, that's it. Isn't there some practical benefit, like being able to buy food or a house? Li Huangya asks, and what? Yunho asks Li Huangya, why is he of all people saying this? Yunho did his part that day. If his lordship is saying this makes them even, that's not good enough. Give and take. That's how the world works. That's just the way of things. These days, people want something more material, more realistic. Yonho gestures and says it's awkward. He can't even say it outright. Li Huangya clenches his fist and asks Yonho, does he want him to forget about the inspectorate's relic and give Yonho money instead? Yonho says not that he would put it so bluntly, but he does have some manners. Li Huangya couldn't hold his anger in and throws an inkstone at Yonho. Yonho catches it and asks, is it his too? It looks pricey. We see poor Yuhuan thinking, but that's his precious inkstone. Li Huangya then calms down and says he will say it again. That sword is the sacred relic of the inspectorate. Wherever Yonho goes, he will be treated as if he holds the same office as Li Huangya. In other words, it's like granting Yonho a post equal to the Inspector General himself. Yonho asks, so it's basically more work for him. Li Huangya says he said it's a government post. Yonho asks, isn't that the same thing? Li Huangya says it's not. Yonho asks, how so? Then Li Huangya tells Yonho to just accept it, that it's different. Yonho says fine. Out of his respect for his elders, he will let it slide. Yuhuan says from long ago the inspectorate has sent secret inspectors into the Central Plains. The position has been vacant for some time. Yuhuan asks Yonho to take it up. Showing the sword, Yonho asks, just with this? Li Huangya then tells Yonho he didn't tell him to govern. It's a reward. Li Huangya will sell even his own house to give Yonho a reward if he must. He calls Yonho a stubborn turtle. Hearing that, Yonho says that's a relief. He thought this would get troublesome. Li Huangya asks, what does he mean? Yonho says it's nothing. Then Li Huangya and Yuhuan remember Yonho's money gesture, and they think Yonho was definitely going to sell the sword off. Li Huangya asks Yonho, what clan is he from, and who is his master? Yonho says he can't say. Li Huangya asks Yonho, he won't answer because he doesn't trust him. Then Li Huangya gets angry and screams at Yonho, saying he knows his rank, yet he still doesn't trust him, and now Yonho means to hide his identity. With a straight face, Yonho says, this isn't about identity. It's about how he can't trust someone who hides his martial arts and puts on an act that's obvious to anyone. He asks Li Huangya, how many seconds would it take him to subdue Nakmokpung? 5 or 3. That catches Li Huangya off guard. Yonho says dancing on someone else's chessboard like this is unpleasant. While releasing his aura with a serious tone, Yonho says he can't stand it. Li Huangya went silent for a moment when he realized that he had been caught. He finally spoke and asked if Yonho had known all along that he was capable of martial arts. Yonho admitted that he had found it strange. He explained that while he knew some people were obsessively devoted to the game of Go, the idea of traveling 400 kilometers just to play was absurd. Yet far too many people had come to that place with the excuse of Play-Go. That led him to assume that there was some kind of hidden plot behind it, and it just so happened that he appeared at the same time. When Mokpung revealed himself, the entire incident escalated. That was the moment Yonho realized he had to make a decision about which side he would take. Li Huangya asked if siding with them had not been the obvious choice. Yonho replied seriously that it had actually been more likely that Mokpung was telling the truth. He reasoned that while the book of signatures might have been fake, the royal head inspector had indeed been secretly gathering people to join his forces. It was hard to believe that such a move was just a casual friendly activity. The most likely explanation was treason. Li Huangya then asked why, if that were the case, Yonho had helped them. Yonho admitted that it was because the girl had called for him. He confessed that his original plan had been to run away if he did not get caught. But since the girl had genuinely seemed ignorant of what was going on, he could not just abandon her. He added that his master always told him that meaning and worldly matters were important, but that it was all for nothing if one could not see the person in front of them. Li Huangya said that was why Yonho had acted the way he did, trying to observe his reaction throughout the incident. Yonho agreed, but he added bluntly that it had felt awful. Then he got to the point and asked directly whether Li Huangya was planning treason. Li Huangya challenged him by asking what he would do if he admitted that he was. Yonho answered that, in that case, he would simply go to sleep comfortably. Li Huangya pressed further, asking if that would still be the case even if he truly intended to commit treason. Yonho shot back sarcastically, asking if Li Huangya wanted him to pray for his success. Li Huangya then asked if Yonho had no loyalty to the emperor. Yonho answered honestly that he had never received anything from the emperor, so why should he feel any loyalty toward him? He admitted that he would rather cheer for Li Huangya, especially since Li Huangya had at least given him gold. The two men locked eyes in silence for a long moment. Then Li Huangya suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter filled the room as he admitted that while he had expected Yonho to be clever, he turned out to be far better than anticipated. After laughing, Li Huangya grew serious again and swore on his own head. He declared that they were not planning treason. Instead, they had been gathering forces in preparation against Nakji. Yunho acknowledged his words with a quiet response. Li Huangya continued by explaining the real problem. Nakji had already caught on to their movements. He revealed that the reason Nakji had sent Mokpung was not to target him directly, but to force him into a position where he would have to kill Mokpung. If that had happened, Nakji would have been able to expose the fact that he had been hiding his martial arts skills and gathering allies. He admitted that it had been Yunho's unexpected intervention that disrupted Nakji scheme. After confessing this, Li Huangya bowed deeply toward Yunho. He apologized if his actions had seemed displeasing, and explained that he had never intended to manipulate him like a piece on a go-board. He explained that he and Yuhuan had simply been desperate at that moment. Yunho responded with a short reply, telling him it was fine. Li Huangya insisted again, asking him to believe his words. Yunho repeated that it was fine. Then Li Huangya shifted the topic and asked whether Yunho would be willing to take on the role of secret royal inspector. Yunho made himself clear immediately, saying that he would never actively seek out work. Li Huangya told him it did not matter, because the world would not leave him alone even if he tried to avoid it. Yunho pouted and asked if that was meant to be an insult. Li Huangya smirked and said that it was not an insult, but rather the path of a hero. Yunho rejected the notion outright, saying no thanks. Li Huangya warned him that he could not deny fate. At that, Yunho stood up and declared that he was leaving. Before he could exit, Li Huangya also stood and said that he too would be leaving that day. Yunho added with a final remark that, truthfully, he hoped they would never see each other again. Li Huangya smiled and answered that he had a feeling they would. Once Yunho was gone, Yuhuan appeared at Li Huangya's side. He asked for Li Huangya's thoughts. Li Huangya admitted with a grin that Yunho had surpassed his expectations. He had known Yunho's martial arts were impressive, but he had not expected him to be sharp enough to notice that he himself knew martial arts. He confessed that he had thought he had picked up a dragon, but in reality Yunho was more like a monster. If they were not careful, there was a chance he might end up devouring them instead. Yuhuan countered by saying that the risk was worth it. Li Huangya continued, pointing out that martial prowess was not the only factor. Yunho was intelligent as well. He had understood everything that was happening but chose not to move until the very end. That combination of strength and patience made him even more dangerous. Li Huangya admitted that he was curious to know who had trained such a monster. He then gave an order to Yuhuan, instructing him to investigate everything about Yunho. Even if he could not find information about his deceased master, he must at least uncover which family Yunho came from. Yuhuan nodded and promised that he would. Later that night, Yunho lay on the roof, basking in the moonlight. A voice called out from below, asking if he was planning to leave. Yunho sat up, looked down, and saw Yuhuan. He told him that he would not leave without saying a proper goodbye after being allowed to stay there and being fed. Yuhuan pointed out that Yunho had been planning to leave soon. Yunho admitted that was true, but he also said he had learned a lot while staying there. Yuhuan asked him what he had learned. Yunho said that the two most important lessons were that even scholars who read extensively often failed to live according to the texts they studied, and that Rulin itself was a frightening place. Yuhuan asked what he meant by frightening. Yunho explained that he had never expected the strongest person he had encountered in the Zhengyil to be someone in Rulin. Yuhuan admitted that Li Huangya's martial prowess was indeed impressive. Yunho smirked, looked at Yuhuan firmly, and asked why he did not drop the act. Yuhuan was visibly shocked and asked if Yunho had known from the start. Yunho replied that he had. Yuhuan sighed and said that was not good, then asked him for a favor. Yunho reassured him, promising not to tell anyone. Yuhuan went further and pleaded with him, saying that he wished to continue living as a scholar. Yunho agreed but demanded something in return. He told Yuhuan to answer one question. Yuhuan gave permission for him to ask. Yunho explained that his master had told him to go see the world in Rulin, and he had expected to witness justice or something similar. Instead, what he saw was only the dirtiness of the world. Yuhuan lowered his head and responded seriously. He explained that everyone carried an ideal in their hearts, but each person's ideal differed. When those ideals clashed, people realized they had to surpass reality in order to bring their ideals to life. Everyone knew they should sever worldly ties, but undoing such a knot took too long and often failed even after years of effort. Those without patience sought shortcuts, trying to cut the knot out completely. That path created arrogant people with dirty consciences, who either threw away their own lives or sacrificed their adopted sons. Yunho then asked if the entire world was like that. Yuhuan answered that the palace was even worse in some ways, though he did not think other places were much different. Yuan-ho lifted his head and admitted that he still did not understand what his master had wanted him to see. He confessed that the world moved too quickly for someone as lazy as him to grasp. Yu Huan reassured him by saying that was good enough. He explained that if the world moved fast, then he could simply chase it slowly. Those who were fast might see and learn much, but those who were slow might notice the details better. There was no point in knowing ahead of time what he was supposed to see or feel. He should walk at his own pace and see the world with his own eyes. In doing so, the world itself would reveal the path he should take. Yunho's eyes widened at these words. He repeated them to himself, saying he should experience the world as it was and himself as he was. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, he felt enlightenment. A surge of aura engulfed his body as he meditated deeply. From below, Yu Huan looked up and smiled. In an instant, he appeared beside Yunho on the roof. After some time, Yunho slowly opened his eyes. Yu Huan turned his head toward him and asked if he felt like he had learned something. Yunho stood, scratched his head, and admitted with embarrassment that he did not know. Yu Huan laughed heartily, saying it was fine as long as he understood in his own way. With that, Yu Huan disappeared from the roof in a flash and reappeared on the ground. Before walking away, he turned his head once more and said that he hoped Yunho would one day find his answer. Yunho watched him leave, then lay back down on the roof. He looked at his chest and thought to himself that he felt something, wondering whether the orb his master had given him had done something. He then looked up at the full moon and imagined his master's face looking down on him, asking if he understood now. Yunho turned to his side and muttered softly to himself that he did not yet. A few weeks later, Yu Huan entered Yunho's room. He stood before the young man, who was once again lying lazily on his bed. Yu Huan asked if he had not said that he would be leaving soon. Yunho immediately sat up and answered that, since it was already late today, he would leave tomorrow. He assured him it would truly be tomorrow this time. Yuan replied that it had already been half a month since he had said the same thing. Yunho simply pointed out that sometimes things became delayed. Yu Huan conceded that might be true but insisted that it was still an issue. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, announcing with formality, "Thank you for calling on the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, a place of tradition and history." Yu Huan turned his head toward the sound with curiosity. The voice drew closer as it continued, asking what cargo they must transport. The door to the room opened and Yunji appeared. She stepped inside, pointed coldly toward Yunho, and declared that he was the one. Yunho blinked in confusion, pointed to himself, and asked if she truly meant him. A heavy silence filled the room until one of the escort warriors glanced at Yunji and remarked that the one she had indicated looked like a person. Yunji placed her hands firmly on her waist and stated that it only appeared that way. In her view, he was no different from baggage. Another escort warrior gestured toward Yunho and explained that they did escort people, but in such cases, a carrier was sent separately. He emphasized that in an escort meant for transporting goods, it would be difficult to bring someone along. Yunji turned away, crossed her arms, and spoke coldly. She told them there was no need to worry. After all, cattle and chickens were also loaded into the cargo wagon. Yunho might look human, but to her he was no different. She instructed them to place him on top of the baggage, feed him 3 meals a day, and assured them he would not cause trouble. She then offered to pay the fare as if he were a passenger. No, she corrected herself. She would pay double. She demanded they take him with them. The escort warrior tried to insist that no matter how much she offered, there were still rules they had to follow. Before he could finish, Yunji sharply cut him off and shouted that she would pay triple. The warrior persisted, saying they still had rules, but Yunji raised her voice even louder and screamed that she would pay quadruple. Without hesitation, she and the warrior shook hands in agreement. Another escort warrior leaned toward Yunho and told him that they would accept him, asking him to come along. Yunho, still sitting on his bed, protested loudly. He shouted at Yunji, demanding to know if she would seriously say that they would load him like baggage and send him away. Yunji pouted, looked aside, and remarked that at least he was quick-witted. Yu Huan, watching the exchange, asked his daughter what on earth was going on. Yunji responded bluntly that it seemed best to get rid of this freeloader quickly. Yunho shouted even louder, declaring that it was unbelievable. He said he had heard mortals had declined, but he never imagined it had come to this. He reminded them that he was the benefactor who had saved them, yet they would now sell him off like baggage. Yu Huan turned to him and admitted that it was true. Still, he reasoned that, since they had received grace from him, they should at least allow him to act freely for now as a gesture of gratitude. Yunho turned away, lay back down on his bed, and faced the opposite direction. Yoonji added sharply that if things were left this way, he would probably remain there until the next year. In Hae's eyes, what she was doing was helping him. Hearing this, Yeonho instantly sat back up and shouted at her, demanding how she could possibly call it helping. Yoonji pointed directly at him and reminded him that he had once said he would go to the Hebrew Sacred Beast Pavilion. Yeonho froze in surprise and asked what she meant. She explained that since the route led to Hubei, he could simply travel with the escort bureau going there. She argued that walking all the way himself would be troublesome and exhausting. Yeonho admitted that her reasoning was true, though he hesitated. Yoonji, wearing a faint grin, told him that he could ride in a wagon pulled by horses, the escort bureau would earn their pay, and she and her father would finally be rid of him. She concluded that this was a path where everyone benefited. Yeonho's expression grew serious, and he admitted that Yoonji's argument was very persuasive. After a short silence, he finally stood up. Yoonji ordered him to stop talking and follow the escort warriors. As he followed them, he muttered that his mother had always told him never to follow strangers. Yoonji reassured him that it was fine, insisting that the men were trustworthy, that their status was legitimate, and that there was nothing to worry about. Yeonho still looked reluctant, but followed nonetheless. A short while later, he sat atop the wagon, resting on the goods. He admitted aloud that he had not expected to leave so suddenly and said he would be going. Standing in front of him, Yoonji and her father bid him farewell. Yoo-hwan told him to take care of himself. Yoonho looked at Yoonji, who wore a wide grin, and remarked that she seemed very pleased. She answered with amusement, asking if it was that obvious. Yoonho turned to the escort warrior and instructed them to depart. As the wagon began moving, he lay down on the baggage but turned his body sideways, glancing one last time at Yoonji and Yoo-hwan. Yoonji waved and shouted for him to stay healthy. Annoyed, Yeonho yelled back, asking how she could drive him out and then tell him to stay well. Yoonji retorted that he should also fix his laziness. Yeonho pouted, muttered his reluctant agreement, and waved back at them. Once he had left, Yoo-hwan turned to his daughter and told her to come inside. She agreed but glanced back one last time at Yeonho, who was already in the distance. A warm smile spread across her face as the gusting wind blew past her. After some time, the escort warriors made a stop. A stern-looking man approached, displeasure clear on his face, and introduced himself as Gok Byung, the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. He looked at Yeonho, who was still asleep on top of the wagon, and asked the others if this was truly the item. One of the warriors confirmed it. Gok Byung frowned and asked if they were to play games with him, demanding if they knew how much more preparation was required when a person joined an escort. The warrior explained that they had wanted to refuse, but since the request came from the prestigious Hanlin Great Academy, they could not decline. Gok Byung asked since when Yeonho had been in such a state. The warrior answered that it had been ever since he left the academy. Gok Byung crossed his arms, studied Yeonho still sound asleep, and thought to himself that the young man never seemed to tire, which in its own way was impressive. Another warrior added that the academy had instructed them to simply feed him 3 meals a day, as if he were cattle or chickens, and he would behave until arrival without causing trouble. Gok Byung admitted that he could not understand it at all. He called out to Yeonho, but the young man did not stir. Irritated, Gok Byung knocked on the wooden crate below him and shouted again. At last, Yeonho opened his eyes, looked at him, and asked what he wanted. Clearing his throat, Gok Byung introduced himself as the head of the escort. Yeonho asked curtly, and Gok Byung explained that the escort was not about serving people, but transporting goods. If Yeonho insisted on coming along, it might be quite inconvenient. He asked if he was still willing. Yeonho replied that there was no need to worry, since he was registered not as a person, but as cargo. Gok Byung warned that it would be uncomfortable, but Yeonho assured him he could endure it. If all he needed to do was lie still until they arrived, then it was worth it. Amused, Gok Byung remarked that he was a remarkably positive fellow. He then turned away and ordered the group to depart. Yeonho waved lazily and told him he would be in their care. 5 days passed since leaving the Hanlin Great Academy. One morning, Yeonho awoke, stretched, and yawned. He muttered to himself that the situation was unbearable. If he stayed awake, he felt tortured, and if he slept, that fraudulent master of his appeared in his dreams to harass him. He cursed the dream lotus arts and wondered how long this torment would continue. What if it lasted his entire life? Frustrated, he dismissed the thought, muttered that he no longer cared, and lay back down. Up ahead, Gok Byung noticed movement in the bushes and ordered the group to stop. He called out firmly, introducing himself and requesting an audience. Yeonho sat up slightly, glanced forward, and muttered that it might be Bandit. Gok Byung remained tense. He thought to himself that if no one revealed themselves, this was not good. If they stalled for time like this, it meant they were either ignorant, beginner bandit, or a truly dangerous figure was targeting the wagon. If it was the former, they were fortunate. He placed his hand on his sword and drew it halfway, his thoughts sharpening. He could not sense any presence within the thicket, which meant these were no clueless novices. He raised his voice again, warning that if the figure did not step forward, he would regard it as an attack against the escort bureau. Everyone went silent, their attention fixed on the bush. After a tense moment, the leaves rustled and a broad man emerged. The escort warriors drew their swords, but the man calmly placed his weapon on the ground, bowed, and introduced himself as Paying Doguk of the Hubei Paying clan. Recognizing the name, Gok Bihyang bowed in return and asked why a descendant of the Paying clan was traveling there. Paying Doguk grabbed his sword again, clutched his stomach, and explained that he was being pursued by enemies. He admitted that he could not shake them off alone and begged for their aid. He warned that this matter could grow into a crisis for the entire martial world. Yon Ho, still lying down on the wagon, merely looked at Paying Doguk in silence. Much later in the future, the divine mad dog recounted the memory to the historian. He said that this had been the encounter with Paying Dog, the man who had once turned the historian away at the gates. At that time, even Paying Dog himself had not realized that this single meeting would push him into the river of misfortune. Gok Bihong thinks those from the Hubei Pen clan are people who think with their muscles rather than their heads, and whose sense of chivalry is unmatched anywhere. A man Doguk is shown holding his sword. He thinks to himself, if someone from such a place speaks, it must be something serious. Gok Bihong asks, Doguk, but what can we do? There are people pursuing me. Doguk explains, if you just let me leave this mountain, I will make sure to repay you properly. Okay, I'll help. Gok Bihong replies, first quickly hide inside that barrel. Doguk agrees and gets into the barrel. As he hides, a sly smile crosses his face. Yonho had been sleeping in the cart is woken up. Gok Bihong lifts the lid of a barrel and tells Doguk, you can come inside. Thank you. Doguk replies as he gets in. You must absolutely make no sound. Gok Bihong warms, placing the lid back on the barrel. Thinks to himself, what a meddlesome person. Well, I can't say I dislike that about him. From inside his barrel, Doguk says, if I cause you any danger, I apologize. If we handle this matter well, I will ensure everyone here is properly repaid. What good is repayment if one dies? Yonho replies, Doguk is taken aback and says, do you have no conscience at all? You're putting all these people at risk. At the very least, someone with even a shred of conscience would have looked the other way. Well, that's enough. I'm going to sleep now, Yonho says, settling back down in the cart. Understood, Doguk replies. As the cart continues on its way, Gok Bihong thinks to himself, we're almost at the bottom. Fortunately, no one seems to be looking for Doguk. Yet did we manage to slip by unnoticed? Suddenly, a man in green robes appears in front of the cart, yelling, stop! The cart comes to an abrupt halt, and the escort agency members are surrounded by Green Forest bandits. The Green Forest squad leader holds his sword to Gok Bihong's throat. What? What is that? Gok Bihong stammers, then realizes who they are. Green Forest. He bows respectfully and says, I'm Gok Bihong of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. I'm honored to meet the members of Green Forest. Have you seen a young man in red clothing? The Green Forest squad leader asks. Gok Bihong replies, red clothing? We haven't seen anyone like that. Really? The squad leader presses, his eyes narrowing. If you lie, misfortune will follow. I don't understand what you mean, but why would we lie? The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau has maintained good relations with Green Forest for years. Why would we hide someone we don't even know and cause enmity with Green Forest? The Green Forest squad leader's eyes fall on Yon Ho, who is still sleeping in the cart. Who is that person? He asks. Gok Bihong hesitates for a moment before replying. A precious charge, perhaps. What does that mean? One of the Green Forest bandits asks. Gok Bihong whispers to the squad leader. It's we're escorting someone whose body is weak and mind unsteady to the righteous hall. You needn't concern yourself. So what exactly are you saying? The squad leader asks. Are you saying that there's no reason to make an enemy of Green Forest? Of course. Why would we do something so reckless? Indeed, there's no reason. But the problem has already arisen because of that person up there, the Green Forest squad leader says, looking at Yon Ho. I clearly asked if you saw someone in red clothing, didn't I? Yon Ho, now awake, takes off his outer robe, revealing the red accents on his clothing underneath. I did not see anyone in red, he says. Gok Bihong thinks to himself, Did he really specify someone in red clothing? Are you attempting some kind of prank? The Green Forest squad leader asks, pressing a blade to Gokbihong's throat. Gokbihong sweats nervously, thinking, did they already know that Duguk is hiding here? He then says aloud, all right, this will work. Let's start by killing one of them. And if they haven't seen anyone, then we'll kill the next. By killing them one by one, we'll see if anyone is truly innocent. I wager before the third is dead that someone here will claim that they saw him. What do you mean by that? Gokbihong exclaims. Very well. Then who will go first? The squad leader asks, pointing at one of the Dragon Escort Agency members. You. Answer me. Have you seen the young man in red clothing? The squad leader demands. The escort agency member stammers. Your life depends on this one answer. The squad leader warns. Terrified, the man replies, I haven't. Then it seems like death will answer for you, he says. As he swings his sword, the escort agency member cries out in terror. Just as the bandit leader swings his sword, Gokbihong grabs his arm and stops him, cursing, damn it, he's here. Both Gokbihong and the Green Forest members look on in shock. As the Green Forest bandits surround the cart, Yonho sits up from his resting place. What did you just say? The Green Forest squad leader asks, his hand still held back by Gokbihong. Yonho's voice is heard. He is here. He emerges and sits atop the cart, looking down at the bandits. The one you are looking for, Doguk. Ah, you're caught now. You can step forward. Yonho kicks open the barrel that Duguk is hiding in. What are you doing? Gokbihong exclaims. Enough, Yonho tells him. There is nothing more foolish than risking your life for someone else. He then addresses the barrel. What are you doing, you fool? Do you intend to wait until everyone here is dead before stepping out? After a moment of silence, the barrel lid opens. Duguk emerges from the barrel. The Green Forest squad leader tells him, if you had fled, there might have been even a slight chance of survival. But foolishly, you crawled forward. If I had done that, everyone here would already be dead. Duguk replies, are you trying to play the part of some chivalrous hero? The squad leader scoffs. I, Duguk, may not be a hero, he yells, but I am no petty fool who would watch innocent people die without intervening. He then turns to Gokbihong and says, thank you for your help, but now it seems I must handle this myself. Their target is me, so if I step aside, the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau should be safe. But you, Gokbihong begins, concerned. I will be fine, Duguk assures him. Duguk adds, avoiding them would be difficult anyway. Gokbihong hesitates for a moment. Then I wish you luck. Let's go. As Gokbihong and his men prepare to leave, Yonho calls out, wait a moment. We can't go yet, Yonho says. Why? What do you mean? Gokbihong asks. Why are you so oblivious, escort leader? Why would they attack us? Why are you so oblivious, escort leader? When even the Green Forest wouldn't want to mess with the Hubei Pang clan recklessly, if we survive and word gets out that a Hubei Pang clan member was killed by Green Forest's hands, what do you think will happen? All the members of the Hubei Pang clan would take up their swords and scour the mountains. They'd rather kill all of us here than go through that. The Green Forest squad leader realizes the truth in his words. You're right, he concedes. Gokbihong admits. I hadn't even considered that, but it does make sense. Oh, you didn't think of that? Yonho asks, a smug look on his face. You crazy bastard, Gokbihong yells. I'll fix what I started. This is my fault and I will resolve it. I'll hold them off. Yonho thinks to himself, what a ridiculous man. He snaked into the escort mission, caused this mess, and now he's acting like he's going to solve it. It's like throwing someone off a cliff, then giving him a rope before taking credits for saving him. Duguk turns to the Green Forest members and asks, how much time do you think someone who had fled can buy? He's like a true drowning ghost, dragging others down with him. Yunho says, no, a drowning ghost wouldn't trap multiple people. What should I even call this? He continues. And what good is running away anyway? They already know that this is the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau will be in ruins before the news even reaches the Hubei Peng clan. Then what should we do? Gokbihong asks, defeated. We must fight, Yonho says. Fight them? Gokbihong asks, surprised. If we run away, then the rest of the escort mission's members will have to fight alone. But if we fight now, we have that drowning ghost with us, so he'll be of help. Indeed, that's true. Gokbihong agrees. Duguk then addresses the Green Forest squad leader. You really have no intention of letting us go? There's no need for us to say it twice, the squad leader replies. He then orders his men, attack. Do not blame me if you die, the Green Forest squad leader shouts as he clashes swords with Duguk. The force of their blows sends sparks flying, and Duguk grits his teeth thinking, the martial world is said to be vast. But had I known that it would be this vast and dangerous, I wouldn't have gotten involved, Duguk thinks to himself. From the time I was praised as a promising rising star, a carelessness I didn't know I had was quietly settling in my heart. It was like a poison seeping. Ugh, Duguk thinks with regret. It's all my fault. Because of me, everyone here. This is the end, you bastard, the Green Forest squad leader shouts as he swings his sword at Duguk. Everyone, I'm sorry, Duguk thinks as he braces for the blow. Suddenly, a flash of blue energy shoots past him. The squad leader grunts as his attack is blocked. The force of the blow sends the squad leader flying backwards, his weapon knocked from his hands. Duguk stands over him, panting as the other Green Forest members look on in shock. Duguk looks down at the defeated bandit leader with a look of grim determination. From atop the cart, Yonho watches the scene unfold. How ridiculous, he says, as a blue aura begins to emanate from his hands. In the midst of a fierce battle, Duguk and a member of the Green Forest both exclaim in shock as another Green Forest member is suddenly knocked unconscious. Duguk, breathing heavily, stares at the scene with a puzzled and intense expression. So, he thinks to himself, his eyes widening as he spots a small blue glowing bowl on the ground, next to the fallen enemy. The thing that knocked him out is that bowl. From atop a nearby cart, Yonho casually holds another bowl and chides him. You're getting distracted again. Forced to refocus on the fight, Duguk is immediately swarmed by several Green Forest members. He struggles to parry their coordinated sword strikes, his own blade clashing against theirs in a flurry of sparks. Meanwhile, Yonho continues to sit lazily, juggling two bowls in his hands as he looks down at the chaotic melee. He addresses, You brought over all the enemies, and now you're going to die without having done your share of the fighting? You really are a water ghost, he adds with a sigh. Geez, you're gonna die at that rate. Gokbi Hung, with a sword held to his throat, glares up at him from the midst of the battle, his face filled with desperation and anger. Who grunts in frustration. Duguk watches from the midst of his own fight, his expression a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. And what the hell is he doing there, he thinks, glaring up at the lazy young master. He's quickly surrounded by more Green Forest members. He mutters, realizing the danger he's in. I need to get it together. This isn't the time to be curious. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he focuses his energy. What I can do right now is to... He unleashes a powerful attack. 5 Tigers' gate-destroying blade. A massive spectral tiger appears behind him as he swings his sword with incredible force. To fight as many as I can. Duguk roars. His powerful blade technique sends a wave of pink energy that cuts through the ranks of the Green Forest members. As the dust settles, he finds himself surrounded again. Right. This isn't a duel, he thinks, realizing the futility of trying to block every attack. There's no need to try and deflect or block those. He braces himself as 3 Green Forest members leap at him from above, their swords poised to strike. I'm gonna die, he thinks. But before the killing blow can land, the attackers are suddenly blasted away by a surge of blue energy. Just die, man, Yonho yawls down from his perch. Come down and help me, Gokbi Hung screams, fending off another attack. Huh? I'm an item to be transported, remember? Yonho replies nonchalantly. Duguk thinks, what the hell is he on about? Yes, but this isn't the time to be thinking about that. Gokbi Hung shouts, Duguk is confused. Why is he agreeing? Yonho explains, some mean girl told me that if something were to happen, I should stay up here instead of causing more trouble. She said that otherwise I'd be doing the Hanlim Institute harm and that she'd chase me till the ends of the earth to harass me. I'll take responsibility, so please just help me. Gokbi Hung pleads, I don't know. I tend to keep the promises that I make. Yonho says with a shrug. Don't you think you'll be uncomfortable on your journey if we die? Gokbi Hung yells, his voice strained. I'm not really comfy right now either, though. Yonho replies lazily. Right, I'm sure it's really uncomfortable. If things go well, let's rest for 2 days at an inn in the next town we come across. Gokbi Hung offers. 2 days? Yonho asks, intrigued. You can eat all you want to. Gokbi Hung adds, desperately. I even get food? Yonho asks, his interest piqued. Yes, so please help me, you donkey. Gokbi Hung screams as he struggles against his attackers. Duguk, watching the exchange, thinks, what the hell is this conversation? You promise? Yonho asks. Yes, Gokbi Hung confirms. With the deal struck, Yonho finally springs into action, sending a barrage of glowing bulls flying from his cart. Yonho unleashes a flurry of glowing bulls, each one striking a Green Forest member with incredible force. The battlefield is quickly cleared as the attackers are knocked out one by one. Duguk looks on, stunned. "What?" he mutters, his eyes wide with disbelief. The leader of the Green Forest members stares at Yeon-ho in horror. "He's a martial master," he exclaims, realizing the true extent of his power. Yeon-ho lands gracefully on the ground and addresses Duguk. "Hey." "Yes?" Duguk asks, still wary. "You brought those guys here," Yeon-ho states. "Shouldn't you be trying your best to help if you have any sense of guilt? You get into trouble and bring those guys to us. You're not even doing your share of fighting." He points a finger at Doguk, who flinches. "I'd get it if you were trying your best. But you got distracted and almost got killed. What the hell's wrong with you? If you have a head, then think. Here, look. You use a blade. Strong, heavy, but slow. What are you going to do fighting multiple people with a slow sword? Are you trying to pull a suicide mission?" "Number," Duguk stammers. "Then wait for your turn, or just go for one guy at a time." "Yes, sir," Duguk replies, standing at attention. "Same with the move from earlier. Why would you waste that on air?" "Gimme," Yeon-ho demands, snatching the sword from Doguk's hand. Duguk is stunned. He took my blade away from me before I could even react, he thinks, looking at his empty hand in disbelief. With a swift, powerful motion, Yeon-ho swings Duguk's sword, unleashing a wave of blue energy that carves through the ground and sends the Green Forest members flying. "What you did here is this. The Five Tigers gate-destroying blade?" Duguk exclaims in disbelief. "How does he know it? Did he copy it just from watching me earlier?" Yeon-ho turns to him and continues his lecture. "If you're going to fight multiple people, you should at least try to swing it faster. Just because there's less P in the blade doesn't mean that the opponent won't die once they're struck, right?" "Right," Duguk stammers. "There are times when you should sacrifice strength for greater speed, just as there are times when you should be slower but have more strength," Yeon-ho explains, demonstrating the technique with Duguk's sword. "Why is that so hard to understand?" Yeon-ho scolds, pointing a finger at Duguk's face. "I'm sorry," Duguk replies, confused as to why he is apologizing. "Then do better," Yeon-ho says, handing the sword back to him. The remaining Green Forest members tremble in fear. Duguk takes a deep breath, focusing his energy. "Even if I have to lessen the amount of a shy in the blade, I'll focus on speed and precision. Here I go." He turns to face the remaining enemies, but they have already fled. "We'll come for you later," one of them shouts as they disappear into the forest. Duguk is left standing alone, bewildered. "Huh? This is so frustrating," he says, sweating and out of breath. "Thanks for everything," Gokbihong says to Yeon-ho. "No need, we're getting paid after all." "But it was easygoing thanks to you," Yeon-ho replies, bowing respectfully. "Thank you too. We'll never forget you saving our lives." "Just verbal gratitude," Yeon-ho quips. Gokbihong is silent. "I'm just kidding. I'll take whatever from that Pung clan bastard," Yeon-ho says, gesturing to Doguk. Gokbihong then asks, "But why were you so cold to him? There was no need to chase him out like he really was a ghost." "Shut up," Yeon-ho says, lounging on a barrel. Yeon-ho replies, "You would have died if I wasn't there. The others here too, just because of that one guy." "That's true. However, it looked like he had his reasons," Gokbihong says. "It seemed like he was doing something good." "Something good?" Yeon-ho asks. "Yeah. Does that justify killing people?" asks, his expression serious. "Master said there is nothing more stupid than risking your life for something that is not related to you, that I need to prioritize myself. I know people value justice and all that, but if there are people who must be sacrificed for it, I'm better off not having this greater good. I need to be happy before others can be happy, meaning my priority needs to be me." Looks at him and asks, "Didn't you suffer enough damage to care about that guy anyway?" "Well, both the goods and the martial artists of the Swift Dragon Escort Agency are safe. The Venerate Heaven Orthodox Marum Alliance is supposed to take care of the Green Forest matter," Yeon-ho says. "That's good to hear," Gokbihong replies. "I hope I'll get to see you again." "Probably not," Yeon-ho says bluntly. "Don't say something so ominous," Gokbihong exclaims. "Goodbye," Yeon-ho says, turning and walking away. Gokbihong watches him go and sighs. It would be so nice if he were a bit more disciplined. Meanwhile, Yeon-ho arrives at a large, impressive building. "Finally, I'm here," he says to himself. Yeon-ho arrives at Nature's Hand Manor. Meanwhile, inside the manor, the Wee clan warrior reports to Wai Jong-han, the patriarch. "We didn't find him this time either." "I'm sure he's alive somewhere," Wai Jong-han replies, a worried expression on his face. "Where are you, Yeon-ho?" Suddenly, Jo Bang, the administrator, bursts into the room. "Patriarch, there's a message." "What is it?" Wai Jong-han asks. "Young Master Wai Yeon-ho sent a letter," Jo Bang exclaims. Wai Zhonghan's eyes widen in shock and relief. Yan Ho! He shouts. In a dimly lit, ornate room, Ji lies in bed, speaking to his son, Mokpung. Even a simple plan failed. Were you really that afraid to die? He asks. No, Mokpung replies, bowing before his father. If I had died at Li Huangya's hands, my death would have had meaning. But I fought someone else, so even if I died there, it would have done nothing to harm Li Huangya. Does that paint a meaningful picture to me? Does that change the fact that you fled with your tail between your legs? Ji retorts. From the beginning, this plan was a gamble. Our mission was to seize the opportunity, not to run away from it. He sighs, but still, remember this, son. Go now. Yes, sir, Mokpung says, taking his leave. As Mokpung departs, Ji lies back in his bed, his thoughts turning to the recent events. In the end, he'll encounter it, he says to himself, a worried expression on his face. A useless, ambitious pig, Ji mutters, disgusted. That eunuch doesn't know his place. Ji still has value. He says we should keep him alive for now. A masked man says, You've come, acknowledging his visitor. He claims that simply by existing, Ji can hold back the imperial family. If that's the case, why can't I do it? How long must I flatter that castrated fool? His Highness says you have other duties. Huh? Mokpung looks at him, confused. There has been a summons from the main estate. You are ordered to return as soon as possible. In that case, I can finally rid myself of this wretched disguise. Ji is destined to be discarded once his usefulness ends. We'll simply leave him be until then. After that, everything Ji possesses will be mine. He then asks his subordinate, It seems the imperial family isn't in much of a hurry. What are my brothers doing these days? I'm not sure, but I heard they've moved on from the Confucian faction to meddle with the medical clan lately. The medical clan, Mokpung muses. Meanwhile, Yonho arrives at a large building with a sign that reads, Lustful Handgrounds. He enters, and the receptionist tells him, You've come to the wrong place. Huh? Yonho recites, confused. The receptionist looks at the letter Yonho presented. That's a letter of recommendation to the sacred handgrounds. This place is the Lustful Handgrounds. Yonho recalls his master, Yu Huan, giving him the letter. You said you wanted to go to the medical clan? The sacred handgrounds in Hobak is famous throughout the land for its medical skills. By chance, I'm acquainted with the current hallmaster, so I'll write you a letter of recommendation. Show this letter, and they'll surely treat you well. Back in the present, Yonho asks, Then this isn't sacred handgrounds? This is sacred handgrounds too, the receptionist replies with a sly smile. But it's not the one you're looking for. If you want to reach your goal, cross the street and go down the alley to the other sacred handgrounds, though I doubt you'll find anything worth your expectations there. Realizing his mistake, Yonho leaves. So this wasn't the place, he thinks as he walks through the dark street. As he passes by a building, he hears desperate pleas. Please, sir, please save my wife, a woman cries. Another man begs, I promise I'll repay the money. If you don't help us, my father will die. A man from the building turns them away coldly. I told you, no money means no treatment. Yonho watches the scene, a look of disillusionment on his face. I thought the medical clan was supposed to save lives, yet even they turn their backs. So in the end, it all comes down to money. Anyway, they set to cross the street and head into the alley. He follows the instructions and arrives at a dilapidated building with a sign that reads, Sacred Handgrounds. So this is it, he says, looking at the rundown state of the place. Is this really the 500-year-old medical clan? He enters the deserted courtyard. Is anyone here? He calls out. What brings you here? A young boy asks, peeking out from behind a pillar. I have business here. Is the head in? Yonho replies. Yes, please let me see the head. Go ahead and speak, the boy says. I said I want to see the head. What do you mean by speak? Yonho asks, annoyed. Is he not here? My father passed away last year. So now I'm the head of Sacred Handgrounds, the boy explains. He introduces himself as Jin Soa, the head of Sacred Handgrounds. Yonho is shocked. And you're the head, he exclaims. Of course, nothing good would happen to me. I'm lucky lightning hasn't struck me yet. Oh, that damn master. Why did he send me on this errand? I want to go home. What's going on? A young woman asks, approaching them. Sister, a guest has arrived. He says he's come to see father. To see father, you say? Jin Yaran asks, her voice cool and composed. What business do you have with him? Yonho is taken aback by her beauty. Yes. Here, he says, handing her the letter of recommendation. She takes the letter and reads it. From the letter, it seems you came here to learn from the medical clan. Am I right? Well, something like that, Yonho replies, still a bit flustered. As you can see, our sacred handgrounds is no longer in any shape to present itself as a proper medical clan. But even so, sending someone away who is introduced by Uncle Moon would bring shame to our late father. This place may be lacking, but I ask you to stay. No, I'm really fine, Yonho insists. There are other medical clans out there, and I can just go to another one. So if it's too much trouble for you, I'll just leave. That is not acceptable, Jin Yurin says firmly. If we send away a guest who came to see our father, the world will point fingers at us. If the situation doesn't allow it, that's understandable, isn't it? Never, she retorts. Later, sitting alone in a room, Yonho reflects on the situation. Now that I think about it, I should have been more wary the moment I heard he was close with that rock-like scholar. Moon. Hey, whatever. It's still a physician's household. I guess I can stay. He then collapses on the floor. Yes? A voice asks from the doorway. Jin Yuran enters the room with a lavish spread of food. I thought you might be hungry, so I prepared your meal first. It's not much, but please, eat plenty. Not much? This could last me 3 days. Please join me. I've already eaten, so don't worry and enjoy your meal, she replies, bowing and leaving the room. So they're not quite as poor as I thought they were, Yonho thinks to himself as he prepares to eat. Outside, Jin Soa whispers to a sister. Sister, how did you get all this food? Be quiet, the guest is eating. We're this far away, he won't hear us. We're out of rice, so where did you buy all that? A man shouldn't meddle in household matters. Focus on your medical studies. Even if I try not to, sister, what about your necklace? I put it away for now. You've never taken that off for even 1 second? It was mother's keepsake. Did you sell it? A keepsake? Yunho thinks, overhearing their conversation. I merely pawned it at the Silver River Exchange. I'll get it back when things improve, Jin Yuran explains. Even if he is a guest, pawning mother's keepsake for a single meal is too much, Jin Soa argues. What are you saying? He came here looking for father. Do you mean we should treat someone like that carelessly? She retorts. That's not what I meant. Yonho, having heard everything, is overcome with guilt. No, I can't eat this, he thinks. He pushes the food away. Is the food not to your liking? Jin Yuran asks, concerned. I'll bring out a new meal, so please wait a moment. No, it's not that I don't like the food, Yonho exclaims. Could I turn this meal back into money somehow? He thinks to himself before rushing out of the building. Yonho rushes to the Silver River Exchange. I'm looking for an item, he tells the proprietor. It's a necklace pawned by a woman from the sacred handgrounds. I'm sorry, but that item was already sold. What? When? And to who? He didn't give his name, but he was a monk from the Sei clan. He bought it just a while ago. Then I can still catch up to him, Yonho exclaims. I don't think you can. I think that monk is heading to Hua Mountain. Yonho's face falls. Hua Mountain, he says, dejected. Will this do? Yonho asks, placing a bag of silver on the counter. It's not enough. There's more than 2 tiles of silver in there. The young lady borrowed 1 tile of silver, yes. And? When we claiming a pawned item, we collect 3 times the borrowed amount. If you don't reclaim it within 3 months, you'll owe 3 times again. That's usury, isn't it? Perish the thought. It's simply the rule of the exchange. If you dislike it, you can just sell the item instead. So you're saying I can't redeem it with this money? Regrettably, that's correct. Yonho's face falls. He realizes that the sacred handgrounds, already struggling, will never be able to get the necklace back. There was no way that Jin Yuran didn't understand that. Do you take items as collateral here? Yonho asks, presenting a golden object. Of course. Leave the item and repay 3 times the borrowed amount. The deadline is 3 months. Loan me the rest on this. It's made of gold. It should be worth a lot. It is certainly made of solid gold. Very well. For something like this, I can loan 1 tael of gold, but repayment would require 3. He pauses, his eyes widening in shock as he sees the seal on the object. Huh? This seal? The office of the inspectorate? That's right. 3 taels of gold, was it? Yonho says, a smirk on his face. The proprietor's face pales. I'm doomed. Elsewhere, a man bowed deeply before an old figure and reported that there was a problem. They had failed to take over the palace. The old man, who remained facing away, spoke in a calm voice and asked if Nakji Wanwan had not followed instructions. The man behind him explained that the royal inspectors had stood so firmly in opposition that Nakji Wanwa's influence had diminished considerably. Because of this, he suggested that they might have to abandon the entire plan. The old man gave a quiet response, simply saying that he understood. The man hesitated for a moment before adding that there was another smaller issue involving the Green Forest. During their attempt to seize it, the Hubei Peng clan had become involved. The old man turned his head slightly and asked if the Peng clan had realized their intentions. The subordinate bowed and answered respectfully that it did not seem so. According to him, it appeared to have been the Orthodox Murim alliance, not the Peng clan themselves, who interfered. He added that they seemed to have mistaken the situation for a mere bandit raid rather than a large-scale scheme, turning fully now. The old man spoke with composure, stating that all kinds of problems were bound to occur during the execution of a grand plan and that the true key lay in how one resolved them. The man acknowledged his words and reported that their dealings with the physicians were proceeding smoothly, as were their other arrangements. The old man then stated that it was almost time to tie the knot. They had endured countless hardships since his retirement, he continued, but now they possessed enough power that they no longer needed to worry about his absence. Soon they would make their return to the world and show everyone how terrifying their sword could be. At the Silver River Exchange, He Dabung had been sitting comfortably when he saw Wei Yonho's sword. The moment his eyes recognized it, he shot up from his seat, dropped to his knees beside Wei Yonho, and bowed repeatedly to the floor. Trembling, he stammered an apology, saying that he had failed to recognize him. Wei Yonho looked at him silently while He Dabung's thoughts ran wild with panic. He wondered what he should fix first, the fact that he had completely cheated that woman out of her necklace, or the fact that he had demanded an absurd interest rate. His body shook as he tried to explain himself, saying that the interest rate he charged might seem high, but many people pawned their items and never returned. He claimed that he had no choice and that, with compound interest, their profit was only 4.5%. Wei Yonho repeated the number slowly, 4.5%, and asked what the annual interest rate was. He Dabung stuttered and replied that it was not much, at most 60%. Wei Yonho leaned in slightly, pressing him with an expression of disbelief. He questioned how 60% could be called reasonable, repeating the number and stating that he had never heard such nonsense before. He Dabung's body trembled as sweat began to roll down his forehead. He tried to justify it, saying that white jade was worth at least 10 silver niang, so the interest was fair. Wei Yonho interrupted him sharply, reminding him that he had earlier claimed the jade was worth only 1 silver niang. Now suddenly it was 10. He Dabung flinched, his expression collapsing as he struggled to respond. Wei Yonho's patience broke. He shouted for the doors to be locked and declared that he would see this matter through to the end. He Dabung cried out in panic, calling him Sir. Wei Yonho glared back and snapped that the title Sir was meaningless. That night, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Jin Yaran was in her room writing in a small book when she heard a knock at her door. Curious and cautious, she rose and stepped outside, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Her eyes caught sight of something on the ground. As she approached, she froze. It was the necklace she had pawned. She knelt, picked it up carefully, and held it tightly in her hand. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Mother." Looking around, she wondered who could have returned it to her. High above on the roof, Wei Yonho lay silently with his eyes open, thinking to himself that he hoped it would be enough to pay for the food. Meanwhile, at the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, inside the General Strategist's pavilion, Duguk sat nervously in front of a table. His heart pounded as he thought to himself that he must have done something wrong. He recalled that he had indeed done many wrong things, and that realization did little to calm him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. A man entered the room and Doguk immediately stood straight and bowed. The man gestured for him to sit and spoke simply, telling him to take a seat. Doguk obeyed with a hurried yes. The man before him was Jo Hyun, the general strategist of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, known across the martial world as the Divine Strategist. As they both sat, Doguk's mind spun. He wondered nervously why such a high figure would call for him. Jo Hyun spoke first. He said that he had heard all about what had happened in the Green Forest and asked if Doguk had encountered the 10 swords of the Green Forest. The moment he heard that title, Doguk's body went stiff and he stammered in disbelief. Jo Hyun nodded calmly, confirming that those had indeed been his pursuers. He remarked that Doguk was fortunate to have survived. Doguk thought privately that it all made sense now. Jo Hyun continued, stating that he would handle the situation with the Swift Dragon Escort Agency himself. He added that because of this incident, they might be able to uncover something far larger. The real problem, he said, was the young man who had helped Duguk that day. Inwardly, Jo Hyun pondered what he had heard. The Swift Dragon Escort Agency was one of the Green Forest's elite forces. Even though Doguk was skilled, it would have been difficult for him to defeat even one of their members. Yet someone had single-handedly crushed 10 of them without struggle. Jo Hyun asked aloud if Doguk had learned the man's name. Doguk immediately replied that his name was Wee Yeon-ho. Jo Hyun repeated the name under his breath and recalled having seen it mentioned in a message from the beggar sect. He wondered whether the second son of the Gwangdong Wee clan had truly returned. 5 years had passed, and such progress in martial power was astounding. The eldest son, Wee San-ho, had also been exceptionally skilled, and now the second son was making his mark. Jo Hyun considered the possibility that the Gwangdong Wee clan lay at the center of the chaos beginning to stir. He stood and asked where the young man was headed. Duguk answered that he was going to the Sacred Hand Manor. Jo Hyun frowned slightly, thinking that someone who had returned after 5 years should be heading home, not toward Hubei. He placed a hand on Doguk's shoulder and said that he needed more information about Wee Yeon-ho. Since Doguk was the only one who knew his appearance, he asked for his cooperation. Leaning forward, Jo Hyun asked if he could help. Duguk immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and shouted that he would. In his thoughts, he promised himself that he would meet Yeon-ho again. The next day at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yeon-ho slept quietly atop the roof. Below him, Jin Soa looked up and wondered aloud how someone could reach the roof without a ladder. He suspected that Yeon-ho must have some martial arts training, but judging from his ragged appearance and lazy posture, he doubted that the man knew anything beyond the basics. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud pounding at the door and a frantic voice yelling if anyone was home. Jin Soa opened the door to find several people carrying severely injured workers. One man shouted that they were from the quarry and had been crushed by falling boulders. They had brought only those still alive and pleaded for help, explaining that they had no money. Jin Soa clenched his teeth at the sight and muttered under his breath. At that moment, Jin Yiren arrived, shouting at him to bring the patients inside. He called out to her in surprise, addressing her as his sister. She ignored his hesitation and issued quick orders, telling him to categorize the patients, send the non-urgent ones to rooms, and treat the urgent ones immediately. He responded at once, obeying her orders. Jin Yiren commanded that 2 be sent to the rooms and that hot water be prepared. Above, Yeon-ho stirred awake from the noise and looked down, wondering what was happening. Below, Jin Yiren rolled up her sleeves, pulled out a set of acupuncture needles, and ordered that the urgent patients be laid on the floor. Moving swiftly, she began treatment, puncturing critical points with practiced precision. One patient suddenly convulsed and vomited blood violently, splattering it across her face and clothes, but she continued without hesitation. She shouted at Jin Soa to move faster and asked if he planned to let the others die. Overwhelmed by the number of injured, Jin Soa gritted his teeth and thought desperately that he needed help. He turned to Yeon-ho on the roof and shouted for assistance, pointing at one of the patients. He urged him to help, reasoning that since Yeon-ho was from the Maram, he must know something about acupressure points. Without hesitation, Yeon-ho appeared beside the patient, kneeling down. He admitted that he had not learned it properly and asked what to do. Jin Soa, still treating another patient, shouted instructions for him to stimulate the Tiantu acupoint halfway and the Jiangfu acupoint fully. Following the directions, Yeon-ho undid part of the patient's robe and pressed his finger against the chest, muttering to himself as he did so. Foam began to form around the patient's mouth. He frowned and said that the man was reacting strangely. Jin Soa yelled, asking if he was sure he had pressed the correct points. Yeon-ho hesitated, pointed again, and asked if it was there. Jin Soa shouted in frustration, calling him worthless and saying that the Jiangfu point was lower. He ordered him to do it again. Yeon-ho sighed and said that he had warned him he was not good at this. Moments later, the patient began breathing heavily. Yeon-ho looked surprised and said that it seemed the man was breathing again. Jin Soa told him that the airways were only cleared, but the patient still needed to expel blood and mucus. He ordered Yeon-ho to inhale it with his mouth. Yeon-ho froze, staring at him in disbelief, and asked if he was serious, that he was supposed to kiss the old man, and demanded if there was no other way. Jin Soa yelled for him to do it or the man would die. Yeon-ho pouted slightly and muttered that he only needed to clear what was stuck in the throat, and that Jin Soa could have just said that instead of humiliating him with acupoint talk. He then covered the patient's mouth and nose. Jin Soa turned and shouted in alarm, asking what he was doing. Yon Ho suddenly struck the patient's chest. The man coughed violently, vomiting blood. Yon Ho guided the blood with his palm, forming it into a floating orb beneath his hand. Jin Soa froze, his eyes and mouth wide in shock. Yon Ho looked at him calmly and said, "Can't you tell? I'm saving a life." Elsewhere, a man was reading a letter under the moonlight in the middle of nowhere. He muttered, questioning if his mother did what the letter suggested. That man was Wei San Ho, the demon-slaying sword and Yon Ho's older brother. He then began to read the letter, which stated, "My beloved son San Ho, I would love to ask about how you're doing and all, but the matter at hand is too pressing. Yon Ho is alive." As soon as he read the words, his eyes widened and his hands trembled as he gripped his chest very tightly. He continued reading the letter. There was a letter from Yon Ho after 5 years. "I'm sure that should lighten the burden on your chest a bit. However, he's saying that he's not allowed to come home, whatever that means. So your father and I have decided to go look for him right away. I'm sending you this letter before we leave." Yon Ho's letter came from the Kaifeng branch of the Hao sect, so we're headed to Kaifeng. After reading the letter, San Ho's entire body began to tremble. He tilted his head up high, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself that his brother was alive. After a few moments, he turned around and thought to himself that now was not the time to get emotional. He noted that Kaifeng was where Zhang Il was. Then, without hesitation, he leaped forward. Elsewhere, Jin Soa knocked on Yan Ho's room and asked if he was sleeping. As Jin Soa entered the room, Yan Ho, who was lying down on his side, responded that he was. Jin Soa remarked that it did not seem that way. Yan Ho then asked how Jin Soa could be a physician when he did not even trust people. Jin Soa bowed at him and said he had done well that day and that it had been a little helpful. Still facing away from Jin Soa while lying down, Yan Ho responded, questioning a little when he had saved a whole patient. Jin Soa corrected himself, saying Yan Ho had been greatly helpful. Yan Ho then smiled and responded with a satisfied, all right. Jin Soa, still lowering his head, added that he wanted to know where Yan Ho thought their problem lay. Yan Ho asked about the problem, noting that there were so many, and asked why he wanted to know. Jin Soa explained that he wanted to restore the Sacred Hand Manor to its former glory, which was why he wanted to hear the objective truth from an outsider like Yan Ho. Yan Ho then sat up, facing Jin Soa. Jin Soa sat down on a chair, and Yan Ho responded, stating that while there were lots of problems, the biggest one would be money. Jin Soa questioned this, expressing surprise. Yan Ho simply repeated, "Money." Jin Soa then exclaimed that medicine was the most important thing to a physician's household and asked if money was not a secondary problem. Yan Ho then told him to think about it from the beginning, asking what had brought on his household's downfall. He reminded Jin Soa that he had said the giant physician's place across the street used to be theirs. Jin Soa sighed deeply and began to speak about his father. He explained that their father was a very friendly man and did not have a single enemy. He treated patients for free, just as they were doing now, and did not take payment from the poor, even if the treatment cost an arm and a leg. This was possible because they had wealth from previous generations, but the storage began running out of gold by the time Jin Soa was born. By the time he matured, it was empty. There were many physicians working at that time, so they spent a lot. However, that debt was not crushing since they brought in quite a bit of money thanks to their skill and fame. But Jin Soa thought that at some point, his father realized that his method was not sustainable, so he thought of a way to repay the debt. Yan Ho then spoke, asking if his father was scammed or assassinated. Jin Soa responded, calling that kind of talk nonsense and suggesting that Yan Ho had read too many novels. He then lowered his head and hesitantly spoke, saying that his father had found a way to a lot of money in a short time at a very high risk. Gambling. Yan Ho then exclaimed, asking if Jin Soa was telling him that his father gambled to try and repay debts and brought his entire family to ruin, questioning if he was just trying to win big. Jin Soa responded embarrassingly, confirming that he tried and tried again. He never ate proper food and only drank during those days, so he passed away from nutrient deficiency and alcohol poisoning. After hearing the reasons for the Sacred Hand Manor's downfall, Yan Ho thought to himself, what the hell? He then tilted his head and spoke out loud, asking if Jin Soa wanted to know how he was supposed to revive the Sacred Hand Manor and why he would ask him that. Though Jin Soa explained that since Yan Ho brought a recommendation letter from Mr. Mun Yuhuan, the third Grand Scholar, he could not be any ordinary person. Yan Ho then smirked and responded, stating that he was wrong and that he was an ordinary person. He insisted that this was something Jin Soa should ask a professional. The next day, they arrived at the Silver River Exchange. They sat down in front of He Debung, and Yan Ho began to speak, saying that Jin Soa would ask a physician about medical stuff and a pharmacist for medicine, and with money. He Debung then nervously cut him off, saying, "So, Royal Inspector, you want me to invest in the Sacred Hand Manor?" Yan Ho confirmed this, telling him to think about it and asking if the Sacred Hand Manor would be in its current state if He Debung had been the one managing it. He Debung replied, "Of course not." Yan Ho stated that they had the medical skills but not the administrative skills. He then asked what would happen if He Debung were to help with that. He Debung finished the sentence by responding that that would definitely bring in money. Jin Soa then turned to Yan Ho and said he did not want to work with He Debung. Yan Ho pointed out that Jin Soa had no choice right now, and that He Debung was the one who had the power of choice. He stated that Jin Soa was not all that and could not be picky. Jin Soa then responded, asking what he had done that was so bad. Yan Ho spoke flatly, saying, "Being broke." Jin Soa then added, as he looked at He Debung, that their household was renowned for its medical skills, and he questioned working with a loan shark. Hearing the words loan shark, He Debung snapped at the youth, shouting, "What? Loan shark?" He angrily pointed out that Jin Soa's family were the ones who blew away their money like nothing, and that at least he knew how to popcorn his money. Yan Ho then interjected, asking if Jin Soa thought he had dug up that fame from the ground and where he thought it came from. He asked if Jin Soa thought the Sacred Hand Manor would have lasted so long if they had given out treatments for free, as he was doing now. He noted that Jin Soa's former pavilion was really fancy too, and that the ancestors Jin Soa was so proud of all received money from their patients, which was how they were able to build such a grand pavilion. Jin Soa then turned to Yan Ho and asked if that was true. Yan Ho emphatically replied, "Of course." He insisted that Jin Soa had pride in his family in the first place because they were a famous medicine household, so he needed to bring in money. He also needed to have a grand pavilion so that people would think, they did really well in their career. He pointed out that all the really famous physician households were all rich. He Debung agreed, pointing out that they were immensely wealthy and that patients were not sparing with their money when their lives depended on it. Yan Ho then turned to Jin Soa and said, "See?" Jin Soa responded with an then pouted and thought to himself that he had thought medicine was about the people. Later, back at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yan Ho covered himself up with a blanket as he lay down. He began to recall Jin Soa's expression earlier and thought to himself that he had been too straightforward and that Jin Soa had been really down since then. He then dismissed the thought, deciding it was none of his business. Then suddenly an ear-shattering voice echoed through the entire manor that jolted Yan Ho up. The voice shouted, "I told you to come." He then sharpened his eyes and thought to himself, "What? What's going on now?" Outside in the courtyard, a broad man lifted up a patient, holding him up with one hand. The broad man spoke loudly as he shouted, "Let me talk to the owner. Where's Jin Yaran? Where's that damn matriarch?" That man was Black Earth, Hwajul. After hearing the commotion, Jin Yaran hurriedly rushed outside and shouted at the man, asking what he was doing and why he was dragging a patient from their room. Hwajul turned toward her, grinned and said, So you're Jin Yaran." Jin Yaran then rushed forward towards the patient and shouted at Hwajul, asking if he had any empathy. Hwajul shouted back, "Empathy? Are you borrowing money from us because you have empathy? Your father borrowed money in the name of the Sacred Hand Manor. You need to either shut down the business or repay the debt." Jin Yaran then shouted back at him, saying that he should talk to them if he had a problem and asking what the patients had done. Then Hwajul let go and smacked the patient to the ground. He spoke, "Talk to you guys?" And without warning, Hwajul grabbed Jin Yaran's arm, pulled her towards him, and said he did not want to use this method either. He then leaned closer towards her face and with a grin added, "But since you want to take care of it yourself, seeing as you're pretty, selling you to the brothel should pay off the debt. With your looks, you should be able to pay off the debt in about 10 years. Isn't that a good solution?" Then suddenly, Jin Soa appeared right at the back of Hwajul. Jin Soa started pounding Hwajul's back with his littler arms as he shouted at him to let her go. Hwajul then easily shoved him away by kicking him. Jin Yaran shouted her little brother's name. Hwajul then spoke, still grinning, saying it would not even take her that long since even her shocked face was pretty. He suggested that her brother should worry about how to use her for money instead of her safety. Then suddenly the patient started to jump on Hwajul to stop him. Hua shoved Jin Yaran to the ground. The patients and Jin Soa began shouting as they rushed at Hua, crying, "No, not the physician! Take me instead, you terrible bastard!" Then one of the patients started biting Hua arm and shouted that he was going to die anyway and would take Hua with him. Hua clenched his teeth as he shoved them off. Then Jin Yaran screamed out loud, telling them to stop, that it was not their problem to deal with. She then lowered her head and added, "Don't put your hands on the patients. I'll go." Hua then looked down at her as he grinned and said, "All right." Jin Soa then shouted towards his sister, asking what she meant. Jin Yiran then turned to her little brother and, with a smile, said she would repay the debt somehow, and told him not to worry about her, but just to think about restoring their household. As Hua held Jin Yiran's arm, they walked away. The patients and her little brother started crying at the sight, shouting, "Physician and sister." Then suddenly a calm and firm tone echoed in the courtyard, saying, Wait." Both Hua and Jin Yaran turned their heads at the sound. Ho started walking slowly towards them, still covered in a blanket. He added, "You can't go." Hua looked at him and, with a smirk, responded, "Who the hell are you?" Ho then responded, "I'm Ho." In the middle of the courtyard, Ho stands barefoot, wrapped in a simple white robe. His voice cuts through the tense air as he states plainly, "You can't take her." Hua the man with the prominent cross-shaped scar beneath his eye, turns his head slightly, a disdainful sneer on his face. He looks over his shoulder at the newcomer and demands, "Who the hell are you?" Unfazed, Ho meets his gaze with a look of calm indifference and introduces himself, "I'm Ho." The scene is set in a wide-open courtyard where several servants are kneeling in submission. Hua holding on to a young lady, is completely bewildered by the sudden interruption. He internally questions the stranger's sanity, thinking, "What the? Is this guy missing a few screws?" Deciding to ignore him, he dismissively says, "Let's go," and begins to walk away with the woman. However, his path is blocked as Ho suddenly appears beside him, his hand firmly gripping Hua's arm to stop him. Looking directly at him, Ho repeats his warning. "I said you can't take her with you." Hua's expression twists into one of sheer annoyance, his brow furrowed in anger. He stares at Ho, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this bastard yapping about now?" His patience completely exhausted, he grits his teeth and mutters. Then, Hua looks down at the man holding his arm, completely baffled by his interference. Ho then provides a reason that no one could have expected. "Who's going to cook for me?" he asks plainly. Hua and the young lady, Jin Yaran, stare at him in disbelief, both thinking, "What?" Ho continues his explanation with perfect seriousness. "If the young lady is gone, there's no one to make me food." Now thoroughly confused, Hua points a finger at him, demanding clarification. "This woman cooked your meals?" Ho simply replies, "Yes, yes." Hua presses further. "Why?" Ho offers a simple yet absurd answer. "Because I'm a guest?" This nonsensical justification is the final straw for Hua Veins bulging on his temple, he grabs Ho by his robe, his face a mask of rage. "Why are you spouting such nonsense?" he snarls, his patience completely gone. To him, this is nothing more than a damn beggar looking for trouble. With a furious roar that echoes through the courtyard, Hua pulls back his muscular arm, his fist clenched tight. "Fine, I'll make sure you never eat again starting today." As he swings his fist forward, Jin Yaran, seeing the imminent violence, throws her hands up and screams in terror, "Stop!" However, the blow never lands. In an instant, with a serene and almost bored expression, Ho strikes first. He brings his own fist down in a powerful arc. A massive shock wave of brilliant blue energy erupts from his hand, slamming into Hua and driving him into the stone ground. The impact shatters the courtyard floor, creating a deep crater where he lands, instantly neutralizing him. Jin Yaran is left frozen in place, her mouth agape and her eyes wide with shock as dust and particles of blue energy swirl around her, a silent testament to the incredible power she just witnessed. The courtyard is a scene of chaos. Hua lies crumpled at the bottom of the crater his body created, while his subordinates and household servants look on in absolute shock. Standing over the wreckage, Ho looks down at his handiwork with a slightly sheepish look, scratching the back of his head. "Are you okay?" Ah, that wasn't my intention, he says casually. It happened before I knew it. Huajul coughs violently as he pushes himself up from the rubble, the realization dawning on him in a wave of pain and fear. A master, he thinks to himself. He quickly stumbles back, creating distance and adopting a wary stance. His aggressive demeanor is gone, replaced by one of cautious respect as he asks, "From where do you hail, esteemed warrior?" Yonho nonchalantly dusts off his white robe, his expression unreadable. "I'm not a warrior," he states simply. Realizing that he is hopelessly outmatched in strength, Huajul attempts to reason with him, trying to appeal to law and order. "Do not interfere in personal matters," he insists. "Besides, we have a clear contract regarding the debt. Even the authorities will side with us." Yonho simply acknowledges his point with a calm, "So it seems." Sweat beads on Huajul's forehead, his confidence completely shattered. He sees a glimmer of hope that this powerful master might respect the law. He stammers out a desperate plea, "Then please don't interfere any further." Yonho calmly meets Huajul's pleading eyes and responds, "That's gonna be a little difficult." He then reiterates his peculiar concern, "I told you already, if the young lady is gone, I'll have no one to feed me." Huajul's expression hardens as he finally understands the situation. He thinks to himself, the food is just an excuse. He intends to help Jin Yiren after all. Seeing through the pretense, he confronts Yonho directly, his voice laced with menace. "Do you intend to interfere with the Black Spider Den's business until the very end?" Yonho tilts his head slightly, feigning ignorance. "Black Spider Den," Huajul clarifies. "It's the faction I belong to, and the one that Jin Yiren is indebted to. Our den will not simply stand by and watch this happen." Changing his approach, Yonho looks up and states matter-of-factly, "I have no intention of interfering. The problem right now is money, isn't it?" Huajul is taken aback by this sudden shift, a look of suspicion on his face. "Then are you saying that you will pay the debt on her behalf?" he asks, his tone skeptical. The young head of the household, Jin Soa, and the other servants look on with wide-eyed shock. As Yonho makes an incredible offer, "I don't have the money, but I'll make it and give it to you so you can leave," he says. He then sets a timeline. "I'll give it to you within a fortnight." A tense silence hangs in the air as Huajul stares at Yonho, weighing the absurd proposition from this mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful man. After a long moment of consideration, he finally makes his decision. "I will trust that you keep your promise." In a lavishly decorated room, Dosun, the formidable leader of the Black Spider Den, sits enjoying a large meal. He gnaws on a piece of meat as he receives a report. "A master appeared at the Shongsujung?" he asks, pausing his meal. Huajul, kneeling respectfully before him, confirms the news. "Yes, that is correct. He said he was a guest." Dosun repeats the word. "A guest? An acquaintance of the former master of Shongsujung?" If so, things could get complicated. He looks down at his subordinate, a critical edge to his voice. "So you're saying you ran away as soon as you saw this master?" Huajul's face flushes with indignation at the accusation. He leans forward and protests loudly. Huajul, I am no coward." He then explains the details of the arrangement he made. That master fellow said he would pay the money within a fortnight. He reports, sweat still visible on his brow from the earlier encounter. "So I thought it best to observe the situation first." Huajul's explanation is met with an explosion of fury. "You imbecile!" Dosun's voice booms through the room as he erupts in anger. "Did I tell you to go collect the money? I told you to use the debt as an excuse to tear down the Shongsujung sign and crush them so they can never recover." In a fit of rage, he hurls a large piece of shellfish, which smacks Huajul squarely in the side of the head. "And you just backed off after hearing that nonsense?" Huajul, flustered and holding his head, tries to defend his cautious actions. "Well, for now, I thought it was right to first figure out that man's identity." But his reasoning only enrages his leader further. Guak Dosun's frustration boils over completely. He slams his fist down on the table, sending food and dishes scattering across the floor. "Why are you dragging this on?" he screams, his face a mask of desperation. "Should I cut out your tongue?" He reveals the true source of his fear, warning, "If this goes wrong, they will be furious. And if that happens, we'll all be turned into a puddle of blood." Seeing the genuine panic in his leader, Huajul cautiously proposes a direct solution. "Then, should we get rid of him?" The suggestion seems to snap Guak Dosun back to a state of cold calculation. His frenzied anger vanishes, replaced by a quiet intensity. No, he answers firmly. He explains his cautious approach. There's no need to poke a hornet's nest we might not be able to handle. He leans back, his expression grim and thoughtful, as he makes his final decision. Let's just watch and see for now. Inside a quiet room, Yon Ho lies sprawled out on a wooden bed, completely at ease with his hands behind his head. Across from him, the young head of the house, Jin Soa, sits with a worried expression. He breaks the silence, his voice filled with anxiety. What on earth are you planning to do? Yon Ho, barely opening his eyes, replies dismissively. About what? Jin Soa's concern deepens as he reminds him of his bold promise. Didn't you say you'd pay off the debt within a fortnight? With a look of genuine forgetfulness, Yon Ho simply asks, Did I? This sends Jin Soa into a panic. He jumps to his feet exclaiming, Didn't you have a plan? What do you mean, did I? Calmly, Yon Ho reassures him. A plan? Of course I have one. It's the best method, passed down since ancient times. His expression becomes dead serious as he reveals his ancient wisdom. When you're hounded by debt collectors, there's nothing better than this. Jin Soa leans forward, completely captivated and on edge, swallowing nervously as he asks, Why? What is it? Yon Ho reveals his brilliant strategy. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's called a midnight run. The ridiculousness of the suggestion earns Yon Ho several frantic smacks, from the utterly enraged Jin Soa, who yells, You call that a plan? Completely exasperated, Jin Soa clenches his fist in frustration. To think I actually trusted someone like you. After taking the hit, Yon Ho's demeanor shifts back to seriousness. He sits up and asks a crucial question. So how much is it? The debt? Jin Soa looks down at the floor, his expression somber as he answers. I don't know the exact amount myself, but I believe it's around 20 nyang of gold. Yon Ho is taken aback by the enormous sum, 2,000 nyang in silver? How can a person rack up that much debt? With a heavy sigh, Jin Soa reveals the full extent of their financial ruin. It was originally over 100 nyang of gold. We sold off our assets to get it down to that amount. Yon Ho can only let out a breath of disbelief. Unbelievable. To which Jin Soa replies with quiet resignation. That's what everyone says. After a moment of thought, Yon Ho gets to his feet with a look of resolve. Let's go. Jin Soa, still seated, looks up in confusion. Huh? Go where? Yon Ho glances back over his shoulder, a determined look in his eye. To earn money, he declares. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The old saying confuses Jin Soa even more. Why are you bringing that up now? He asks, a hint of unease in his voice. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Yon Ho's face as he reveals his plan. Because the place we're going to earn money is where your father was ruined. With a look of nervous anticipation, Jin Soa realizes exactly where they are headed. The gambling den. They arrive at Jimwajang, a secret gambling house bustling with activity. The air is thick with smoke and the constant clacking of tiles as men gamble away their fortunes. Yon Ho, now dressed in an elegant white and blue robe, walks through the crowd with an air of confidence, followed by Jin Soa, who is disguised as his servant in a simple gray uniform and brown headband. In a private room away from the clamor, Kang Cheonrip, the master of Jimwajang, lounges lazily, lamenting the slow day of business. Another bust today, he mutters to himself. He wonders aloud, did the rumors about me fleecing suckers spread too far? He then reflects on his last major score, musing, quote, I guess fleecing the old master of Seongsujang might have been the problem. His idle thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a subordinate bursts into the room in a panic, shouting, Master! Startled and annoyed, Kang Cheonrip sits up, demanding, What is it? Did the authorities show up to collect their dues or something? Ignoring his master's paranoia, the subordinate delivers his exciting news with a wide grin. We've got one! We've got one! Kang Cheonrip, still confused, asks, Got what? The subordinate's voice rings with glee. As he makes the announcement, a sucker has arrived. As they step inside, Yon Ho takes in the scene, his eyes scanning the various tables where men are deeply engrossed in their games. So this is the gambling den? He remarks, looking around with curiosity. Jin Soa, sticking close by his side, nervously urges him along, whispering, Yes, so please stop gawking. The young man is fraught with worry, thinking to himself, Is this really going to be okay? Trying to win back what was lost to gambling. With more gambling, their presence is immediately noticed. An attendant with a wide, toothy grin rushes towards them, his arms spread wide in an exaggerated welcome. "I goo, young master. What brings you to this humble establishment?" he exclaims with fawning enthusiasm. Yan-ho looks at the man with a cool, detached expression and asks simply, "Do you know me?" The attendant's grin widens even further, his eyes crinkling with feigned delight. "Of course, you're a valued guest who has come to enjoy the night, are you not?" he says, practically bowing. Yan-ho plays along, inquiring with an air of aristocratic boredom. "So, what does one do for fun around here?" The attendant, sensing a wealthy and naive customer, becomes even more obsequious. "Agu, young master. Please speak comfortably," he insists, eager to please. Yan-ho clears his throat, adopting a slightly flustered high-class demeanor. "Ahem, right? What does one do for fun in a place like this?" The attendant gestures grandly with his hand, a magical aura seeming to emanate from his sales pitch. "We have everything from pai gao to bone tiles, dice donggi, horyang pai, and more." His voice is smooth and enticing as he concludes, "If it involves betting money to win money, we have it all." He then beckons them forward, his excitement palpable. "This way, please. Come this way. You simply have to see this game for yourself." He leads them towards a specific table that is drawing a crowd. As they approach, Yan-ho clears his throat again, announcing their presence to the seated gamblers. The attendant points to 2 small cups and a few intricately carved objects on the table. "This is it," he announces. Yan-ho peers at the items with feigned innocence. "What is this? It looks like dice?" The attendant smiles warmly and explains, "This is a game called Yin and Yang. It's the most popular game in our establishment." He picks up one of the cups, his movements practiced and smooth. The rules are very simple. The attendant begins to demonstrate the game, explaining the simple mechanics. "You put these iron beads into the containers and shake them," he says, vigorously shaking the cup, the beads rattling loudly inside. He then takes 2 containers and shakes them together. As the beads are shaken inside the 2 containers, they will be divided between the 2 sides. With a decisive thud, he places 1 container down on the floor. Then, when 1 container is placed on the floor, he continues, "You just have to guess whether the number of beads inside is odd or even." Yan-ho, stroking his chin thoughtfully, remarks on the game's nature. "That's incredibly simple." The attendant laughs heartily, agreeing with him. "People love it because it's simple." He elaborates on the appeal of the game, contrasting it with more complicated forms of gambling. His eyes gleam with a persuasive glint as he lays out the addictive nature of the game. "Bet fast, win fast, and the odds are exactly 50-50. He concludes his pitch with a final bit of fawning flattery. "It will perfectly suit your fiery temperament, young master." A confident, almost cocky smile spreads across Yan-ho's face as he plays his part perfectly. "True, I can't stand things that take too long," he agrees while the attendant fawns over him. He gestures toward the table, fully committing to the role of an impatient nobleman. "All right then, shall we give this a try?" From a vantage point overlooking the gambling floor, Kang Cheonrip observes the new arrival with a knowing smirk. He thinks to himself, he's doing well. He lays out his predatory strategy in his mind. Hooking a sucker is the easy part. Let him lose some, win some, then let him have a huge win. Repeat the process. A quiet, self-satisfied laugh escapes him, and before he knows it, he'll be addicted. As the game progresses, Kang Cheonrip continues to watch, his confidence unshaken. A small chuckle escapes him as he thinks, "Looks like he's already losing his ass off, huh?" However, his smug satisfaction is shattered by a sudden uproar from the floor below. A gambler's voice cries out in astonishment, "How much is all that? Young Mojang is getting cleaned out today." Kang Cheonrip's smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He leans over the railing, his eyes wide as he tries to comprehend the scene. The sound of clanking silver fills the air as massive, sparkling ingots are stacked higher and higher in front of Yan-ho. The sheer volume of winnings is staggering. Kang Cheonrip can only stare, completely dumbfounded, his mind reeling as a single disbelieving thought echoes in his head. Kang Cheonrip lets out a choked, disbelieving gasp. "Huh?" Below him, the scene is one of surreal success. Surrounded by towering stacks of gleaming silver ingots, Yan-ho leans his head on his hand, looking utterly bored by his own incredible luck. He makes another call with a yawn. Odd. Beside him, Jin Soa is frozen. From his perch above, Kang Cheonrip's mind struggles to catch up with reality. The plan to fleece a sucker has backfired in the most spectacular way possible. He stammers to himself, his thoughts fragmented by shock. Is that, down at the table, the silver continues to pile up with a series of satisfying clinks. A calm, confident smirk plays on Yeon-ho's lips as he picks up one of the heavy silver pieces, inspecting it with a cool gaze. The entire gambling den has fallen into a stunned silence, broken only by the sound of his winnings. For Kang Cheonrip, whose entire establishment is being bled dry, only one frantic question remains. What's going on? The beggar's sect branch leader, Jung Yil, relaxes, feeling a sense of peace. He muses aloud that with Yeon-ho out of the picture, business is finally returning to normal. As winter approaches, he finds a discarded door. Pleased with his find, he considers it his lucky day, but his moment of contentment is short-lived. Suddenly, the door he just set up is violently shattered into pieces. Standing amidst the debris is an imposing figure, his face wrought with intensity. He looks down at the startled Jung Yil and asks a single sharp question. Is that true? This man is San-ho, the demon-slaying sword, and more importantly, Yeon-ho's older brother. Jung Yil stammers in shock, recognizing the man before him. Without a moment's hesitation, San-ho lunges forward and violently grabs Jung Yil by the collar. Jung Yil, he yells, his voice filled with a desperate rage. I asked you, Yeon-ho's alive. Is that true? Terrified, Jung Yil quickly confirms it. Aye, it's true. Just calm down. Let go first, then we'll talk. The confirmation seems to momentarily stun San-ho. He releases his grip, letting Jung Yil slump to the ground. The fierce anger in his eyes gives way to a quiet realization as he murmurs. So he really is alive. His composure returns, now cold and focused. He looks down at the beggar and asks with quiet intensity, where is he now? Jung Yil, sweating and intimidated, provides the information. The Hao clan has that information. You'll need to ask them. San-ho's decision is immediate. Let's go, he states. A confused Jung Yil asks, huh? Go where? Without another word, San-ho grabs Jung Yil by the back of his shirt, lifting him effortlessly as he begins to walk. To the Hao clan, let's go. San-ho gives the simple command, lead the way. Jung Yil, still held captive, can only think to himself in exasperation. These lunatic brothers. They arrive at the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch, a lavish and intimidating building. As they step inside, they are met by the leader of the branch. The Hao sect leader looks down at them, her expression venomous. She immediately directs her fury at Jung Yil. Jung Yil, you bastard! You actually dragged the demon-slaying sword here? The rising star of the whole righteous faction? Jung Yil desperately tries to explain himself, shouting, no, that's not why I brought him. But the leader is not interested in his excuses. Shut it, she snarls. I'm settling scores with you today. As chaos breaks out, Jung Yil's voice is lost in a terrified scream. I told you I didn't mean to. The scene shifts to a lively gambling den where a tense game is reaching its climax. Yeon-ho, looking entirely relaxed, casually asks how much he stands to win in the current round. A voice from the excited crowd answers for him, 1,000 yang. 1,000? The sheer size of the pot sends a murmur through the onlookers, with one spectator clarifying in disbelief that 1,000 yang is the equivalent of 10 gold yang. Yeon-ho's opponent, a burly man with a strained expression, grips the dice cup on the table, silently cursing his luck. The spectators around him comment on the insanity of the stakes, acknowledging it might be the biggest game they have ever witnessed. In stark contrast to the palpable tension, Yeon-ho appears utterly bored, resting his head on his hand. His opponent can only stare, wondering who this mysterious challenger is, as the young man nonchalantly says, now. The crowd whispers among themselves, noting that he's already won 9 matches in a row. The opponent's confidence crumbles, sweat beading on his forehead as he thinks with growing dread, don't tell me he'll win again? The opponent lifts the cup. The dice land, totaling 4. Even, it's even, the crowd shouts. The gambling den erupts in a frenzy of excitement. That's 1,000 yang, one man yells, another proclaims. A gambling god! A gambling god has descended. The spectators are in awe. The young head of Sacred Handgrounds, Jin Soa, leans in close to the winner, Yeon-ho, and exclaims, you won, sir. You really won. Yeon-ho simply lets out a soft chuckle as he admires his massive pile of winnings. Internally, Yeon-ho's confidence is absolute. He thinks to himself that he's the kind of man who can dodge a rock thrown in his sleep just by hearing it. To him, a game like this is child's play. As his opponent trembles in defeat, Yan-ho continues his thought. I can tell odd from even by sound alone. He looks at his winnings and concludes that this is hands down the best way to make money. Yan-ho yawns widely, thinking to himself, shame to stop now, but I should probably call it a day. He glances down at the glittering pile of money, a flicker of temptation in his mind. One more win and I'd hit 20 golden yang. As he contemplates, a man with messy shoulder-length hair and a goatee makes his way through the crowd. He approaches Yan-ho's table with a practiced smile and a respectful bow. An esteemed guest has graced us today, he says smoothly. I failed to recognize such a distinguished visitor, the crowd murmurs as they identify the newcomer. It's Kang Cheonrip, the owner of the Golden Flower Manor. Yan-ho, however, remains completely unfazed by the owner's presence. He looks up with a lazy, unimpressed gaze and states flatly, I'm not an esteemed guest. I'm nothing like that. Kang Cheonrip lets out a good-natured laugh. In a gambling house, the one who puts on a good show is the esteemed guest. His friendly demeanor does nothing to change Yan-ho's attitude. With a deadpan expression, Yan-ho replies, and frankly, I wasn't entertained. Kang Cheonrip lets out a strained laugh. Clasping his hands together, he forces a smile. As expected, you're on a whole different level. Despite his pleasant demeanor, his internal thoughts reveal his true frustration. Damn it, he thinks. He pocketed 1,000 yang in one sitting and still wasn't having fun? He presses on, attempting to entice the young gambler. A man of your status should get a game worthy of you, he suggests smoothly. How about something bigger? Yan-ho echoes the word. Bigger? A flicker of interest in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Cheonrip's sales pitch becomes animated, as if surrounded by a cascade of gold. Yes, not a tiny game like this, but a real one, he exclaims. He promises a match that will shake the room, where the thrill will be on a whole new scale. For a moment, Yan-ho appears to be considering the offer, letting out a soft ooh, as if intrigued by the proposal. Then just as quickly, his bored expression returns. No, I'm good. He turns to Jin Soa and tells him to pack their things, completely dismissing the owner's grand offer. As Jin Soa cheerfully begins to gather their winnings, the man who just lost everything can only watch in utter disbelief and despair. As Yan-ho prepares to leave, Kang Cheonrip's friendly facade crumbles. Sweat drips down his face as his voice takes on a menacing tone. You think you can walk out after taking 10 golden yang from me? You think I'll just let that slide? Sensing he's losing control, he quickly changes his approach, grabbing Yan-ho's shoulder. Young master, how could you leave now? He says, his smile returning. He presents a pouch of money. Join the big game, and I'll give you 5 golden yang. Yan-ho glances at the pouch. You'll give me 5 golden yang? Yes, exactly, Kang Cheonrip confirms eagerly. Without missing a beat, Yan-ho counters. Make it 10. Kang Cheonrip is momentarily stunned, speechless. A vein bulges on his forehead as he thinks, what kind of insane bastard, before forcing a wide, strained grin. Fine, I'll give you 10 more yang, he concedes. However, he lays out his condition with a sharp intensity. The game doesn't end until one side loses everything. Yan-ho pauses to consider the all-or-nothing terms. He thinks to himself that coming back tomorrow would just be a hassle anyway. He looks at the owner and agrees. If you give me 10 yang, I'll do it. Delighted, Kang Cheonrip exclaims. Excellent, a wise choice. As soon as Yan-ho agrees, Kang Cheonrip's triumphant thought flashes through his mind. You fell for it, idiot. He turns and calls out into the gambling den. He agreed to the match. You can come out now. From the shadows, a figure emerges, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere in the room. The crowd gasps as they recognize him. Aye, it's Dokbi. Dokbi showed up. The newcomer is none other than Dokbi, the one-armed gambling king. He skillfully rolls a set of dice in a single hand, his scarred face impassive as he surveys the scene. Dokbi's gaze lands on the massive pile of winnings in front of Yan-ho. He thinks to himself, questioning the rumors he's heard, he won all that money single-handedly in yin-yang? His eyes then move to Yan-ho, sizing him up. He doesn't even look like a gambler. Yan-ho meets the legendary gambler's stare with an expression of complete indifference, his bored demeanor unwavering in the face of his new, formidable opponent. Dokbi concludes his internal assessment. Well, the gambler is whoever wins. That's all there is to it. Yan-ho directly addresses the one-armed man. So you're my opponent, mister? That's correct, Dokbi replies. And what do I need to do? Yan-ho asks, getting straight to the point. With a flourish, Dokby tosses a handful of dice onto the table. "The game I recommend is this," he announces. The crowd immediately begins to murmur about the choice. "Dice? Isn't that too plain?" one spectator asks. Another disagrees, stating, "But it's the most reliable." A more knowledgeable gambler adds, "Isn't dice where the skill gap shows the most?" The sentiment seems to favor the veteran, with someone confidently saying, "There's no way that kid can beat Dokby." As Yan Ho lets out a large bored yawn, another person scoffs. What game could he even win against Dokby? The prevailing opinion is that dice is much fairer than those complex games. Kang Cheon-rip lays out the rules for the game. "Simple higher total wins," he states. Looking at the dice on the table, "Any objections?" Yon-ho replies with a single, uninterested word. "Nope." Dokby then adds his own stipulation, his gaze fixed on his opponent, and the match continues until one side wins every last yang. Grinning, Kang Cheon-rip elaborates on the high-stakes nature of their contest. "The pot doubles each round," he says, his excitement growing, "and if you run out of money, you can buy back in." He then reveals the final, crucial rule. But the one who won the money decides if the match continues. He spreads his arms, presenting the setup to Yon-ho. "Does that work for you?" Yon-ho glances around, taking in the scene. After a brief pause, he gives his simple assent. Sounds fine." With the rules set, Kang Cheon-rip throws his arms wide and announces to the cheering crowd, "Then let us begin." As the match starts, a nervous Jin Soa leans in close to Yon-ho. "You can handle this, right?" he whispers. Yon-ho, looking completely relaxed and confident, replies with a smirk, "Have you ever seen me fail?" The scene shifts. Yon-ho is now sweating, his pile of winnings drastically reduced to just a few pieces. The onlookers who were once cheering for him now look on with pity and disappointment. Jin Soa, pale and trembling, points out the devastating truth. "You lost 10 times straight." Yon-ho, seemingly unbothered by the massive loss, simply responds, "So I did." His casual reply sends Jin Soa into a complete panic. "So I did," he screeches, grabbing Yon-ho. "You told me to trust you. We're gonna go broke at this rate." "Useless idiot." Dokby, the gambling king, looks at Yon-ho's nearly empty table and declares, "Looks like this will be the final round." The pot is 2,000 yang. The crowd, sensing the inevitable conclusion, begins to mock the young challenger. "Losing all your winnings in one instant," one man says with a sneer. Another laughs, adding, "If he loses again, he'll be 10 gold yang in debt, huh?" The general sentiment is summed up by a final comment. This is why beginners shouldn't gamble. Throughout their ridicule, Yon-ho's bored expression remains unchanged, his head still propped up by his hand. He simply says, "All right then, next round." With a confident smirk, Dokby throws the dice for what he believes will be the final time. As the dice clatter across the table, the bored look on Yon-ho's face finally disappears. His eyes narrow, becoming sharp and intensely focused on the tumbling dice. As they spin to a stop, the dice settle on the table. All sixes. The crowd erupts into a roar. "Wow! A perfect score! All sixes!" they shout in unison. The onlookers are in awe of the gambling king's skill, celebrating his amazing feat, 6 dice. All perfect, as expected of Dokby. Dokby extends his open palm towards Yon-ho, a smug smile on his face as he asks, "So, will you continue?" Yon-ho casually asks, "Why wouldn't I?" "The match looks decided already," Dokby points out. "You never know," Yon-ho replies nonchalantly. But Jin Soa panics, crying out. Yon-ho's demeanor suddenly changes. He turns to the terrified Jin Soa, his gaze intense and serious. "Do you trust me?" he asks. Despite his previous outburst and overwhelming fear, Jin Soa's answer is immediate and unwavering. "Of course, I trust you. If I don't trust you, who would I trust?" The absolute conviction in his voice seems to catch Yon-ho by surprise. He looks genuinely touched, saying quietly, "No one's ever said that to me before?" He places a reassuring hand on Jin Soa's head. Then, taking a deep, centering breath, Yon-ho holds the dice in his own hand, preparing for his final crucial roll. With everything on the line, Yon-ho's focus sharpens. He thinks to himself, "If I win this, that's 40 gold yang." His bored facade is gone. With a calm and deliberate motion, he releases the dice from his hand. They tumble across the table. Dokby's confident smile vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. His eyes are wide with shock. The entire gambling den falls silent. The onlookers stare, mouths agape, as one person stammers, "This is..." The dice come to a rest. Every single one has landed on the number one, the lowest score possible. Yeon-ho stares at the result of his roll in utter confusion, letting out a bewildered, "Uh-huh?" Beside him, realizing that Jin Soa unleashes a desperate, horrified scream. "Shit!" The scene shifts to a dark, quiet room where a mysterious figure sits in the shadows, their face obscured. They ask a single question. Who is he? Kneeling before is Guak Dosan, the leader of the Black Spider Den, he reports. We still haven't identified him. The shadowy leader contemplates this. An unknown young master, huh? Guak Dosan looks up as the final chilling command is given with cold authority. Kill him, Guak listens, as his superior reiterates the command with cold finality. No loose ends, kill him. Still kneeling, Guak shows a moment of hesitation. But we still don't know how skilled he is, he protests weakly. A sinister smile spreads across the shadowy leader's face. Pathetic. I'll send proper men. We're out of time, they say, their voice laced with contempt. The command is repeated, now a furious shout that echoes in the dark room. Kill him. Back in the gambling den, amidst the chaos and panicked screams of the crowd, Yeon-ho looks on. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple, but a confident, almost mischievous smirk plays on his lips as he flexes his fingers, ready for what's to come. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the dice rattle across the table and finally come to a halt. The outcome is catastrophic, motionless on the surface, and every single one of them displays a single dot. It is the lowest possible score, a total wipeout of all ones. Yeon-ho stares at the result with a blank expression of disbelief, letting out a confused noise as the reality of the loss sets in. Beside him, the disguised Jin Soa completely loses his composure, his face twisting into a mix of horror and rage as he screams violently at Yeon-ho, cursing him for losing everything in a single moment. Across the table, Dokbi, the one-armed gambling king, looks on with a sinister smirk, his scar crinkling as he coolly tells Yeon-ho that he simply got unlucky. Yeon-ho can only groan, feeling the weight of the defeat. The situation turns dire as Jin Soa collapses, burying his head in his hands and wailing that they are completely screwed. Ignoring his servant's despair, Yeon-ho looks up and asks, "What happens now?" Kang Cheon-rip, the master of Gimhwajang, steps forward with a satisfied grin, spreading his hands as he delivers the verdict. Since Yeon-ho no longer has any money left to gamble, he demands that Yeon-ho immediately pay back the 10 gold nyang he had lent him earlier. Yeon-ho rests his chin lazily on his hand, completely unfazed by the demand for repayment. He corrects Kang Cheon-rip, clarifying that he isn't asking about the debt, but rather how much capital he needs to stay in the game. Caught off guard by the audacity, Cheon-rip stammers that he would need 40 nyang. Yeon-ho confirms the amount, asking if 40 is truly all it takes to continue. Cheon-rip recovers his composure, putting on a gracious front. He remarks that while it is usually the house's decision, he is willing to make an exception. Outwardly, he welcomes the challenge, but internally he ridicules Yeon-ho, convinced the young man has lost his mind and eager to rob him of every last coin. Seeking absolute certainty, Yeon-ho asks if Cheon-rip can promise that the game will go on. The manor master spreads his arms theatrically, declaring that a gambling house cannot exist without trust, inciting the surrounding spectators as witnesses to his word. Satisfied with the trap he has set, Yeon-ho offers a slight, knowing smile while the disguised Jin Soa looks on in confusion. Without hesitation, Yeon-ho turns his gaze toward the entrance and commands someone to come inside. Two burly porters march into the gambling den, carrying heavy stacks of black and gold chess. Walking confidently between them is Hee Da-bung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, who cheerfully apologizes for his tardiness. Yeon-ho immediately snaps at him, demanding to know why he took so long, and claiming he nearly became a slave due to the delay. Da-bung simply laughs off the complaint, waving his hand and assuring Yeon-ho that he would never let himself fall so low. Kang Cheon-rip stares at the arrival in sheer panic, sweat rolling down his face. He recognizes the newcomer immediately, stammering in confusion as he asks why a high-ranking figure from the Milky Way Manor is here. Ignoring the manor master's distress, Da-bung offers a polite greeting. He explains that he has arrived with the capital his guest requested, apologizing once more that the process took time because the entire sum had to be prepared in gold. The chests are placed beside the table, radiating an aura of immense wealth. Yeon-ho leans back comfortably against the gold, fixing his gaze on the trembling manor master. He reminds Cheon-rip of his promise to keep the game going as long as there was money, confirming that the minimum bet is now double the previous round. But Yeon-ho isn't finished. With a cold, challenging stare, he suggests they raise the stakes even higher, leaving Cheonrip completely stunned. Wei Yonho raises a single finger, his expression dead serious as he drops the bombshell that silences the room. He announces that the next bet will be a staggering 100 gold yang. Kang Cheonrip stares at him, sweat pouring down his face, struggling to process the sheer absurdity of the amount. He stammers, asking if he heard correctly, while Yan Ho taunts him from the side, asking if he is scared. Internally, the Manor Master is screaming in panic, thinking that Yan Ho is an absolute lunatic for wagering such a fortune, but he forces himself to turn toward his greatest weapon. Leaning in close to the one-armed man, Cheonrip whispers urgently, asking Dokbi if he is confident he can pull this off against such high stakes. Dokbi, the gambling king, looks insulted by the question. With a sharp glare, he asks if the Manor Master is actually doubting his skills. Terrified of losing his edge, Cheonrip quickly denies it, forcing a smile and declaring that he trusts him completely. Turning back to the table with renewed, albeit shaky resolve, Cheonrip yells out that the game will continue, sending a wave of excitement through the murmuring crowd. However, Dokbi remains focused on his opponent. Staring intently at Yan Ho, he notes how much larger the game has become and asks if, quote, this escalation was part of his plan all along. Yunho dismisses the accusation with a look of genuine confusion, asking, who would ever do something as crazy as losing on purpose? He adds a self-deprecating remark that he isn't filthy rich enough to throw money away like that. Dokbi remains skeptical, his sharp eyes narrowing as he points out the timing. If it wasn't planned, why did Yan Ho call the Milky Way Manor ahead of time? Yan Ho offers a simple, almost playful explanation. He claims his mother always taught him that, no matter what he is doing, he should always have a lot of money on hand. The answer leaves Dokbi silent, his gaze lingering on Yan Ho's unreadable expression. Breaking the tension, Yan Ho confirms it is his turn to start. With a fluid motion, he releases the dice from his hand, and the crowd watches with intense focus as the cubes spin through the air. The dice rattle violently against the board, bouncing and spinning in a chaotic dance. One by one, they slam into place, revealing their numbers to the stunned onlookers. A chorus of shouts rings out as the first 4 dice all land on 6. The tension in the room spikes as the 5th die also settles on a 6, leaving just one final cube spinning on its edge. The crowd holds its breath, watching the last die wobble and finally come to rest. It reveals a 5. The room erupts into a mix of cheers and groans. The spectators shout that it was so close to perfection, lamenting the missed chance for a complete set of 6s, yet they quickly agree that the score is still formidable. Whispers circulate that even against the legendary Dokbi, a score this high might be enough to secure a win. Dokbi, however, remains unimpressed. He gazes down at the near-perfect result with a condescending sneer, remarking that it is just 1 point short of perfection and calling it a shame. Yonho brushes off the psychological attack with a casual demeanor. He replies that he doesn't understand what Dokbi is implying, simply stating the fact that 35 is an objectively high number to achieve. Dokbi's face twists into a menacing grin, his eyes glowing with an intense violet light as he stares down his opponent. He dismisses Yan Ho's high score with terrifying confidence, stating that the number 35 changes absolutely nothing. However, he adds a chilling remark that Yan Ho has made a grave mistake by underestimating him. Determined to crush the young master's hope, Dokbi declares that he will now demonstrate exactly why he is known as the Gambling King. With a sharp, powerful motion, he casts the dice from his hand, sending them streaking across the table with immense force. The dice hit the surface with heavy clacks, settling one by one into place. The tension mounts with every reveal. The first die shows a 6, the second a 6. The pattern continues relentlessly until 5 dice sit perfectly on the board, all displaying the highest number. With 5 6s already secured, the outcome of the entire high-stakes match now rests on the final die, which spins violently in the foreground, keeping everyone in breathless suspense. As the final die spins endlessly on the table, the crowd enters a frenzy of anticipation. They shout over the noise of the rattling cube, questioning if Dokbi is about to land all 6s again. The spectators are in awe, reminding each other that this is the Gambling King they are watching and declaring this match to be the single biggest game the den has ever seen. While the room holds its breath, the disguised Jin Sua is on the verge of a breakdown. He grabs at his own clothes in panic, frantically asking what they are supposed to do now. Yan Ho, however, remains infuriatingly detached. He leans his head on his hand, looking at his terrified servant with a bored expression and simply muttering a confused, "What?" Soa snaps, demanding to know why Yan Ho is so calm when they are facing total ruin. With sweat pouring down his face and his eyes wide with fear, he wails that they will be absolutely broke if they lose here, begging for confirmation that Yan Ho actually has a plan. Yan Ho knits his brows, looking deep in thought as if calculating the odds. But instead of reassurance, he looks at Soa and seriously asks if his sister is good at dancing. Internally, Yan Ho grimly muses that if they lose and she gets sold off to cover the debt, she's likely heading to a brothel. Soa's face contorts in sheer disbelief and rage as he screams, asking what the hell Yan Ho is saying at a time like this. The ridiculous conversation is cut short as the spinning die finally loses its momentum. It wobbles across the surface, the blurring motion slowing down until, with a sharp and final clack, it comes to a complete stop. The entire room leans in as one, faces slick with sweat and eyes wide with disbelief, staring down into the abyss of the gambling table. Time seems to freeze as the final die sits heavy and motionless on the wood. It is not the 6 that Dokbi needed. The 4 black pips gleam in the dim light, sealing the fate of the game. A shaken voice stammers out the result. It is a 4. The math is instant and devastating. With the previous 5 sixes, Dokbi's total rests at 34. The realization explodes through the crowd as they scream that the kid has won by a margin of just a single point. The tension breaks into absolute chaos as the spectators roar in excitement, chanting the massive sum of 100 gold yang. Unable to comprehend that they have just witnessed the fall of the gambling king, the gambling den erupts into pandemonium as the spectators roar, declaring that this victory will go down in history. While the crowd marvels that he is the first to win such a fortune from the Golden Flower Manor, Yan Ho stares at his hand, momentarily dazed by the outcome. His moment of peace is ruined when the disguised Jin Sua launches himself at him, hugging him tightly and screaming in ecstasy that they won 100 gold yang. Yan Ho grimaces, pushing his servant away and coldly reminding him that he was calling him a son of moments ago. In stark contrast to the celebration, Kang Cheonrip grabs his head in agony, screaming in disbelief that they actually lost. He turns on Dokbi, shouting that the one-armed man had promised to win. But Dokbi simply closes his eyes and offers a philosophical defeat. He admits that while he is the gambling king, the kid must be a gambling god. Kang Cheonrip stares at him with bulging veins, asking if he is shitting him, before spiraling into a panic about the Golden Flower Manor's money and how completely screwed he is. Taking charge of the chaotic scene, he Debung steps forward with a bright smile, clapping his hands to demand attention. He loudly announces to the room that this victory officially, quote, settles all financial relationships between the Golden Flower Manor and young Master Yan Ho. He Debung spreads his arms wide, calling upon the entire room to act as witnesses to the passionate game that just took place. The crowd responds with a roar of approval, raising their fists and solidifying the legitimacy of the result. Amidst the cheering, Dokbi stands tall, accepting his loss with surprising grace. He approaches the winner, telling Yan Ho that it was truly a good game. Yan Ho returns the sentiment with a silent, respectful bow, acknowledging the elder martial artist's skill before turning his attention to practical matters. Debung steps in to handle the logistics, informing Yan Ho that he will secure the massive winnings at the manor for safekeeping. Yan Ho agrees simply, ready to be done with the tension. As the adrenaline fades, the physical toll hits the disguised Jin Sua hard. He pants heavily, hands on his knees, confessing that he isn't cut out for gambling and that merely watching has drained all his energy. When he asks if his master's all right, Yan Ho admits he is, quote, just a bit tired. Deciding it is time to leave, Yan Ho trusts Manor Master Ha with the funds and starts walking away. He tells Soa that they are going home, expressing a simple desire to eat good food and sleep. Soa perks up immediately, eager to lead the way to a place he knows. However, in his haste, Soa turns blindly and slams directly into a towering dark figure, cutting his sentence short as he stammers a startled apology. The accidental collision brings the group to a sudden halt. Jin Soa freezes as he looks up, realizing he hasn't just bumped into a random passerby, but a formidable wall of muscle. Standing before them is a menacing group of martial artists, led by a man with stark white hair and a dark robe embroidered with a spiderweb pattern. It is Guak Dosen, the leader of the Black Spider Den, looking down at the servant with an imposing glare. Yon-ho watches silently from a few steps back, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the threat level of these newcomers. Beside him, Hee-daebung leans in close, dropping his voice to a whisper. He points out the specific symbols on their clothing, informing Yon-ho that based on their attire, these men appear to be from the Dark Earth Branch sect. Yon-ho repeats the name quietly, but before he can react further, the atmosphere turns suffocating. Guak Dosun steps forward, his face cast in heavy shadow and his expression grim. Ignoring the trembling servant, he scans the area and demands to know, in a voice rumbling with suppressed violence, exactly who Yon-ho is. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard far removed from the gambling den, Yoonji stands at the entrance of a building, looking at a late-night visitor with surprise. She repeats the name, Yon-ho, to clarify, looking up at the tall man standing before her and asking if he is truly his older brother. San-ho stands stoically in the moonlight, wearing his dragon-patterned robe, with his hair tied back in a sharp ponytail. Behind him stands a disheveled and exhausted-looking Jong-il, the beggar sect branch leader. San-ho confirms his identity calmly and asks the pressing question, "Where is his brother right now?" Yoonji shakes her head, explaining that he isn't there. She informs him that Yon-ho has already left for Hubei, traveling with the Swift Dragon escort agency. Accepting the news without a flicker of emotion, San-ho offers a brief, polite thanks. He turns immediately, walking back into the night with Jang-il trailing behind him, continuing the pursuit of his wayward brother. Without missing a beat, San-ho turns to his exhausted companion and commands him to move out. Jang-il, barely catching his breath, asks where they are heading next. The answer is short and devastating. Hubei. The sheer distance of the destination breaks the beggar sect branch leader completely. He screams in protest, asking who agreed to him coming along. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Jang-il collapses onto the dirt, throwing a tantrum like a child. He wails that he ran all the way here without a drop of water or a bite of food, and the idea of immediately traveling to Hubei is a, quote, death sentence. Flailing on the ground while San-ho tries to walk away, he begs the swordsman to just kill him right there instead. Watching the pathetic display, Yoonji lets out a long, weary sigh. She calls out to San-ho, politely asking him to please rest before he continues his journey. San-ho stops but immediately declines the offer, stating he, quote, cannot delay. This refusal sends Jang-il into another spiral of despair, and he shrieks from the background, demanding to know why San-ho would refuse such mercy. Yoonji persists, her voice calm but firm. She explains that the world would speak poorly of them if they turned away guests so late at night, and she insists on preparing a bath and food for them. On the ground, Jang-il is still thrashing about, screaming that he will die either way if forced to move another step. Seeing the wretched state of his companion, San-ho finally relents. Muttering that he guesses he has no choice, he turns back to Yoonji and accepts her hospitality with a polite thanks. Thick steam curls through the air of the bathhouse, wrapping the room in a haze of warmth and silence. Jang-il sinks into the hot water, letting out a long breath of pure relief. He chuckles to himself as he scrubs away the grime of the road, musing on the absurdity of the situation. A member of the beggar sect enjoying such refined luxury would surely make his leader foam at the mouth in indignation if he ever found out. Across the pool, San-ho rises from the water. As the steam parts around him, his physique is revealed, a body honed to perfection, rippling with muscle and marked by the history of his battles. Jang-il watches him with widened eyes, whistling in appreciation of the formidable build. However, his gaze soon locks onto a massive, jagged scar etched across San-ho's chest. Curiosity getting the better of him, Jang-il asks if that particular wound is the legendary mark left from his battle with the tailless phantom demon. Recalling the rumors that San-ho had nearly lost his life in that fight, San-ho stops, repeating the name of the demon, with a distant, unreadable look in his eyes. San-ho dismisses the beggar's awe with a calm shake of his head. He reveals that the wound he received from fighting that creature is nothing compared to the scar etched across his chest right now. The statement leaves Jang-il completely dumbfounded. He scrambles out of the water, wrapping a towel around himself as he chases after the swordsman, demanding answers. If not the phantom demon, he asks, then who? He frantically wonders, which terrifying demonic martial artist could have possibly inflicted such a grievous injury on a man of San-ho's caliber? San-ho stops, a faint, bitter-sweet smile touching his lips as he repeats the words, demonic martial artist, in his mind. His thoughts drift back to a distant memory, a time of chaos and tears. He recalls a young boy, weeping uncontrollably and shaking him, screaming his name in a desperate attempt to wake him up. It was not a monster or a sworn enemy that marked him. Sanho silently acknowledges that this scar was carved by his own little brother. It happened long ago, in a moment of innocence and tragedy, when the young boy did not yet understand just how terrifying the weight of a sword could be. As the memory fades, the narrative shifts back to the present, resting on the stoic face of Yeon-ho, who stands unaware of his brother's reflection, flanked by Hae-debung and his disguised servant. With a tense grip of his fist, the imposing leader of the Black Spider, Dengwak-dosun, scans the area, his voice low and menacing as he asks, "Who is Yeon-ho?" From the small crowd, a calm voice replies. Yeon-ho casually points a finger towards himself, an unbothered expression on his face as he confirms, "That would be me?" Gwak-dosun falls silent, his gaze fixed on the young man before him. One of his subordinates leans in and confirms that this is indeed the person they are looking for. Seeing him in person, another member of the Black Spider Den expresses his disbelief at how young Yeon-ho is. Gwak-dosun shouts back in frustration, stating he had already told them he was young. He fumes that the report had exaggerated things, making him sound like some grand master, when in reality he was just a little brat. Despite his disappointment, Gwak-dosun's expression hardens. He scoffs, declaring that even if he is just a kid, Yeon-ho still has to pay the price for interfering with the Black Spider Den's business. At his unspoken command, his subordinates draw their swords in unison, the sharp sound of steel filling the air as they begin to advance on Yeon-ho and his companions. Just as the blades are pointed at him, Yeon-ho calmly holds up a single finger, his voice cutting through the tension. "Wait a minute." Ignoring the drawn swords, Yeon-ho turns his attention to his companions. The branch manager, Hae-debung, quickly presents a document and a brush to Jin-soo, whom Yeon-ho instructs, "Sign there." Jin-soo looks up in confusion, asking if it's a signature he wants. Yeon-ho simply tells him to sign it, promising to explain everything later, and the young boy, trusting him, quickly complies. With the signed document secured by Hae-debung, Yeon-ho turns back to face the leader of the Black Spider Den. He calmly asks Gwak-dosun, "And exactly how much debt does the Ghost Saint owe?" Gwak-dosun states the amount plainly, 20 gold coins and 50 silver coins. At that moment, two large ornate chests are placed before the Black Spider Den. The heavy lids are thrown open with a loud thud, revealing mounds of glistening gold coins that fill the chest to the brim. The brilliant gleam of the treasure leaves Gwak-dosun completely stunned, and he stammers, "What is this?" Yeon-ho's expression remains unchanged as he explains, "This is the debt the Ghost Saint owed you." He looks directly at the gang leader and declares that as of today, the debt is fully repaid. He then tells him to write up a debt guarantee certificate and take the money. Gwak-dosun stares at the fortune, his shock slowly twisting into a crazed, greedy smile. His voice dripping with contempt, he asks, "You think you can settle everything with just this handful of money?" Yeon-ho stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture relaxed as he addresses the sect leader. "That's why I gave you more than the amount owed." Gwak-dosun inspects a gleaming gold coin in his hand, momentarily captivated by its value, admitting that it certainly seems to be the case. However, one of his subordinates quickly leans in, whispering urgently to remind him of their true objective. He points out that their goal is the Ghost Saint, not the money, and questions what they will do if he regains his freedom and rebuilds his influence. Snapping out of his greed-induced trance, Gwak-dosun's demeanor shifts instantly to outrage. He yells at Yeon-ho, declaring that the debt was only a secondary issue. More importantly, he states, they can't simply let Yeon-ho and his companions leave after they interfered with the Black Spider Den's affairs. With swords once again pointed at him, Yeon-ho calmly looks at the sect leader. "So you're saying you want to fight me?" he asks. A sinister grin spreads across Gwak-dosun's face. "A fight?" he scoffs. "This is called retribution." With a furious roar, he points directly at Yeon-ho and gives his men a single brutal command. "Bring me that bastard's head!" Responding to the order with a unified shout, the members of the Black Spider Den leap into action. Their bodies and swords become wreathed in a menacing purple aura as they simultaneously lunge towards Yeon-ho from all directions. The air fills with a violent flash of light as their glowing blades converge, striking the exact spot where the young master stands. A faint blue aura begins to shimmer around Yeon-ho as he smirks. Retribution, you say? He repeats, his voice laced with confidence. As the swords are just inches from his body, his expression hardens. You're going to regret that. Before the purple glowing blades can find their mark, a tremendous force erupts from where Yan Ho stands. Moving with blinding speed, he appears directly in front of one of the assailants. His fist, enveloped in a crackling blue energy, connects with the man's jaw, sending him reeling back. In a seamless blur of motion, Yan Ho continues his counterattack, striking down the Black Spider Den members one by one with a flurry of powerful punches and kicks. Each blow radiating with the same intense azure light, the sect members are sent flying helplessly in every direction, their coordinated assault completely shattered in an instant. Yan Ho comes to a stop in the center of the room, now surrounded by a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy. Watching the entire scene unfold, Guak Dosin is paralyzed with shock, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammers out, "What is that?" As his men lie defeated around Yan Ho, Guak Dosin's subordinate panics, yelling at his leader that he had warned him Yan Ho was no ordinary person. Guak Dosin clenches his fist in frustration, muttering that the situation has become a pain. Without turning around, Yan Ho addresses them, his voice echoing in the now quiet space. "Tell the rest of them hiding in the back to come on out." Guak Dosin freezes, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, as he silently wonders how Yan Ho could have possibly known about his hidden reinforcements. Realizing he has no other choice, he grits his teeth and calls out, announcing that they will need some help from their honored guests. From the shadows, 5 figures emerge, clad in black cloaks with wide-brimmed hats obscuring their faces, and they silently take their positions in front of Yan Ho. Yan Ho stands alone amidst the fallen, his blue aura having faded as he calmly studies the new arrivals. His gaze lands on one of them, and a flicker of recognition crosses his face. "What? You look familiar," he begins to say. "Have we met somewhere before?" Before he can finish his sentence, the figure he was addressing explodes into motion. A blade glowing with a brilliant light cuts through the air with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Yan Ho's throat. With only a fraction of a second to react, Yan Ho throws his entire body backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike as the glowing sword slices past his face with immense force. Landing deftly on his feet, Yan Ho catches his breath, a look of genuine surprise on his face. "Whoa, that was a surprise," he remarks, his mind racing. He had anticipated a simple scuffle, especially since the man had approached without revealing any presence. But the assassin had unleashed his sword with lethal intent in the blink of an eye. He watches the silent group of 5, their swords now glowing faintly, and wonders if this is what they call the shadow sword. The thought triggers a memory from his past. An elderly, wise-looking master is explaining a harsh truth of the world to a much younger Yan Ho. He speaks of a specialized swordsmanship that exists only for the purpose of killing. It is a technique typically used by assassins and hired killers, with the sole objective of eliminating an opponent without leaving a single trace. In the memory, the master asks the young Yan Ho what he should do when faced with such an opponent. The boy, looking nervous and uncertain, can only admit that he isn't sure. The master's expression becomes severe, his form radiating a powerful blue energy as he delivers a crucial lesson. He warns that those who wield such a sword are murderers who have taken countless lives. Because of this, they must never be underestimated, and no mercy should ever be shown. With a firm gaze, he tells the boy to keep his words in mind. The memory concludes with his final chilling instruction, echoing over a dark, blood-spattered void. "The moment you find them, kill them all." Snapping back to the present, Yan Ho reflects on his master's grave warning. He concludes with a sigh that since the old man had been so insistent, he can't afford to go easy on them, lamenting what a pain the situation has become. Putting his decision into action, he turns to the branch manager, Hidebung, and calmly asks to borrow a sword. Hidebung immediately offers his own. As Yan Ho's fingers wrap around the hilt, he gives a quiet warning to his companions. "It's about to get a little noisy," he says, "so everyone, please step far back." In an instant, he casts aside his outer robe, and a powerful blue aura erupts around him, the energy swirling as he brandishes the unsheathed blade. From the assassin's perspective, their initial confidence wavers. The one who led the attack recognizes that anyone capable of dodging his blade is no ordinary foe. He shouts a command to his comrades. The opponent is a master. Don't underestimate him and attack together. Heeding the order, all 5 assassins lunge at him in a coordinated assault, their blades glowing as they converge on him from every direction. In the eye of the storm, Yan-ho stands ready, his grip tightening on his sword with both hands as the clash becomes inevitable. Yan-ho closes his eyes for a brief moment, centering himself. As the assassin's blades descend, a colossal wave of blue energy erupts from his body. The immense force of the blast stops all 5 attackers in their tracks, their bodies straining against the overwhelming pressure as they are violently thrown backward. As the chaos unfolds, the spectral image of his master appears behind him, his voice echoing in Yan-ho's mind with a timeless piece of advice. Don't be bound by forms. Yan-ho's focus is absolute, his internal reply calm and certain. I know he remembers the fundamental lesson at the core of this teaching. It begins with an unshakable heart. Putting this principle into motion, Yan-ho moves. He meets the blade of one assassin with his own, and in a single fluid motion, unleashes a sweeping arc of brilliant blue light from his sword, the devastating wave of energy cutting through the air and engulfing his opponents in its path. The memory of his master's training continues to guide Yan-ho's actions. Just because the opponent's sword is approaching, your heart must not waver, the voice in his mind instructs. He exhales a steady, focused breath, his composure absolute even as the assassins close in. The lesson continues. Only by holding the sword with a heart as cold as ice can you respond to any situation. Planting his foot firmly, Yan-ho becomes a whirlwind of blue energy and steel. He gracefully sidesteps a downward slash, deflecting another with a casual parry before spinning out of the way of a third. His movements are fluid and precise, a stark contrast to the aggressive, direct attacks of the assassins. He weaves through their formation, his blade a blur of light that intercepts every strike aimed at him. His master's final instruction for this lesson surfaces in his mind. Next, you must put your heart into the sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, Yan-ho channels his resolve and immense energy directly into the blade. With a sharp, focused movement, he swings the sword in a wide horizontal arc, releasing a massive wave of brilliant blue energy that tears through the space around him. As Yan-ho's blade cuts through the air, his master's voice continues to impart its wisdom. It may be nothing more than the same piece of steel, but if you do not imbue that piece of steel with your very being, the path of the true sword cannot begin. Yan-ho embodies this philosophy, his every movement a perfect fusion of intention and action. He deflects and parries with effortless grace, his sword an extension of his own will, shining with an inner light amidst the chaos of the fight. Soon only a single assassin remains standing, wounded but defiant. In a final swift motion, Yan-ho closes the distance. His blade flashes, and the last opponent is sent flying, his body collapsing to the ground. The voice of his master awed as Yan-ho stands amidst the carnage, the blue aura around him slowly beginning to fade. The things I have taught you are not mere forms. He stands over the fallen bodies, his posture calm, the proof of his master's profound teachings laid out before him on the blood-stained floor. The spectral image of Yan-ho's master lingers, his final lesson echoing as Yan-ho stands resolute. They are seeds, and you do not know what they will sprout into. This final piece of wisdom refers to the techniques he has been taught. They are not rigid forms to be mimicked, but fundamental principles to be nurtured and grown. His master's voice continues, a gentle but firm guide in his mind. The perfect sword is one that your own heart creates. Yan-ho internalizes this profound truth. He is not merely a vessel for his master's techniques, he is the creator of his own path, his own sword. Surrounded by a cosmic expanse of swirling blue and purple energy, he holds his sword aloft, a beacon of light against the darkness. This is the culmination of his training, the moment where he transcends imitation and embraces true mastery. His master's final command rings clear, a charge for his future. In that way, you must forge a sword that is uniquely yours. As he absorbs this last instruction, the energy around him coalesces into countless beams of brilliant, intersecting light, a testament to the unique power he has now fully realized. With his eyes glowing with fierce determination, Yan-ho unleashes the full extent of his power. The intersecting beams of light around him coalesce into a massive swirling vortex of pure energy. This vortex then erupts upwards, creating towering pillars of brilliant blue light that tear through the battlefield, shattering the very ground beneath them. The shockwave of the blast sends Jinsuo reeling, but Hee-Dabung manages to catch him just in time. The dust and energy slowly settle, revealing the aftermath of the attack. The assassins are strewn across the floor, their cloaks torn and bodies motionless. their swords scattered and broken. Yan-ho stands over them, his own aura slowly receding as wisps of blue smoke curl up from the defeated assassins. The spectral form of his master materializes behind him once more, a silent, approving presence. Yan-ho addresses the fallen assassins, his voice cold and final. I have severed their key meridians and sealed their martial arts. From now on, they will be unable to use a sword. He looks down at the defeated men, his words a final judgment on their violent past. Whatever lives you may have lived until now, you will no longer be able to harm others from this day forward. He adds a final quiet statement to the now powerless men. Consider this the price you pay for a life of suppressing others with your power. As he turns away, a flicker of familiarity crosses his mind, and he briefly wonders why the assassins looked vaguely familiar to him. He dismisses the thought for the time being, confident that he will figure it out eventually, and shifts his attention to the last remaining member of the Black Spider Den. Guak-dosin is paralyzed with fear, his entire body shaking as sweat drenches his face. He tries to stammer out a response, but lets out a terrified yelp as Yan-ho casually raises a hand in his direction. Yan-ho, with a disinterested yawn, questions Guak-dosin. Didn't you say that you were going to punish someone? The leader of the Black Spider Den, Guak-dosin, trembles in fear, stammering, Young master! Unfazed, Yan-ho explains his reasoning, stating, Master said that not doing anything about the guys who mess with me is a personal insult to him. I try to live by his words. Hearing this, Guak-dosin immediately prostrates himself, begging for mercy. But people can make mistakes sometimes, you know, he pleads. If you'll forgive me, I'll switch my life around and live as a good person. With his arms crossed, Yan-ho looks down on the groveling man, unconvinced. Changing for the better is good. But who's going to believe you after all that you've done? He asks dismissively. Guak-dosin, still on the floor, looks up in desperation. Yan-ho then delivers his verdict. Killing you is a bit much. I'll just take an eye for an eye instead. Guak-dosin is taken aback by the proposition, repeating, An eye for an eye? As Yan-ho's hand gestures to carry out the sentence. Guak-dosin, sweating profusely, realizes the horrifying implication behind Yan-ho's words. You mean you're going to remove my ability to use martial arts again? He asks, his voice trembling. Yan-ho responds with a cheerful confirmation. Yep, you got it. I love when people know what I mean right away. Desperate, Guak-dosin makes one last plea. Is there really no other way? With a wide grin, Yan-ho crosses his fingers, silently communicating that there is no alternative. A wave of energy erupts and Guak-dosin is left unconscious on the floor. Having dealt with the leader, Yan-ho turns his attention to the remaining subordinate, Hua-jul, and beckons him forward. Now guide me, Yan-ho commands. A nervous Hua-jul asks, where to? Yan-ho's reply is short and direct. Their base. That day marked a significant turning point for the Dark Earth Branch sect, once considered the most powerful in Hubei. The Dark Earth Branch sect, which had been the greatest in Hubei, met their downfall. Meanwhile, at the sacred handgrounds, Jin Yiran stands on a balcony, wondering to herself, where has my brother gone? Her contemplative moment is abruptly broken by the excited shouts of her younger brother, Jin Soa, who comes bursting in. Sis, sis, he exclaims with a huge grin on his face. Full of energy, he eagerly asks, do you know what I did? Jin Yiran, unfazed by her brother's excitement, asks, what are you so excited for? With uncontainable joy, Jin Soa throws his arms open and exclaims, we repaid all our debts. His sister, however, is skeptical, dismissing his claim with, you must have been dreaming. No, Jin Soa insists, ready to recount the events that led to their newfound freedom. As night falls, the full moon illuminates a stunned Jin Yiran, who, after hearing his story, asks in disbelief, really? That's what I said, Jin Soa confirms with a wide smile. We're free now. It's all thanks to Mr. Yan-ho. A wave of relief washes over Jin Yiran. I see, she says, clasping her hands together in gratitude. I'm glad. We owe him. Her expression then turns serious as she addresses her brother. However, Soa, it was wrong to try and repay the debt through gambling. Jin Yiran firmly tells her brother, taken aback by her stern tone. Jin Soa can only manage a week. Sis, she continues her reprimand. I'll let it pass this time since you weren't the one gambling, but don't go anywhere near the gambling house again. A dejected Jin Soa looks down, questioning her logic. Is the method with which we tried to repay the debt that important? Jin Yiran is unyielding in her principles. A person who does not walk the orthodox path is bound to hit a wall, she states, her voice filled with conviction. How could you be okay with gambling after witnessing what our father went through? Jin Soa's frustration boils over. But you might have been dragged off to the escort house otherwise, he yells. Can you still say that it was bad? Without a moment's hesitation, she replies with a simple, yes, a physician should walk the orthodox path. Stunned into silence, Jin Soa can only stare at his sister with disbelief and hurt. You're too stuck up, he mutters. As he turns and walks away from her, he adds, I did my best for you, but all you can see is what you should lecture me for. Watching his retreating figure, Jin Yiren softly says, it's all for your sake. Look at this place, Jin Soa says, spreading his arms wide to gesture at their humble surroundings. If we did things your way, we would be staying in this place forever. Jin Yiren looks on as her brother's words hang in the moonlit air, a question forming in her mind. Is this really for me? I learned a lot from Mr. Yan Ho, Jin Soa continues, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. I do not want to live the way you do. He looks his sister directly in the eyes and declares, I want to live my own life. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving a silent Jin Yiren to watch him go. The scene then transitions to a grand and beautiful estate, the Pine Forest Great Hanlim Institute. Yu Huan, the master of the Hanlim Institute, extends a warm welcome to his guests. San Ho, the demon-slaying sword, bows respectfully. I am honored that you would welcome us despite our unannounced visit. Yu Huan smiles graciously. I heard that you are Mr. Yan Ho's older brother. You are an important guest then, so of course we should welcome you. As they walk through the Institute's halls, San Ho continues, I apologize for anything he might have done that was rude. Yu Huan waves off the apology, not at all. So you said you're looking for him? He then pauses, turning to San Ho with a serious expression. In that case, can I say something? After San Ho's affirmative yes, Yu Huan poses a thoughtful question. Do you know of great potential? He doesn't wait for an answer, instead offering his own wisdom. It's not something that can be restricted. Considering your personality, I'm sure you will try to shape your brother to your expectations. Yu Huan's gaze becomes more intense as he delivers his final, crucial piece of advice. However, that will only ruin him. Everyone ends up hurt when you try to squeeze a horse into a small house. So let him be free, Yu Huan concludes, the image of a snapping rope reinforcing his point. Then one day he will become a horse running through the plains. Wei San Ho listens intently, the words clearly having a profound impact on him. After a moment of contemplation, San Ho bows respectfully to Yu Huan. Thank you for your consideration, he says, his tone formal. I will think about your advice. Later, as they travel through a forest path, San Ho's companion notices his master's somber mood. Why do you look so displeased when we were fed and rested, he asks, concerned by San Ho's uncharacteristically grim expression. Ignoring his companion's question, San Ho asks one of his own. How was my brother when you saw him? His companion, initially taken aback, responds with a blunt and unflattering assessment. I only treated him well because he's your brother, he admits, scratching the back of his head. If he weren't, I wouldn't even have considered him human. He's so lazy, and he's evil like he's from the unorthodox Murim. He's more cunning than a politician. He continues his rant. He's really annoying, but abruptly cuts himself off, covering his mouth in panic as he realizes he has spoken too freely about his master's sibling. San Ho, however, remains calm, his expression unreadable as he processes the harsh words. So that's what you think, he says thoughtfully. Internally, San Ho comes to a realization. Most normal people cannot see through Yan Ho's talent. Otherwise, he's changed a lot from how he was in the past. Yan Ho awakens with a deep yawn, stretching as he sits up. How long did I sleep for? He wonders aloud, landing lightly on the ground. He grimaces, feeling the lingering effects of his training. That damn sleep training, he mutters. I got beaten up in my dream. So why does it feel like I got beaten up in real life? His thoughts are interrupted by an emotional outburst from Jin Soa, who, with a battered and tear-streaked face, exclaims, What you have done for us is greater than anything. Shit. Before Yan Ho can react, Jin Yiren suddenly drops to her knees in front of him. I cannot possibly repay you for it all, she says, her head bowed in deep gratitude. Startled by her sudden act of submission, Yan Ho rushes to her side. Why are you doing this? Get up, he urges, trying to help her to her feet. Ignoring his plea, Jin Yiran looks up at him with a serious, determined expression and asks, "Could I ask you for a favor?" Slightly flustered by the unexpected situation, Wei Yon-ho asks, "What is it?" Internally, he can't help but wonder, am I being cursed by my ancestors or something? Still kneeling, Jin Yiran looks up at him and makes her request, "Please change." So Ah's mind, she explains the heavy burden of their family's legacy, stating, he has to inherit the Sacred Hand manor. He must revive the household and regain our honor. She expresses her concern, adding, however, he is shaken right now. Please change his mind. Yon-ho, failing to see the conflict, questions her reasoning. I don't get it, he says. Aren't becoming a great physician and reviving the Sacred Hand manor two different things? When she presses him on, which is more important, he replies, am I supposed to pick one? Well, they're two different things after all. After a moment of silence, Jin Yiran states her priority with unwavering conviction, the revival of the Sacred Hand manor. Jin Yiran clarifies her unwavering position, explaining, even if he becomes a great physician, Father's will cannot be kept if he does not resurrect the Sacred Hand manor. She firmly believes that their family's legacy is paramount. However, if the Sacred Hand manor is revived, she continues, her logic clear, we will have a chance of getting a great physician in the future. Won-ho listens and nods, a slight smile forming on his face as he finally grasps her perspective. I see what you mean, he says, summarizing her point. So the priority is the revival of the Sacred Hand manor. As Jin Yiran looks up with a glimmer of hope, he continues. For that to happen, a confident smirk spreads across his face as he unveils his plan. There is actually a really simple solution. The scene then shifts to a building bathed in the soft pink glow of lanterns. Inside a lavishly decorated room, Gui Neng, the leader of the Hao sect's Kaifeng branch, seethes with anger. I should have killed that beggar, she fumes, her voice laced with venom. Still reeling from her recent encounter, she vents her frustration. I'm still so mad. How dare he bring the demon-slaying sword here? When I see him next, I'm gonna... Her angry tirade is cut short when a subordinate, Gong Mu, bursts into the room in a panic. Branch leader, there's a problem, he exclaims. Annoyed by the interruption, Gui Neng snaps. What now? Gong Mu nervously stammers. Well, as two imposing figures make their way into the room, the elderly man leading the pair, Wei Zhonghan, fixes his gaze on the sect leader and asks with an air of authority, Are you in charge around here? Gui Neng, annoyed by the constant stream of visitors, thinks to herself, Anyone's coming here these days, huh? Despite her irritation, she composes herself and replies with a sigh, Yes I am. With a commanding presence that fills the room, the man introduces himself. I am Wei Zhonghan. A wave of shock washes over Gui Neng as the name registers. Wei Zhonghan? She stammers, her eyes widening in disbelief. The righteous, chivalrous swordsman, Zhonghan? With a proud and booming voice, Zhonghan confirms his identity. Yes, that's me. Then since you know me, I won't have to explain as much. He begins to state his purpose. We're looking for our soul, but is abruptly cut off as his wife shoves him aside with an exasperated move. We're busy enough as is. Why are you flexing? She scolds him. Zhonghan, looking slightly embarrassed, tries to explain himself. It's just, I'm famous, so... His wife immediately retorts, Is that what's important? To which he can only meekly reply, Nope. As Gui Neng and her subordinate watch the bizarre exchange in stunned silence, the woman who just manhandled the legendary, righteous, chivalrous swordsman clears her throat, ready to get down to business. With a composed expression, Yon-ho's mother reveals the reason for their unannounced visit. Yon-ho sent a letter to us from here, she states, her gaze steady. She then gets straight to the point, asking, Can you explain what happened? Inside the room, the atmosphere is super tense. Gui Neng, the Hao sect leader, asks if the son she is referring to is young Master Yon-ho. The patriarch of the Wei clan, Zhonghan, confirms that it is indeed him. Gui Neng informs them that if it is young Master Yon-ho, he should have arrived at the Divine Hand Manor by now. Zhonghan looks surprised by this information. Gui Neng clarifies that before this, Yon-ho was staying at the Hamlin Great Academy. Zhonghan's questions why he would go to a medical sect like the Divine Hand Manor and asks if he is sick. Gui Neng states that she hasn't heard anything about his health being poor. Zhonghan strokes his beard, finding the situation strange. He says that his son is naturally lazy and isn't the type to keep in touch with a young lady on his own initiative. His expression hardens as suspicion fills his eyes. He looks directly at Guineng and asks pointedly, "How do you know his whereabouts so well, young lady?" Guineng is startled by the sudden and direct question, a bead of sweat forming on her face. Caught off guard, Guineng begins to stammer. Internally, she realizes she got swept up in the mood and revealed too much, understanding that Zhonghan is essentially asking if she's been watching his son. Her panic intensifies as Zhonghan's demeanor becomes menacing. He slams his hand down and yells, "You better answer me straight!" Guineng recognizes the gravity of the situation, knowing that one wrong move could be fatal for her. The scene shifts to the recently reconstructed Divine Hand Manor. The reconstruction was completed with remarkable speed by utilizing the former Black Earth building. Hida Bung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, explains to Jin Soa, the young head of Sacred Handgrounds, that they covered the insufficient funds with the money looted from there. He gestures towards chests overflowing with gold. While Jin Soa contemplates this, Hida Bung reflects on how Yan Ho used a paid-off debt as leverage to threaten Jin Soa. As a paper is presented to him, Jin Soa looks up in shock, asking, "What is this?" Yan Ho presents the document to Jin Soa, explaining that it's a promissory note. He points to the signature, stating that Jin Soa owes him 20 gold taels. A confused Jin Soa asks if this is what he signed last time, questioning why he still owes money when he thought Yan Ho was paying off the debt for him. Yan Ho smirks, telling the young man that nothing in this world is free and that paying his debt was merely an investment. Hida Bung elaborates on the terms. Jin Soa must work hard to rebuild the Divine Hand Manor to pay off that share. Yan Ho adds that he will even provide a salary of 1 gold tael a year, which means it will take 20 years to pay back the loan. Jin Soa is utterly shocked, exclaiming, "20 years?" With a cheerful smile, Yan Ho tells him to sign if he understands, giving him the alternative of paying back the 20 gold taels in a lump sum right now. The grim reality dawns on Jin Soa as he realizes this is the kind of slave contract he's only heard about in stories. With a sniffle and a look of utter defeat, he signs the contract, thinking to himself that he was completely tricked. As the dejected Jin Soa walks away, Yonho watches him go and remarks to Hida Bung that with this, he has successfully secured the eldest son of the Divine Hand Manor. After Jin Soa leaves, Hida Bung quietly asks Yonho, "By the way, why did you do that?" Yonho feigns ignorance, casually replying, "Do what?" Hida Bung clarifies his point, stating that a contract as one-sided and foolish as the one Jin Soa signed will likely never exist again. He questions Yan Ho's motives. "Why are you showing such favor to young hero Jin?" He elaborates, questioning if the conditions of the contract are not in fact too good for Jin Soa. Hida Bung reasons that even if Jin works by himself, it would be impossible for him to revive the Divine Hand Manor in just 20 years. He also points out that while the name of the Divine Hand Manor is prestigious, it is not particularly necessary for someone of Yan Ho's standing. Yan Ho takes a calm sip of his tea, looks at Hida Bung, and simply agrees. That is true. Hida Bung presses his point, asking Yan Ho, then why pay a huge salary and help revive Divine Hand Manor? He adds that from his perspective, it doesn't seem like there's anything in the arrangement for the young master. Yan Ho replies with a single meaningful phrase, "It's a connection." Hida Bung is perplexed, repeating, "A connection?" Yan Ho looks at his reflection in his tea and explains that, although Jin Soa is still young, he possesses the potential to handle great things in the future. He continues, laying out his vision. If Jin Soa successfully revives the Divine Hand Manor and becomes a great physician, he will have the power to save countless lives. So Yan Ho concludes, "I intend to put my faith in him and watch. I'm giving him a chance." Hida Bung seems to accept this, though he finds it difficult to grasp, stating, "It is hard to understand. But if that is your will, young master," unbeknownst to them, Jin Soa has been listening from just outside the room. He is visibly moved, his cheeks flushing slightly as he thinks to himself, "To think young Master Yan Ho thought of me in that way." He sits down, crossing his arms as he processes Yan Ho's unexpected faith in him. Clenching his fist, Jin Soa chides himself, realizing he had just been complaining. A new resolve fills him as he decides that the only thing he can do is work hard and repay Yan Ho's kindness. With renewed purpose, he tells himself to get a grip and runs off down the corridor. Back in the room, once Jin Soa is out of sight, Yon Ho turns to Hida Bung and asks, "Is he gone?" Hida Bung glances out the door and confirms that, He has left. The moment the confirmation is given, Yeon-ho's composed expression breaks into a wicked, scrunched-up laugh. He gleefully remarks that, fooling a kid is a piece of cake. Hee-debung erupts in laughter alongside him, adding that what they told Jin-soa wasn't exactly a lie either, and the two share a hearty laugh over their successful scheme. Yeon-ho and Hee-debung continue to laugh heartily over their successful manipulation. The scene transitions to the Divine Hand Manor, where Hee-debung, having taken the position of general manager, rapidly proceeded with the opening preparations. On the day of the grand opening, the manor is bustling with an enormous crowd. The sheer number of guests quickly overwhelms the staff. An attendant reports that they are running low on food and is ordered to cook more, bring in everyone they can to help, and to tell them the pay is generous. Amidst the chaos, another employee, looking flustered alongside Jin-soa, shouts that they are running out of seats. The command is given to open the unused patient rooms and lay out mats in the main hall to take everyone in. As the logistical problems continue, someone else expresses concern that they will soon run out of ingredients. The immediate frantic order is to go buy more of whatever they need. Jin-soa takes a deep breath and steels his resolve, telling himself to snap out of it. He clenches his fists, accepting his role as the Lord of the Divine Hand Manor. In the crowd, murmurs spread as people see him. One person asks if he is truly the legitimate heir, while another marvels at how much the child has grown. Someone else comments that if Jin-soa possesses even half of his father's skill, he is worthy of the manor's name. This leads to a discussion about the fake Divine Hand Manor, with the consensus being that it will inevitably go under now that the true heir has appeared. Suddenly, a commotion arises at the entrance. An attendant shouts, "He is arriving." All eyes turn to see a new figure, making his way up the stairs. Jin-soa and Hee-debung look on with confusion. A tall man with a long beard, dressed in ornate robes, walks with a confident stride. The crowd parts for him, whispering in awe as he passes. He walks right up the main steps and past Jin-soa without a second glance. Guards announce the arrival of a high-ranking official shouting, "Make way for the governor!" The crowd quickly parts to create a path. Hee-debung immediately rushes forward, bowing deeply as he stammers a welcome. The governor merely clears his throat with an ahem, his gaze fixed ahead, not on Hee-debung. He walks past the manager and into the main courtyard, his presence commanding the attention of everyone present. Seeing the governor stop, Jin-soa promptly drops to his knees in a formal bow. The governor turns to him and speaks, his voice calm and authoritative. He expresses his joy at seeing the Jin family's manor being rebuilt. He then looks down at the kneeling young man and asks, "You must be the son of the previous Lord of Divine Hand Manor?" Still kneeling, Jin-soa nervously confirms, "Yes, I am." "Good," the governor declares loudly. "As the governor, I officially recognize the reconstruction of Divine Hand Manor here today." He then adds his expectation, stating, "I trust the Lord of Divine Hand Manor will dedicate himself to the people." Jin-soa bows his head even lower. Bowing, "I will do my absolute best." The governor's official recognition incites a wave of celebration among the onlookers. They cheer loudly, proclaiming that the Divine Hand Manor has truly risen again, and that the pride of Wuhan has returned. One man enthusiastically corrects that it's not just the pride of Wuhan, but the pride of all Hubei. Addressing the crowd, the governor encourages them to visit the manor often, proclaiming that a healthy populace makes for a healthy nation. The people respond with shouts of understanding, assuring the governor not to worry. The crowd buzzes with excitement. People are amazed that the governor himself attended the opening of a medical clinic. Others quickly point out that it's not just any clinic, but the renowned Divine Hand Manor. They reminisce about how the manor was always the first name that came to mind when speaking of medical families, emphasizing that this is the real one, not the fake. Amidst the celebration, Jin-soa looks up at the sky, picturing his father's smiling face. He quietly asks, "Father, are you watching?" With renewed determination, he clenches his fists and vows to do well, asking his late father to watch over him. Later in a private room, the governor's confident facade has vanished. He nervously looks at Yeon-ho, who is sitting leisurely, and asks, "Is this sufficient?" Yeon-ho calmly replies, "Yes, it was perfect." Relieved but anxious, the governor says, "Then please keep your promise." Yan-ho agrees without hesitation. Of course. However, his expression turns sly as he taps a ledger in his hand. However, I'll hold on to this bribery ledger for now, he states. It would be troublesome if you changed your tune later. The governor grits his teeth in frustration, sweating under the pressure. Defeated, he can only mutter, before standing to leave. Then I will be on my way. As the governor's carriage departs, Yan-ho waves cheerfully, calling out, "Safe travels till day." Inside the carriage, the governor takes a long drag from his pipe, his expression grim. He reflects on the precarious situation, thinking that the ledger from the Black Spider Gang has fallen into the hands of a royal secret inspector, and concludes that he will have to lay low for a while. The next morning, Jin Soa stands at the top of the manor's steps, utterly bewildered by the sight before him. A massive crowd of people has formed a long line stretching far down the path, all waiting to enter the clinic. People in the queue can be heard bickering, telling each other not to push and to stay in line. Standing beside Jin Soa, Hee Dabung is equally overwhelmed, asking in disbelief where the line even ends. Suddenly, Hee Dabung's demeanor shifts. As Jin Soa looks on confused, Hee Dabung excitedly exclaims, quote, "The smell, I smell it." His eyes gleam like gold coins as he declares, "It smells like money. Let's suck them dry, my lord." Jin Soa recoils in disgust, chiding the older man. "Suck what dry? Watch your mouth, old man." In stark contrast, the establishment labeled Divine Hand Manor, fake, is completely deserted. Inside, the man in charge slams his fist on the table, demanding to know why there are no patients. A subordinate hesitantly explains that the new, real Divine Hand Manor has opened, and everyone has flocked over there. The leader is stunned, repeating Divine Hand Manor. With a grimace, the subordinate confirms the news, leading the leader to erupt in anger. He slams the table again, shouting, "How can they call it Divine Hand Manor without the Lord of Divine Hand Manor?" His subordinate quickly clarifies that it's the late Lord's young son who opened the new clinic. The leader is furious, questioning how this is possible when the boy's father had a mountain of gambling debt. He yells, demanding to know where Jin Soa could have possibly gotten the money to open a clinic. His frustration boils over as he reveals his own involvement, stating, "After I got that bald Jin addicted to gambling and ruined him, everything was going so smoothly." His subordinate, looking worried, asks, "What should we do now?" The leader's anger turns to fear as he contemplates the consequences. He thinks to himself that this was a task entrusted to them by a young master, and if things go south, the failure will be entirely on his head. The subordinate resigns himself to their fate, suggesting there's nothing they can do and that it's too late now. But his leader's expression hardens with a grim resolve. "If a knot cannot be untied, you just have to cut it off," he says, before violently smashing a medicine cutter on the table, startling his subordinate. "Truly tragic," the leader says with a chilling lack of emotion. He then paints a morbid picture for his subordinate. To think the young Lord of Divine Hand Manor, who just barely managed to stand back up, met a violent end at the hands of a robber in the night. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he asks, "Isn't that just so tragic?" As Jin Soa is seen in his room, unaware of the danger and focused on practicing with his acupuncture needles, the leader gives his final ominous order: make sure to prepare a generous amount of condolence money. A shady figure with a grin wide enough to crack his face mocks the situation, claiming it's just so tragic that the young lord met a violent end at the hands of a robber last night. He's so confident in the hit that he's already ordering his men to prepare a generous amount of condolence money for the funeral, before the victim is even dead. Shift to the Murim Alliance, where leader Sima Cheon is losing his cool over reports that the Green Forest bandits are making plays with the Iron Blood sect. Confirming the intel came from a Peng clan kid named Peng Duguk, who somehow managed to escape the 10 Swords of Green Forest with his life intact. Sima Cheon does the math. If the 10 swords were deployed, this isn't a casual meetup. The Green Forest and Iron Blood sect are officially holding hands, and the timing couldn't be worse. The Murim world is a pressure cooker that hasn't blown off steam in 20 years. Every faction has been hoarding power like squirrels with nuts, and now the dam is breaking. Demonic, Orthodox, Justice Alliance in the east, Medical Union in the west, the lines are drawn. And thanks to all that pent-up aggression, even a minor disagreement is spiraling into a full-blown bloodbath. It's become a world where entire sects get deleted over petty arguments and blood spills faster than tea. Sima Cheon pivots to the Heavenly Medical Union, hoping for good news. They haven't moved yet, but there's a massive catch. The Iron Blood sect and the Medical Union have been holding hands since ancient times. If this Green Forest Alliance happens under the Medical Union's umbrella, this isn't just a skirmish anymore. The problem just got upgraded from a headache to a catastrophe. Sima Cheon clears his throat, doing the grim math on how much blood a war with the Medical Union would cost, before deciding to pivot to something slightly less depressing. He circles back to the Peng kid surviving the 10 swords, but Jung Han corrects the intel. The kid didn't solo that fight. He had backup from someone named Yan Ho. The name hits Sima Cheon like a truck, confirms the identity with clinical detachment. It's the second son of the Guangdong Wei clan, the prodigal son who vanished into thin air 5 years ago and only recently decided to respawn. Sima Cheon practically explodes with realization. The name clicks, and he connects the dots to the legendary Sword of Justice, Wei Jung Han. He's suddenly convinced that the 5-year disappearance wasn't a tragedy, but a secret training arc where the father was busy raising a dragon. He's ready to pop the champagne over this elite bloodline, but the elder across the table cuts the fanboying short with another reality check. Yan Ho isn't the only powerhouse in that family. His eldest brother is San Ho, the guy famous for being the demon-slaying sword. Sima Cheon is already placing his bets, predicting the Guangdong Wei clan will snatch the #1 spot under the heavens within a decade. He's practically drooling over the potential, convincing himself that since the kid was raised by the Sword of Justice, he must be a saint in human skin, upright, chivalrous, and ready to save the world. He screams to the rafters that a dragon has risen to save the Murim. But while the Alliance leader hypes him up as the next Messiah, the dragon is currently passed out cold on a roof, snoring away his potential and looking less like a hero and more like a guy who just wants a nap. Yanho wakes up with a noise that definitely isn't heroic, immediately looking for his labor force. He asks for Jin Soa, but finds Hidebung standing there with a customer service smile, reporting that the kid finally hit his limit and passed out. Yanho doesn't offer sympathy, just logistics, telling Hidebung to keep the engine running so he doesn't collapse again. But the branch manager is already on top of it, having pre-ordered the herbal medicine to keep their golden goose alive. Yonho skips the pleasantries and demands his payout for a bet, leaving Hidebung confused until the punchline arrives in the form of assassins swarming the compound. Yanho dangles from the eaves like a bat, gloating that he called the timing perfectly. Hidebung tries to save face by calling him impatient, but Yanho just wants to know if the manager actually prepped the welcome party for the killers he predicted. Yanho makes his grand entrance, not with a divine blade, but with a literal broom, declaring it's the only weapon he needs to take out the trash. His motivation isn't justice or honor, he's just pissed that these goons are trying to damage his money source. As the assassins lunge with glowing blue blades, Yanho stands his ground, ready to do some aggressive cleaning to protect his investment. Yanho winds up for a swing that has absolutely zero martial grace and 100% pure aggression. The noble dragon the Alliance leader was fantasizing about is currently screaming, "Die," with a face that looks more demonic than the actual bad guys, proving that while his bloodline might be legendary, his personality is a complete dumpster fire. Jump to the Hao clan's Kai Feng branch, where Guineng is suddenly sweating under the spotlight. Jung Han isn't buying the romance angle for a second because he knows the harsh truth. His son is naturally lazy, and definitely not the type to maintain a correspondence with a pretty girl. He corners her with the obvious question, if his son didn't tell her where he is, how does she know his location so perfectly? Guineng realizes she just dug her own grave. She got swept up in the moment, spilled too much intel, and now the patriarch thinks she's running a surveillance op on his son. Jung Han isn't in the mood for games, roaring for a straight answer and looking ready to level the building. Guineng knows one slip-up here means disaster, but before the interrogation can turn violent, the legendary Sword of Justice gets neutralized instantly by a pinched hand. The mighty patriarch is reduced to a screaming toddler as his wife Sang-ah twists his ear like a volume knob. She scolds him for blocking their son's love life, operating on the delusion that if a woman tracks a man, it must be romance, not espionage. While Guineng stands there confused by this sudden shift in genre, the mother bypasses the interrogation and goes straight for the gossip. She confirms Yanho is in Hubei and sweetly demands the GPS coordinates for the Divine Hand Manor, proving she's the real boss of the Wei clan. Gui Neng agrees to drop the location, but adds a disclaimer: the kid is a flight risk. He didn't last long at the Hanlin Academy, so there's no guarantee he'll stick around the Divine Hand Manor either. To solve that, she offers a human GPS, one of her informants, to escort the parents and track the moving target. Jung Han watches this transaction with a sudden shift in perspective. Instead of crushing her, he's internally applauding her guts. She knows exactly who he is, yet she's handling the situation with a smile and zero panic, forcing the old man to admit that this young lady is actually a stone-cold professional. Jung Han tries to keep things professional, accepting the help as a personal favor, with the standard righteousness terms and conditions attached, of course. He asks for the informant's identity, but Sang-ah clicks her tongue at his density because she has different priorities. She immediately launches a full-blown daughter-in-law background check, hitting Gui Neng with the rapid-fire questions. Age? 26. Parents? Father's alive, mother's gone. The mission to find their son has officially taken a back seat to the mission to find him a wife. Sang-ah is already in full mother-in-law mode, physically inspecting the merchandise while dismissing Gui Neng's tragic backstory as not a flaw in today's market. She pivots immediately to backhanded concern, calling the literal sect leader frail and questioning if she has the stamina for the long haul to Hubei. Gui Neng is sweating through the awkwardness, wondering what kind of fever dream she's walked into, until the realization hits her like a slap. The informant Sang-ah was asking about. She just assumed Gui Neng is the one leading the tour. Gui Neng runs the numbers in her head and realizes she's standing in front of a dynasty. With the Sword of Justice, the demon-slaying sword, and now the wild card Yan Ho, the Wei clan isn't just a family, it's a superpower waiting to happen. Seeing the investment potential, she decides to lean all the way into the misunderstanding. She drops a sly grin and officially accepts the role of daughter-in-law, calling Sang-ah mother without skipping a beat. She assures them she's sturdier than she looks and runs off to pack, securing her seat on the bandwagon before it leaves the station. Sang-ah is waving goodbye like she just won the lottery, but Jung Han is still trying to use logic, whispering that the girl clearly has zero romantic interest in their son. Sang-ah immediately shuts that down with a verbal backhand, asking the million-dollar question: does he really think Yan Ho is capable of getting married without help? The patriarch takes a second, realizes his son is a hopeless case, and drops a defeated no, accepting that if they don't force the issue, the Wei bloodline ends with a nap. Sang-ah lays out her master plan, which relies less on Cupid's arrow and more on tactical entrapment. She figures if she forces them into a confined space for a long road trip, biology will eventually do the rest. She waves off the age gap because they desperately need someone with brains. If the girl isn't sharp, she'll get eaten alive by Yon Ho's weaponized incompetence. As she cackles into the night like a supervillain, Jung Han cowers in the background, realizing that the scariest thing in the Murim isn't a demon lord, but his own wife. The scene shifts back to the Silver River Exchange, where the morning silence is broken by a low rumble, signaling that the chaos is just getting started. Back at the Silver River Exchange, Jin Soa is slumped over the table, groaning like an old man as his body finally rebels against the workload. Meanwhile, Wei Yon Ho is happily stuffing his face with noodles, completely unbothered by his employee's near-death experience. Jin Soa asks how he can eat while watching someone die of exhaustion, but Yan Ho just chews louder. When Jin Soa questions if the slave labor is actually making him a better doctor, Yan Ho hits him with the classic hard work builds character speech, claiming there are no shortcuts in medicine. Corner to call it what it is, a very plausible lie. But Yan Ho just shrugs because, hey, if the kid believes it, the scam works. Jin Soa vaguely recalls hearing the sounds of Mortal Kombat last night, but Yan Ho gaslights him instantly, claiming it was dead quiet. In reality, he bagged the assassins and tossed them at the magistrate's doorstep like a bag of laundry. He goes back to slurping his noodles, declaring that with the obstacles removed, the entire Hubei region is ready to be devoured by the Divine Hand Manor. But just as he's savoring the taste of monopoly, a servant interrupts the victory meal. The servant announces a visitor, and Jin Soa looks confused until the guest walks in and drops the temperature in the room by 10 degrees. It's Jin Yiran, the unparalleled beauty with a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Jin Soa freezes, stammering out a terrified sister, realizing that his peaceful noodle break just turned into a family crisis. Jin Yiran doesn't waste time on pleasantries, immediately ordering her little brother to quit and come home. She then hits him with the classic disappointed older sibling lecture, reminding him that medicine is a noble, benevolent art, not a get-rich-quick scheme for merchants. She's disgusted that he's here toiling away just for profit, completely forgetting the family values. Jin Yiran doubles down, telling him to pack his bags immediately. But Jin Soa, for the first time, finds a spine. He counters her high and mighty lecture with a simple dose of reality. Are doctors not human? He launches into a tirade about the unfairness of it all. Why should every other profession get to chase fame and fortune while doctors are expected to live on gruel and good vibes? Jin Yiran, of course, plays the ancestor card, but Jin Soa has a comeback ready, pointing out that their so-called benevolent ancestors were living in mansions, not mud huts. Jin Yiran tries to split hairs, arguing that their wealth was a byproduct of their benevolence, not the goal. Jin Soa finally snaps, shouting that she is the one who doesn't get it. He admits he knows he's not exactly on the righteous path, but at least he's not drowning in the same arrogant, self-righteous hypocrisy she is. He lays out the cold hard truth. If they follow her idealistic, desire-free philosophy, the divine hand manner will fade into obscurity, its name forgotten, because nobility doesn't pay the bills. Shinjin Yiran is stunned, speechless, completely unprepared for this level of rebellion from her meek little brother. Jin Soa, having said his piece, simply turns his back on her, dismissing her with a cold, "You go your way, sister." He declares he'll make the divine hand manner famous his own way, effectively ending the conversation and her authority over him. As Jin Yiran reaches out, calling his name in disbelief, Yeon Ho watches the whole soap opera unfold from the sidelines, a smug grin plastered on his face as he enjoys the show. Shinjin Yiran's gaze shifts from her rebellious brother to the slacker watching from the side. Yeon Ho, feigning innocence, asks why she's staring at him, but Jin Yiran's eyes are practically glowing with rage. Her logic is simple. Her sweet, obedient brother would never have found a backbone on his own. She calmly and terrifyingly pins the blame squarely on the young hero who corrupted him. A carriage retreats under the moonlight, carrying the operation's mastermind away from his failure. The masked young master inside issues a new directive: erase every trace of their presence at the Divine Hand Manor, just in case. His subordinate agrees, but he has to ask, is it really a good idea to just abandon the entire foundation they've built in Wuhan? The young master agrees it's a waste, but explains that it's better to cut their losses now than to lose everything by holding on. The problem isn't the mission's failure, it's the unknown variable. An unidentified boy messed up the plan, and that's a small omen that could explode into a problem. He reasons that an expert of that level is never a solo act. His backers will surface eventually. Engaging him would only escalate the situation and attract unwanted attention, win or lose. The best move is to fold, clean house, and pretend they were never there. The young master fumes, lamenting that while his older brother is out there racking up wins, he's stuck dealing with setbacks. Wasting time is his biggest enemy, and he's obsessed with the identity of the boy expert who derailed everything. Realizing he can't handle this alone, he decides to escalate the issue. Preparing to send a letter to the main house, resolving to inform the higher-ups that a new unidentified threat has emerged, one who could jeopardize their entire grand cause. Back at the manor, Jin Yiran is having a drink alone to process the day's drama. Yeon Ho appears from the shadows, offering some unsolicited health advice about drinking on an empty stomach. He casually asks if her temper has cooled down, completely unfazed by the death glare she was giving him just a few hours ago. Under the serene moonlight, a bottle is poured into a small cup. On a balcony railing overlooking a quiet courtyard, Jin Yiran sits alone, letting out a deep sigh as she continues to pour her drink. Just then, a voice interrupts her solitude. Yeon Ho appears, telling her, "Drinking alone ruins your stomach." As Jin Yiran takes a sip from her cup, Yeon Ho casually scratches the back of his head, hoping her anger has subsided. With a slight smirk, he asks if she can spare a glass for him too. He then joins her on the railing, sitting down beside her and remarking that drinking alone is poison. Jin Yiran retorts, asking if seeing his face wouldn't be more poisonous. Yeon Ho playfully suggests lying down so she wouldn't have to see it. Jin Yiran remarks that it sounds like a solution typical of him. Her lighthearted demeanor suddenly vanishes as she bows deeply, apologizing to Yeon Ho. He, caught off guard, asks for the reason. Jin Yaran explains that despite all he has done for them, she got angry and was too ashamed to visit him to apologize. Yeonho simply tells her not to worry about it, but Jin Yaran remains silent with a somber expression. Jin Yiran breaks the silence, stating that with the divine hand manner and her brother Soa, nothing is easy. Yeonho then admits that, honestly, he doesn't understand what she is so worried about. He recalls his master's words, "If you want something, you must achieve it yourself." He applies this logic directly to her family situation, asking if it isn't the same for the divine hand manner, concluding with the old saying, "He who is thirsty digs the well." Stunned, Jin Yaran asks if he means she should be the one to raise the divine hand manner. Yeonho bluntly asks if that isn't what she wanted all along. He points out that while Soa is the legitimate heir, it doesn't mean he is the only one who can raise the family standing. After a moment of silence, Jin Yiran looks down and quietly states the obvious obstacle, "I am a woman." With a grin, Yeonho challenges her, asking if there's a law stating only men can raise a family. He presses further, questioning if gender even matters when it comes to saving people. Jin Yaran is taken aback, her heart pounding at his directness. With a hint of hope, she asks, "Do you think I can do it?" Yeonho gives a simple, honest reply, "Nobody knows that." Yeonho continues, explaining that Soa becoming a great physician and rebuilding the divine hand manner are two different things. He tells Jin Yiran that because she is convinced only Soa is qualified, she keeps obsessing over him, a fixation that leaves her metaphorically drowning. He then lands his final powerful point: if she wants to rebuild the divine hand manner with the ideal physician she envisions, she has to do it herself. Jin Yiran stares at him intently. Yeonho asks why she is staring at him like that. With her eyes closed, a faint smile appears on Jin Yiran's face as she calls him a very strange person. Yeonho casually responds that he hears that often, and Jin Yiran confirms he really is strange. Taking a sip from his cup, Yeonho imparts one final thought. People who don't move, people who don't try, people who only think can never achieve anything. Jin Yiran chuckles, asking if he's being self-deprecating. Yeonho confirms with a simple yes. He explains that he's satisfied with his current life and has no particular desire to achieve anything grand. Despite this, he bets he's happier than her at that moment. With a mischievous grin, he reveals the reason. "Because I am doing what I want to do." He then adds as an afterthought that of course, he still has to do things he hates because of his master. With a slight smile, Jin Yiran observes that his master must be a very good person, especially since he's the one who makes Yeonho move. After her comment, they both lie back on the railing, looking up at the sky in comfortable silence. As they gaze at the brilliant full moon, Yeonho quietly responds. Elsewhere at a quiet guest house, Yeonho confidently strides into a room where gambling king Dokbi with a drinking glass sits alone. Yeonho pulls up a seat directly opposite him, casually asking, "Can I have a glass too?" Dokbi, startled by the sudden intrusion, looks up with a sharp, surprised expression and demands to know, "How did you know I was here?" Yeonho calmly pours a drink, explaining that if you ask around, there are always people happy to tell you things. Suspicious, Dokbi immediately questions if he has connections with the Hao clan. Ignoring the question, Yeonho takes a drink and lets out a small sound of disgust. He remarks that it's his second glass of the day, and he still doesn't understand why people drink the bitter stuff. Then, placing his cup down firmly, he gets straight to the point, looking Dokbi in the eye and asking, "Why did you do it?" Yeonho cuts straight to the chase. "You lost on purpose." Dokbi takes a sip of his drink, a wry smile on his face as he calls it an interesting story. He scoffs at the idea, asking if Yeonho is seriously suggesting that he, Dokbi, the gambling king, would lose a match on purpose. Unfazed, Yeonho presses on, stating that with Dokbi's skill, he could have easily rolled double sixes at the end of their match. But as Yeonho points out with a knowing look, he deliberately chose not to. "Normally I should have lost," Yeonho admits, his gaze fixed on Dokbi. "I want to know why." Instead of answering directly, Dokbi leans forward and poses a question of his own. "What do you think gambling is?" He then answers it himself, a dramatic flair in his voice. "Gambling is a contest," he declares. "Gamblers use all their abilities to decide the outcome." Dokbi laments that these days, useless things like plans and strategies are interfering in the gambling scene. He insists with a straight face that he never lost on purpose. His luck simply ran out. He then smirks, noting that thanks to his loss, The number of people ruining themselves at the Goldflower Casino will disappear. He knows a new gambling den will eventually open, and the cycle will repeat, but until then, there's something to be gained. Yeon-ho looks at him, bewildered, asking if it was worth it even though he lost everything. Not just his wealth, but his reputation and followers. Dokbi calmly states that what truly matters is the vessel. He uses a simple analogy. If the cup is empty, you just refill it. From his perspective, losing everything can also be seen as losing nothing at all. Yeon-ho scoffs, calling it sophistry. Dokbi bursts out laughing, retorting, "So what if it's sophistry? If I think so, then it is so." Yeon-ho looks on, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. He reflects on the gambling king Dokbi, a man who lives in a world where winning and losing is everything, yet paradoxically doesn't consider it everything. As this realization hits, a strange energy begins to pulse from Yeon-ho's chest. Yeon-ho breaks the silence. "Isn't it strange?" Dokbi, curious, asks what he's referring to. Yeon-ho explains that for the past few days, he's been with what he considers the kindest people in the world, referring to Jin Yiran and Jin Soa. Yet he didn't feel any deep connection or understanding from them. It was as if they were walking a path he couldn't even begin to imagine. He admits he could understand their motivations on an intellectual level, but he couldn't truly feel or connect with their struggles. "But talking with you, Mr. Yeon-ho continues, a look of clarity on his face, feels like breaking the mold. Dokbi takes a thoughtful sip from his cup and replies, "That is what people are." He elaborates that people feel different things even in the same situation, and they all end up gambling on the path they chose. "Isn't that what life is?" he asks as they clink their cups together. Dokbi then adds with a genuine smile, "That's why the match with you was enjoyable, young master." As night falls and transitions to a new day at the Divine Hand Manor, chaos erupts. Hee-da-bung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, bursts in, frantically clutching a piece of paper and crying out, "Lord, Lord!" Jin Soa rushes over, asking what is going on. Hee-da-bung, practically shoving the paper in his face, stammers in disbelief. This! Hee-da-bung urgently explains that young hero Wee left a letter and disappeared. As Jin Soa reads the shocking note, the words leap off the page. It begins with a blunt statement, "I am leaving." The letter continues, "I felt like I would be stuck here forever, so I am leaving. I don't think I will be of much help to the Divine Hand Manor." Jin Soa, completely baffled, wonders aloud what this all means and where Yeon-ho could possibly be going. The letter continues with instructions for them. "Please run the clinic well on your own. Don't be too greedy for money." He expresses his confidence in them, writing, "I believe Soa will become a great physician and the manager will run it excellently." But then comes a cheeky postscript. It's P.S. by the way, make sure to save the profits. I will come to collect it when the time is right. Jin Soa is left speechless. Regaining his composure, he immediately turns to Hee-da-bung and orders him to send people out. A confused Hee-da-bung can only reply with, "Pardon?" Jin Soa, determined, tells Hee-da-bung that given Yeon-ho's personality, he could not have gone far. He urges him to find Yeon-ho, certain there is a high probability he is still nearby. Inwardly, Jin Soa fumes, thinking, dumping everything on us and trying to run away. Meanwhile, in a remote village, Jin Yiran is treating sick and injured people. Looking over the patients, she tells one of the grateful villagers that this should be enough. The villager thanks her profusely for coming all the way out to their remote place for a house call. The villager addresses her respectfully as Physician Jin Yiran. She humbly replies that there is no need for thanks and leaves some ointment for them to use when they feel pain. From a short distance away, Yeon-ho watches her, a small smile on his face as he thinks to himself, she is really unstoppable. He then approaches her, remarking that if her skills are that effective, he would like to see them too. Jin Yiran turns in shock, exclaiming, "Young Master Yeon-ho?" The two stand facing each other in the quiet, scenic village. Yeon-ho sarcastically remarks on the novelty of a physician who makes free house calls, then immediately points out the financial drain. "Do you know how much money you have spent so far?" As they walk, he continues to press her. "Why on earth do you go this far? You don't have to walk this thorny path. Is it a sense of duty or something?" Jin Yiran stops and looks back at him. "It's not really a sense of duty," she says softly. "You said it yourself, young master." With a confident smile, Jin Yiran quotes his own words back to him. "People who only think can never achieve anything." She then proudly declares, This is the Jin Yiren style of rebuilding the divine hand manner. Yan-ho looks at her, a newfound respect in his eyes. He then holds out a bundle to her, saying, "Take this." He explains that since she keeps selling her valuable belongings, they must not be important to her, but it felt wrong, so he brought them back. Jin Yiran opens the bundle and is stunned to find her precious jewelry. The realization dawns on her as she exclaims, "Don't tell me, last time too?" Yunho looks at her with a gentle but firm expression. "Don't sell them off anymore," he says. "Can you promise me?" Jin Yiran clutches the bundle to her chest, a warm smile on her face, and replies, "I promise." Without another word, Yan-ho turns to leave, simply saying, "Then, I will be off." A confused Jin Yiran calls after him, "Pardon? Where are you going?" Yan-ho explains that because of his master's dying wish, he cannot stay in one place for long. "If it's meant to be, we will meet again someday," he says, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Jin Yiran calls out, stopping him. He turns back, curious. She shyly holds out a folded blue ribbon. It's a small gift, but please accept it," she says, adding with a playful jab, "Since your hair is always messy, young master." Yan-ho accepts the ribbon and uses it to tie his long hair back neatly. With his hair now tied back, Yan-ho smiles and says, "I will use it well." He turns and begins to walk away as Jin Yiran waves enthusiastically, shouting, "Thank you." As he continues on his journey, a content look settles on Yan-ho's face. He thinks to himself, in the end, she decided to walk that difficult path herself. As he walks along the path, Yan-ho reflects on the siblings. Soa walks Soa's path, and Jin Yiran walks Jin Yiran's path. "I guess I should start walking too." His profound thought is immediately undercut by a childish outburst. "Ah, damn it, I don't want to walk," he whines. "My legs hurt like hell." Just then, he is startled by the sound of an approaching horse and cart. The man driving the cart stops as Yan-ho flags him down. As the cart rolls to a halt, Yan-ho runs up to the driver, an elderly man with a long white beard. Looking up at the man with pleading eyes, Yan-ho simply says, "Please." The old man looks down at him, a bit confused, and asks, Seemingly on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, Yan-ho reaches out a hand and begs, "Just once, give me a ride." The old man looks closer, humming in question. Straining to lift his head, Yan-ho raises a single trembling finger. He stares up desperately, pleading to be given a ride. Just this once. The old man stands over him, perplexed by the sudden beggar on the road. He asks if a ride is truly what the young man is seeking. Yan-ho confirms it, stating that he does not care about the destination. He simply wishes to be taken wherever the old man is headed. After a moment of consideration, the old man notes that it is a strange request to make of a stranger, but he decides not to be heartless. He tells Yan-ho to get on. With a look of relief, Yan-ho climbs into the back of the open wooden cart, offering a sincere thanks as the old man resumes walking. Pulling the carriage along the solitary road, lying back against the wooden planks of the moving cart, Yan-ho closes his eyes, savoring the sheer convenience of effortless travel. As the hours pass, the warm hues of evening give way to the cool blues of night. The carriage continues its steady pace through the quiet, moonlit mountains, while Yan-ho remains fast asleep, his arms resting behind his head and legs crossed comfortably, completely oblivious to the world passing by. Eventually, the carriage comes to a halt in the middle of a dark, wooded path. The old man calls out to his passenger, who is so deep in slumber that he is drooling slightly. It takes a second, firmer command to finally rouse him. Yan-ho stirs, waking up groggily as the old man informs him that this is where they must part ways. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Yan-ho admits he must have slept far longer than he intended. As he stands up on the cart, preparing to leave, the old man looks around the desolate woods with a hint of concern. He asks if the young man will truly be all right being dropped off here, pointing out that there aren't any houses nearby for shelter. Yan-ho brushes off the worry with a light-hearted laugh, joking that he can simply sleep in a tree or dig a hole if necessary. With a warm smile, he sincerely thanks the elder for bringing him this far, accepting the farewell. The old man simply tells Yan-ho to take care. The young martial artist stands politely on the dark path, watching the carriage rattle away as he bids his final goodbye. The sound of the wooden wheels rolling over the dirt slowly fades, leaving Yan-ho standing alone as a small silhouette against the vast, moonlit backdrop of the forest. Further down the road, the old man continues leading his horse, his back turned to the boy he just left behind. The silence of the night allows his thoughts to wander, and he mutters to himself that Yon Ho was quite an interesting kid. However, the benevolent atmosphere around him shifts abruptly. His expression hardens, the friendly mask dissolving into something cold and authoritative. He whispers a single name into the darkness, Red Moon. Instantaneously, a figure emerges from the shadows. A man with long dark hair, wearing an eye patch and purple martial arts robes, lands softly and drops to one knee, bowing his head in absolute submission. He awaits his master's command. The old man ignores the formalities and raises a hand to his own face. His fingers dig into his jawline, and with a rough tug, he begins to peel away his skin. The white beard and wrinkled flesh tear away like paper, revealing the true face hidden beneath, a sharp, intimidating visage marked by a scar across the nose. As the pieces of his disguise fall away, the elder reveals the true reason for his interest in the traveler. It wasn't just a chance encounter. He realized that Yon Ho had noticed Red Moon's concealed presence the entire time. Red Moon is visibly shaken by the revelation. His single eye widens in disbelief as he processes the fact that a seemingly random traveler had detected his concealed presence, a feat that shouldn't be possible for an ordinary person. Standing tall under the moonlight, holding the tattered remains of his old man disguise in one hand, the elder issues a cold directive. He wants to know exactly who they were dealing with. With a voice that brooks no argument, he commands Red Moon to investigate the boy immediately. Without hesitation, the subordinate bows low, accepting the order with absolute loyalty. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the subject of their suspicion is far less concerned. Yon Ho stands before a massive ancient tree, its thick roots and branches offering a natural shelter against the night. Assessing the spot with a practical eye, he decides it will serve as his bed for the evening. Elsewhere in the same dark woods, the silence is broken by the frantic footsteps of a woman on the run. She dashes through the underbrush, her breathing ragged and heavy. Her thoughts race as she pushes her body forward, realizing that both her stamina and inner energy are drained to their absolute limits. She knows she cannot keep running forever. Desperate, she skids to a halt, scanning her surroundings with urgent eyes. She needs to find a place to hide immediately, but in the open wilderness, safety seems impossible to find. Her desperation finds a target as she spots the massive ancient tree nearby. With a burst of agility, she leaps from the ground, scaling the rough bark and vaulting onto a high branch to conceal herself within the dense foliage. Crouched in the shadows, she forces her ragged breathing to slow. She tells herself to calm down, preparing to utilize the turtle breathing technique, a stealth method designed to completely erase one's presence from the world. However, just as she attempts to focus, an uneasy feeling settles in her gut. Something feels off. The silence of the tree doesn't feel empty. It feels like someone else is already there. Slowly, she peeks over the edge of the thick branch. Her eyes widen in horror. There, wrapped tightly in his white cloak like a cocoon and strapped to the tree, is Yon Ho, fast asleep. The shock is too sudden to contain. A piercing scream escapes her lips, shattering the silence she was trying so desperately to maintain. Yon Ho jolts awake, his eyes groggy and confused as he tries to process the sudden noise. Panic instantly overrides the woman's fear. Realizing she has just made a massive mistake, she lunges forward without thinking. Before Yon Ho can utter a single word of protest, she clamps her hand firmly over his mouth, effectively silencing him. With her hand still clamped tight over his mouth, the woman brings a finger to her lips, frantically signaling for silence. She leaned in close, whispering with desperate urgency. She explains that she is being chased and warns him that if she is discovered, his safety will be compromised as well. Her eyes plead with him to remain absolutely quiet. Below them, the forest floor is swarming with armed pursuers. One of the men reports to his superior, frustration evident in his voice as he admits they cannot find any traces of the fugitive. High above, concealed within the dense canopy and shadows of the ancient tree, the woman holds her breath, pressing herself against the tied-up traveler to avoid detection. The leader of the search party refuses to relent. He barks a command to keep searching, and the group scatters, moving further into the darkness of the woods to widen their perimeter. As the sounds of the pursuers fade, the tension in the tree branch begins to dissipate. The woman glances around cautiously, wondering aloud if they are finally gone. Yon Ho, whose face has been squished uncomfortably by her grip the entire time, finally manages to puff out a breath as she loosens her hand. He looks up at her with a deadpan, unimpressed expression. Ignoring the life-or-death situation that just occurred, He bluntly tells her to move a little, complaining that she is heavy. The woman stiffens, looking down at him in sheer disbelief at his audacity. Startled by his blunt comment, the woman scrambles backward on the large branch, putting some distance between them. Yeon-ho finally frees himself from his sleeping position, throwing his arms up in frustration. He complains loudly that he was sleeping peacefully until this disaster occurred. The woman offers a quick apology, but her expression remains tense and alert. She insists that staying in the tree is too dangerous and that they need to keep moving. When Yeon-ho asks why, she explains the brutality of her pursuers. If they are spotted, the enemy will not spare anyone, not even an uninvolved civilian. Guilt washes over her as she looks around, admitting that this predicament is entirely her fault. She asks him to follow her, promising that she will take responsibility and ensure he gets out of the forest safely. As they descend and begin walking through the quiet, blue-lit woods, the woman decides to break the silence. Keeping her voice to a whisper, she acknowledges the strangeness of the situation and introduces herself properly as Seo Moon Dae-eon of the Showman family. Yeon-ho introduces himself in return, his demeanor relaxed and unbothered. Seo Moon Dae-eon continues, explaining that she is currently on a mission for the Songjin Martial Alliance. Yeon-ho looks at her with a mix of surprise and amusement, remarking that because she was running away so desperately, he had simply assumed she was a thief. Seo Moon Dae-eon admits that she cannot prove her identity right at this moment. However, she assures him that once he lays eyes on her pursuers, he will have no choice but to believe her story. Walking alongside her, Yeon-ho asks the most pressing question: who exactly is chasing her? His voice carries a bit too clearly in the silent woods, causing Dae-eon to panic. She frantically scolds him to lower his voice. Yeon-ho agrees to be quieter, but he stands his ground, insisting that he deserves to know who they are up against before they go any further. With a heavy expression, Dae-eon leans in and whispers the truth. Her pursuers are from the demonic cult. The name strikes a chord with Yeon-ho. He questions her with a frown, recalling that the demonic cult was supposedly wiped out. Dae-eon confirms this, explaining that these are the remnants of that destroyed faction, refusing to let their legacy die. Absently, Yeon-ho mutters that if that is the case, then this situation is truly serious. Dae-eon, assuming he is only just now grasping the gravity of their peril, snaps at him in frustration, reiterating that she had already told him it was serious. But Yeon-ho shakes his head, correcting her. That wasn't what he meant. His focus shifts away from her and into the darkness of the surrounding forest. His expression sharpens as he looks directly at a specific spot in the trees. Speaking clearly into the night, he tells the hidden observer to come out, declaring that he already knows who they are. Seo Moon Dae-eon freezes in midair, stunned by Yeon-ho's sudden proclamation. Following his gaze, she looks up into the dense canopy, where a pair of ominous, glowing purple eyes stare back from the darkness. The voice that drifts down is cold and genuinely perplexed, asking how exactly he knew they were there. The shadows beneath the trees shift and the hidden threats finally reveal themselves. Several figures clad in dark martial arts robes and masks step into the moonlight surrounding the pair. They are baffled at their concealment, which should have been perfect, was seen through so easily. Seo Moon Dae-eon's face pales as she stammers, confirming that these are indeed the members of the demonic cult she was fleeing from. The leader of the group, a man wearing a purple bandana, studies Yeon-ho with a sharp, calculating gaze. He asks if the young man was sent by the Martial Alliance. Yeon-ho, maintaining his relaxed posture despite being surrounded, shakes his head. He calmly clarifies that he has absolutely nothing to do with the Martial Alliance. In fact, he adds that he would rather avoid them if given the choice. The answer seems to amuse the cultist. A dark, twisted smirk curls the corner of his mouth. Without another word, he grips the hilt of his sword and draws it, the blade humming with a lethal purple aura. He tells Yeon-ho that he is willing to trust his words, but that trust comes with a condition. He lunges forward, declaring that Yeon-ho can continue this conversation with the King of Hell before the cultist can strike. Seo Moon Dae-eon throws herself in front of Yeon-ho, spreading her arms wide to shield him. She screams for them to wait, desperate to prevent an innocent bystander from being slaughtered on her account. Facing the circle of armed enemies, she pleads with them, insisting that this man knows nothing about their conflict and begging them to let him go. Realizing that mercy alone won't sway them, she offers a bargain. She looks the leader in the eye and promises that if they let Yeon-ho leave safely, she will tell them everything she knows in return. The leader pauses, considering the proposition. The tension in his posture relaxes slightly, and a smirk returns to his face as he admits that it isn't a bad deal. However, before the agreement can be sealed, Yon-ho leans over Daeon's shoulder, completely ruining the moment. With a casual, almost helpful tone, he points out a problem. He already knows they are demonic cult scum. Daeon turns to him in sheer disbelief, screaming at him for sabotaging the only chance he had to survive. Yon-ho simply shrugs, claiming he thought they might have forgotten their identity. The cultists stand in stunned silence, exchanging glances as they wonder if this stranger is genuinely insane. But the playful look vanishes from Yon-ho's face. His expression turns cold and sharp as he finishes his thought. He clarifies that since he knows they are the demonic cult, he has absolutely no intention of just walking away peacefully. Yon-ho reaches back, his hand gripping the large cloth-wrapped object slung across his shoulders. As he begins to loosen the bindings, he calmly recites a lesson that was etched into his memory since childhood. His father had drilled a specific rule into him that if he ever crossed paths with the demonic cult, he was never, under any circumstances, to let them walk away. Seo Mundaeon looks at him with utter bewilderment, finding the statement absurd. To her, that kind of ruthless logic sounds less like the teachings of a martial artist and more like the code of a bandit. She questions who on earth his father is to instill such a violent command. Ignoring her confusion, Yon-ho reveals his lineage with absolute conviction. He declares that his father hails from the Y clan of Guangdong and uses the character Zhong in his given name. As he speaks, a powerful aura flares behind him, manifesting the spectral image of a fierce, golden-eyed warrior radiating overwhelming intensity, the legendary Wei Zhonghan. The revelation hits the cultists like a physical blow. The leader's eyes bulge in shock and recognition as he screams the name he knows all too well, the Guangdong Y clan, Wei Zhonghan. The shock quickly curdles into burning hatred. The leader grinds his teeth, his face contorting with rage as he realizes he is standing before the son of the righteous alliance swordsman he despises more than anyone else. Unable to contain his fury, he abandons all negotiation. Roaring for Yon-ho to go complain to his father in the afterlife, the cultist launches himself into the air, his sword glowing with lethal purple energy as he descends for a killing strike. Watching helplessly from the side, Seo Mundaeon freezes, her instinct screaming that the situation has just turned fatal. The attack descends with lethal force, a blade of purple energy aimed to cleave Yon-ho in two. However, the strike meets an immovable resistance. With a deafening clash of metal, Yon-ho intercepts the blow, his eyes glowing with a sharp, golden intensity that cuts through the darkness. The impact sends a shockwave through the leader. His expression of rage instantly crumbles into one of utter disbelief as he realizes his full-strength attack was stopped dead. The force of the deflection throws him backward, and he skids across the forest floor, digging his feet into the dirt to regain his balance, staring wide-eyed at the young man he underestimated. Seo Mundaeon watches in stunned silence, her face illuminated by the lingering energy of the clash. Standing amidst the settling dust, Yon-ho remains perfectly composed. The thick cloth wrappings that concealed his weapon begin to unravel, falling away in tattered strips to reveal the object beneath. As the white fabric flutters to the ground like shed skin, Yon-ho speaks with a calm, detached demeanor. He admits that while he doesn't go around actively trying to be a model, devoted son, there are certain exceptions. He grips the hilt of his revealed weapon, a magnificent sword radiating a cold blue aura. He decides that at the very least, he should follow his father's advice when the opportunity arises. With the ornate blade now fully exposed and humming with power, Yon-ho assumes a combat stance, ready to face the surrounding enemies. The remaining strips of white cloth drift away into the night air, revealing the weapon in all its glory, a massive, broad-bladed sword that shimmers with a pure, ethereal light. Yon-ho stands at the center of the swirling energy, his expression calm but his eyes sharp with intent. He grips the hilt firmly, the blue aura of his internal energy rising around him like a storm. Facing the stunned members of the demonic cult, he issues a final, chilling warning. He tells them to brace themselves, for this will not be an easy fight. With absolute confidence radiating from his stance, he makes a bold declaration that separates his own path from his lineage. He vows that his sword will be sharper than his father's, signaling the beginning of a battle where he intends to surpass the legend of Wei Zhonghan. Under the pale moonlight, The demonic elder and the red moon stand on a cliff, looking down from the shadows. Below them, Yan Ho and Seomundaeon were facing the demonic martial artist who was chasing Seomundaeon. The imposing demonic elder, his eye glowing a menacing red, watches them intently. He breaks the silence, questioning his subordinate red moon, Yan Ho. The man with the eye patch, Red Moon, immediately replies with the information he has. It seems he is the second son of the righteous sword. The demonic elder finds this information puzzling. I see. But why have there been no rumors of him in the martial world, he wonders aloud. A boy with his skills should have been noticed by now. Red Moon clarifies, as far as I know, he was missing for a long time. It's also said he's involved with the lust demon. As they watch Yan Ho and Seomundaeon below, the elder internally connects the dots. So that's the connection, he thinks, impressed by the young man's prowess. It wouldn't have been easy to achieve that level of martial skill. Suddenly, the demonic elder's glowing eye widens as he flinches in shock. Down below, one of the demonic martial artists stutters in disbelief. Ha! What is that? All eyes are on Yan Ho as he grips his sword, which now hums and glows with an intense, swirling blue aura. Seomundaeon, standing right beside him, is completely stunned by the display of power, thinking to herself, what is this situation? One of the demonic martial artists thinks, I thought he was a fool. Before they can react, Yan Ho is already moving. With a sharp clang, he effortlessly parries an incoming sword strike. Not wasting a single moment, he lets out a sharp cry and unleashes a massive horizontal slash. A wave of blue energy erupts from his blade, sweeping through the forest clearing. The demonic martial artist grunts, barely managing to parry the devastating blue wave. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. In a flash, Yan Ho is on the move again, his glowing blade a blur as he engages another opponent. Their swords meet with a deafening clang. Without a moment's hesitation, he spins, his blade arcing gracefully through the air, and cuts down another attacker who falls lifelessly to the ground. In seconds, the clearing is filled with the bodies of the fallen demonic martial artists. With a brutal smash, Yan Ho sends another attacker flying. Another one lunges from above with a battle cry, but Yan Ho simply turns, deflecting the attack with a flick of his wrist. Just then, the atmosphere shifts. A blue-haired demonic martial artist bursts forward, his hands armed with claws glowing with a potent purple energy as he lunges for the kill. As the demonic martial artist's claws clash with where Yan Ho was, he finds nothing but air. He's gone, he thinks in a panic. Where did he go? But it's too late. Yan Ho reappears in a blur, dodging the attack with impossible speed. With a powerful grunt, he swings his glowing blue sword, meeting the attacker head-on. The impact is catastrophic, and the demonic martial artist is blown back with a sickening crunch. Yan Ho gracefully kicks off the ground, sending two more defeated opponents flying. They land with a heavy thud out of the fight. Before he can even land, another hooded assassin lunges at him with a fierce cry. Simultaneously, a long-haired martial artist thrusts a spear towards him. Yan Ho reacts instantly, blocking the spear with his sword, the impact echoing with a sharp clang. Using the momentum from the block, Yan Ho spins, his body a whirlwind of motion as he simultaneously deflects and counters the remaining attackers with his glowing blade. The air hums with the sound of his spinning sword. With a final crushing stomp, he brings his foot down on the last remaining enemy, shattering the ground beneath him and finishing the fight. The crushing blow echoes through the clearing. In an instant, the battle is over. The demonic martial artists lie scattered and defeated on the ground, their weapons strewn about. Yan Ho stands calmly in the center of the carnage, the blue aura around his sword slowly humming as he gives it a casual twirl. As Yan Ho attacks with glowing and fast sword technique, targeting the demonic martial artist's wrist and feet, with a flurry of precise slashes, Yan Ho targets his opponent's hands and feet, crippling them. One of the martial artists screams in agony, his hands severed at the wrist. As he falls, a strange phenomenon occurs. A dark red, swirling energy begins to seep out from the fallen man's body. The malevolent aura is drawn towards Yan Ho, gathering and humming at his feet. Suddenly, the defeated martial artists begin to twitch and groan, their bodies contorting as a dark, pulsating red energy envelopes them. "Get up!" a voice commands. They begin to rise, their eyes glowing with a renewed, demonic red light as they let out guttural roars. The red energy intensifies, swirling around them as they get back on their feet. their bodies floating eerily above the ground. Yan-ho watches the reanimated, red, glowing bodies with a smug smile. He scoffs. "I cut your tendons, and you're getting up?" One of the revived warriors, his face now a mask of demonic fury, retorts, "It seems your father didn't tell you everything about the demonic cult." Yan-ho just laughs it off with a casual wave. "Ah, whatever," he says, unimpressed. He flips his sword into a reverse grip, a confident grin on his face. "If cutting the tendons doesn't work," he declares, "I'll just have to cut off your legs instead." "Come at me!" Yan-ho yells, his voice echoing through the clearing. In an instant, the demonic warriors are upon him, their glowing weapons a blur of motion. Yan-ho moves with impossible speed, his blade flashing as he meets their attacks. The air fills with the sound of clashing steel and the whoosh of his sword cutting through the air, dispatching his enemies one by one. A fiery aura beginning to emanate from his body. Showing mercy leads to regret, he thinks, his expression grim. In the martial world, ruthlessness is a necessity. The demonic airy aura intensifies as he continues his internal monologue. In a real fight, abandon the thought of sparing your opponent. A lesson Yan-ho seems to have already mastered. With a sweeping slash, he sends two of the red glowing warriors flying, their pained cries cut short as they're thrown back. He doesn't stop, turning and flashing his blue blade through another demonic warrior, cleanly slicing through him and ending the reanimated fighter for good. Yan-ho effortlessly parries an incoming attack, his blue blade arcing in a perfect, fluid motion. He follows up with a powerful, two-handed swing, carving through the demonic horde and sending blood and bodies flying. One of the demonic warriors, his face twisted in a snarl, screams "Die" as he brings his own glowing blade down. But it's too late. With a flash of blue and a sickening slice, Yan-ho cuts him down where he stands. Suddenly, twin beams of purple energy shoot out from the remaining demonic warriors converging on Yan-ho. He stands his ground, unimpressed, thinking, a blow that even a turtle wouldn't get hit by. He looks over at Seo Mundaeon, who is watching the scene unfold with a concerned look. "Ah," he sighs, "I guess it can't be helped." As the beams are about to hit him, he raises his sword. A powerful, swirling blue aura erupts from the blade, forming a protective barrier around him. A river cannot be blocked, he thinks to himself, as the blue energy effortlessly repels the purple beams. "It just flows," Yan-ho continues his thought, and turns its blade. As the blue energy shield dissipates, it redirects the purple beams back at the stunned demonic warriors. "Don't go against the flow," he advises, as he spins, his body a whirlwind of blue energy. He unleashes a torrent of his own blue slashes, overwhelming the demonic warriors. They can only watch in horror as their own attack, combined with Yan-ho's, rushes towards them. Once the wave hits, Yan-ho says, a confident smirk on his face, "The misfortune of your sword will return to your own hands." With a final fluid motion, he unleashes a flurry of blue energy attacks, sending them crashing into the swirling mass of blue and purple energy. The demonic warriors can only watch in helpless terror as the combined attack rushes towards them, a massive, swirling vortex of destructive power. The clearing erupts in a massive explosion, the ground shattering under the force of the blast. The demonic elder watches from the cliff, completely unfazed as the shockwave hits him. When the dust settles, a heavy silence falls over the battlefield. The once forested clearing is now a massive crater, littered with the broken bodies of the demonic martial artists. The leader of the group, barely conscious, coughs up blood, completely defeated. The leader of the demonic martial artists struggles to sit up, clutching his chest. "Am I the only one left?" he mutters, a grim realization dawning on him. He has no problem processing his defeat. He have no way of winning. He tries to find something underneath his teeth with his tongue. Yan-ho wonders aloud. "Ha!" Just as Yan-ho yells at Seo Mundaeon, "Capture him. Answer me quickly." Seo Mundaeon, still shaken, stammers. "It would be good if you captured him, but it's too late." The demonic leader's body convulses, and he lets out a gurgled cry as his tongue swells and a strange green pill is revealed. "Who gave you permission to kill yourself?" Yan-ho sneers, his hand blurring as he moves with blinding speed. Before the demonic leader can bite down on the poison pill, Yan-ho is on him. With a powerful open-palm strike to the face, he sends the leader's head snapping back, the poison pill flying out of his mouth. "Nope, not allowed," Yan-ho says coolly. watching as the leader slumps to the ground unconscious. A small glowing green vial falls from the demonic martial artist's mouth. Yeonho catches it with a flick of his wrist. "Sheesh, you guys are nasty," he says, examining the vial. "To think you'd actually put a poison pill in your molars." He holds up the vial, a smug look on his face. "My father's boring old war stories are actually coming in handy." Seo Moon-daeyeon watches him, her expression a mix of awe and bewilderment, completely silent. Yeonho turns back to Seo Moon-daeyeon, a quizzical look on his face. "Why? You said to keep him alive." Seo Moon-daeyeon, still flustered, replies yes. As the eerie silence hangs in the air, the last demonic martial artist, now subdued, can only stare in awe at Yeonho. Such an incredible master, he thinks to himself. The scene shifts under the bright sun. The beggar sex branch leader Jong Yil looks up in shock and asks, "He left." Hee Dae-bung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, and now also the manager of the Sacred Hand Manor, confirms, "Yes, that's right. One of you is a beggar from the beggar sect, and the one next to you doesn't look like he has much money either." Sanho watches in silence, standing behind Jong Yil. Jong Yil lets out a nervous laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, is that so?" As he scowls slightly, Hee Dae-bung continues, "By the way, who are you two? You don't seem to be from around here." Jong Yil quickly reassures him, "We're not suspicious people. I am Jong Yil, the branch leader of the beggar sect." Hee Dae-bung raises an eyebrow. "Why would the branch leader of the beggar sect be looking for the young master Yeonho?" Jong Yil quickly clarifies, "Ah, that's not me." Sanho steps forward, his expression serene. "I am Sanho, Yeonho's older brother." He clasps his hands together in a formal greeting. "Is there any greater reason in the world than to find one's family?" Hee Dae-bung is taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Huh, brother? Did you just say your young master Yeonho's older brother?" Sanho confirms with a calm smile. "Yes, I am his older brother." A wide grin spreads across Hee Dae-bung's face. "Well then, please wait a moment. I'll go and bring the Lord," he says, practically bouncing with excitement as he scurries away. He rushes up the steps to the main building of the Sacred Hand Manor, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Jong Yil watches him go, a look of confusion on his face. He turns to Sanho and asks, "Why the Lord all of a sudden? Did your brother get into some kind of trouble?" Just then, the sound of an approaching carriage fills the air. Jong Yil turns, a quizzical ha on his lips as he spots the carriage making its way towards them. As the carriage gets closer, Jong Yil's eyes widen in recognition. He thinks, "That's a Haman carriage, and from the house sect, no less." Sanho turns to him, a curious look on his face. "Can a beggar sect branch leader tell that just by looking at the carriage?" Jong Yil quickly shakes his head. "No, it's not that. The coachman is a yakek from Haman." Sanho's expression turns serious. "Is that so? Then did the house sect leader, Gui Neng, follow us here?" He wonders, his eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. Jong Yil lets out a resigned sigh. "I guess so. She's a venomous woman." The carriage pulls to a stop in front of them with a creak. The door opens and a figure steps out. It's Wai Jong-han, the patriarch of the Wai clan and Wai Yeonho's father, his expression grim and imposing. As Jong-han steps out of the carriage, Sanho's eyes widen in shock. "Father," he exclaims. Jong-han's gaze lands on his son, and a single quiet word escapes his lips. "Sanho." Wai Yeonho's mother emerges from the carriage behind him, her expression a mix of relief and concern as she reaches for her husband's hand. They're both in shock as they were searching for their youngest son, and surprisingly define the oldest one instead. Sanho freezes up like a kid caught skipping school. "Ah? Father?" Talk about an awkward family reunion. Jong Yil is sweating bullets in the background, while Gui Neng just stands there with a smirk, enjoying the show. Wai Jong-han and his wife stare down their eldest son. The patriarch is confused. "We came to find Yeonho, but why are you here?" Sanho quickly straightens up. "I also came to find Yeonho." "Oh, so you were one step ahead of us," Jong-han chuckles, thinking the job is already done. "Right, so where is he?" Sanho winces, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else on Earth right now. That is, they say he left not long ago. Left? Jong-han's eyes bulge out of his head. He immediately whips around in a panic. Jong-han freezes, sensing a killing intent far scarier than any assassin. Yeonho's mother turns slowly, literal flames of rage erupting around her as she glares at her husband. She enunciates every single syllable like a death sentence. I told you we should have come faster. The great patriarch crumbles instantly, sweating bullets. Sang ah. Wait, it's not like that. He is moments away from a domestic beatdown, but luckily a distraction arrives just in time to save his life. Greetings, I heard you were here. Yan Ho's family, Jung Han and San Ho whip their heads around, thanking the heavens. Walking up the path is Hidabung and the young physician, Jin Soa. Jin Soa steps forward with a polite bow, looking professional despite his age. I am Jin Soa, the head of the sacred handgrounds. He clasps his hands respectfully. This place owes a great debt to hero Yan Ho. It would be an honor to serve his family even for a short while. San Ho eyes the kid skeptically. That little boy is the head, and did he just call Yan Ho a hero? He can barely wrap his head around his little brother's sudden title upgrade. Jin Soa gestures towards the estate, completely ignoring the awkward tension. Please come inside. We'll prepare a meal first. Jung Han tries to wave it off, playing the humble guest. We couldn't possibly impose on you like that. But Jin Soa isn't having it. He places a hand over his heart with a warm smile, while Hidabung nods enthusiastically in the background, like a loyal bobblehead. Hero Y's family is family to us. Please don't make me feel ashamed by refusing. Yonho's mother glances at her husband, her fiery rage replaced by pragmatic curiosity. We should listen to what they have to say. Jung Han immediately folds, nodding quickly. Well, if that is your wish, he knows better than to argue with her twice in 5 minutes. Let's go inside. The table is absolutely groaning under the weight of a royal feast. We're talking roast chicken, skewers, dumplings, enough food to feed an army, and then some. Jung Han doesn't waste a single second. He's already grabbed a massive drumstick, eyes sparkling. A true feast. Let's dig in. Read the room, old man. Yan Ho's mother lets out a sigh, heavy enough to crack the table. I have no appetite. I wonder if our Yan Ho is even eating properly. Jung Han freezes with the meat halfway to his open mouth, suddenly looking like the villain of the dinner table. San Ho quickly steps in to do damage control. Mother, please don't worry too much. But the mood shifts for a different reason. The narration drops a sudden bombshell. A request was entered to both the beggar's sect and the house sect simultaneously. Zhang Yil and Guining tense up instantly, the air around them darkening with sudden gravity. San Ho continues his damage control, trying to spin the situation. With their competitive spirits lit, they'll find traces in no time. He gestures politely to the food. Please eat first. Mother, you must preserve your health if you want to find Yon Ho, isn't that right? The logic works. She touches her shoulder, looking weary. True. My body has taken quite a toll recently. That was the magic trigger word. Jin Soa practically explodes out of his seat, striking a dramatic martial arts pose in the middle of the dining room. Your body is damaged. You should have said so earlier. Where do you think you are right now? He bellows at the top of his lungs. General Manager. Hidabung pops his head through the door instantly, looking like a summoned genie. You called? Jin So points with deadly seriousness. Hero Y's mother says her health is poor. Hidabung immediately hits the panic button. Oh dear, I'll prepare a female physician right away. But Jin Soa cuts him off, looking grave. An ordinary physician won't do. Hidabung blinks, confused. Then, Jin Soa drops his voice, staring into the distance with dramatic flair. We have no choice but to bring the best female physician we know. The Y family sits there, utterly baffled by this sudden escalation. What on earth does that mean? Quang. The answer arrives with the subtlety of a cannonball, shaking the entire room. What? San Ho and Jung Han shoot up from their seats, adrenaline instantly killing their appetite. The peaceful dinner just turned into a potential battlefield. Dust settles at the main gate, revealing a squad of unwelcome guests strutting in like they own the place. And leading the pack? It's Guak Dosen. He grins like a predator who just found an unguarded nest. I waited for that damn brat to leave. His eyes gleam with malice as he stares down the terrified physician. Did you dare think you'd be safe? Jin Soa's face goes pale, trembling as he points a finger. You are? How did you get here? Guak Dosen chuckles, relishing the fear. The Lord of the Black Crow Pavilion lent me his children. Behind Guak Dosen, a squad of nightmare fuel steps forward, assassins decked out in black robes and plague Dr. Birdmass, flexing massive steel claws. Looks like the circus came to town, and they aren't here to juggle. Guak Dosin roars, feeling invincible with his borrowed muscle. Today I will kill you bastards and pacify Hobuk. Hey Daebung and Jin Soa flinch, sweating nervously. Oh no, but they seem to have forgotten who else is standing right behind them. Jung Han's eyes narrow, a dangerous smirk forming under his beard. He glances at his eldest son. San Ho. The command is simple, but the meaning is clear. The Y family doesn't dine and dash. Shouldn't we pay for our meal? San Ho doesn't say a word. He just starts walking down the stairs, stepping past the terrified manager with the casual energy of a man taking out the trash. Hey Daebung and Jin Soa stare in awe as the real pros take the stage. San Ho grips his hilt, his aura flaring up. He looks at the incoming threat with the boredom of a man doing laundry. I'll clean this up quickly. Guak Dosin points a trembling finger, screaming orders at his borrowed hit squad. Get rid of them all. Please. Desperation is not a good look on you, old man. The bird-masked assassins launch themselves into the air, claws extended like vultures diving for carrion. San Ho doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, hand on the sheath, waiting for them to enter his range. San Ho's thumb flicks the guard. Blue chi leaks out like smoke, signaling the end of the conversation. The lead assassin screeches, "Die," diving in for the kill with zero self-preservation instincts. Jung Han watches from the sidelines, looking like a proud dad at a Little League game. He drops the cold hard truth. A crow that flies blindly without knowing the height of the sky is destined to be torn apart by the dragon's claw. San Ho's eyes flare with blue lightning. The dragon is awake. San Ho moves faster than the eye can follow. It's not a fight, it's an execution. Draw, slash. A massive surge of blue chi erupts from his blade, instantly coalescing into a roaring beast that engulfs the courtyard. Technique, flying dragon, ascending to heaven. The poor assassins are swallowed whole by the azure storm. They brought metal claws to a dragon fight, big mistake. The energy wave tears through them, turning their coordinated attack into a spectacular light show of destruction. San Ho stands amidst the fading blue aura, looking like he just finished a light warm-up stretch. One swing. That's all it took to turn the elite assassination squad into lawn ornaments. The courtyard is a disaster zone. The bird-masked killers are scattered like broken dolls, defeated before they even realize they were dead. San Ho flicks his blade, the silence returning as quickly as the violence started. The audience is stunned into silence. Jin Soa and He Daebung's jaws are practically on the floor. Even Zhang Yil and Gui Ning are sweating. They knew the Y family was strong, but witnessing the demon-slaying sword firsthand is a different beast entirely. And Jung Han, he just shrugs with a smug grin that screams, "Yeah, I made that." Guak Dosin, on the other hand, is having a very bad day. The arrogance is wiped clean off his face, replaced by the cold, sweating realization that he just kicked a hornet's nest the size of a mountain. Chiak Ma, Guak Dosin finally puts the pieces together. The demon-slaying sword wasn't just a cool nickname, it was a warning label he completely ignored. San Ho grabs the trembling old man, not with a weapon, but with a chore list. Fix the main gate you broke without missing a spot. Guak Dosin squeals, his soul briefly leaving his body. San Ho looks down at him with pure apathy. I'm going to the Black Crow Pavilion or whatever it is, so lead the way. The terrifying sect leader turns into an obedient puppy instantly. Yes, yes sir. Meanwhile, miles away at the Xinyang branch of the Jiangmu Alliance. Quang, Quang. Someone is trying to batter down the door. A guard opens up, looking less than thrilled. What brings you here? The door opens to reveal Seomun Daeon, and she is struggling. She's got a massive prisoner strapped to her back like oversized luggage. I'm Seomun Daeon from the Bayan Pavilion. She gasps out, sweat dripping down her face. I captured a demon alive. Thud. She dumps the body on the floor with a heavy crash, finally breathing freely. Dragging him to headquarters alone is killing me. I came to get some backup, but the official, Gong Sanyang, just gives her a blank stare and rubs his chin. That's not going to happen right now. He shrugs, offering the classic bureaucratic excuse. We're short on personnel. The best I can do is lend you a carriage. Great. Thanks for nothing. No personnel? Dion asks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Gong Sanyang starts sweating, scratching the back of his head nervously. Yes, there's a rumor going around that the relic of a predecessor has been discovered nearby. Dion throws her hands up in disbelief. So let me get this straight. The entire Jiangmu alliance just abandoned their post because of some shiny new secret manual? Talk about a lack of priorities. Well, that's, the official stammers, knowing how bad it sounds. He finally spits out the real reason. It's the relic of the Sword Emperor. The name hangs in the air, heavy with legendary weight. An image flashes through Daeon's mind, a figure of immense power, wielding a blade that seems to command the heavens themselves. Her eyes widen, the casual frustration replaced with pure shock. The Sword Emperor? Standing across from them, Yan Ho stretches casually. Who's the Sword Emperor? Daeon nearly has an aneurysm. You don't know the Sword Emperor? The greatest swordsman of all time? Nope, never heard of him, Yan Ho replies with a complete lack of interest. I know of Zhang Sanfeng and Bodhidharma, but Sword Emperor? That's a new one. Dion sighs, exasperated by his ignorance. Ha! Those guys are only famous because they established big-name factions like Shaolin and Wudong. Their disciples spread their master's life stories far and wide for ages. A single person's life is short, she continues, waxing philosophical. But if you have students or a faction to serve you, your legend can continue for a long, long time. The Sword Emperor just didn't, she says with a shrug. Yan Ho crosses his arms, looking unimpressed. With skills like that, what was he doing not building a faction? Well, she admits, they say he was so eccentric that he cut ties with his family. Yan Ho pauses, a thoughtful look crossing his face. A legendary swordsman, insanely powerful but a total lone wolf who ditched his family? That story sounds familiar. As they talk, the cart rattles along, carrying them and their prisoner towards an unknown destination. Dion sighs, already regretting her life choices as the cart rattles along. Ha! My life! She finally snaps, turning to her freeloader. Excuse me, I'm going to the Jiangmu Alliance in Luoyang. Why are you even following me? And for heaven's sake, why aren't you sitting inside the cart? Yan Ho just leans back, looking completely unbothered. I don't have a destination, so anywhere's fine by me. And a crowded place like Luoyang sounds interesting enough. Daeon tries a different tactic, hoping to appeal to his martial artist ego. Shouldn't you go to the Sword Emperor's relic? Aren't you interested? But Yan Ho just scoffs at the idea. My master said secret manuals and things like that are useless. Besides, I'm having enough trouble mastering what I already know. Then he adds the real reason, looking away like a kid trying to get out of chores. And climbing a mountain again sounds like a pain. Dion's face says it all. So that's the real reason. The sun begins to set, painting the sky in orange hues. It's getting late, she announces. Looks like we'll have to camp for the night. Can't be helped. As night falls, they set up a small campfire. Yan Ho is warming himself by the fire, and Daeon is already digging for information. You said you're from the Guangdong Wei family, right? Yes. Then what's your relation to the demon-slaying sword, San Ho? Yan Ho answers flatly. He's my older brother. Daeon's eyes light up, the pieces finally clicking into place. Ah, so the young hero is young Master Wei's younger brother. You know my brother? Yan Ho asks, a little surprised. We're from the same batch of recruits, she explains. This quickly devolves into some playful sibling banter. Aha, so you're the little brother. Yep, and you're the older sister. That's right, little brother, she replies with a grin, puffing her chest out. You know, today I drove the carriage for a long time. Got covered in dust. She starts dusting herself off, clearly laying the groundwork for something. And because of the rattling, hard floor, my back hurts a lot. She's laying it on thick, clearly expecting him to offer her the comfortable spot inside the carriage. But Yan Ho, ever the oblivious genius, takes her words at face value. Oh dear, then you should rest quickly. She beams, thinking her plan worked. He's cute in his own way, even if his attitude changed after finding out I know his brother. Yan Ho smiles brightly. I won't talk to you anymore, so hurry up and go to sleep. Slam! He promptly locks himself inside the carriage, leaving her outside by the fire. Dion's face twitches, the sweet smile melting away into pure murderous intent. You damned brat! Meanwhile, inside the luxurious carriage, Yan Ho waves with a sparkling, trollish grin. Dion looks like she's about to commit a felony. The night is long and full of unspoken rage. Muttering to herself, Dion stokes the fire. Still, young Master Wei San Ho was quite the gentleman. Her thoughts are interrupted by the rustling of footsteps. She jumps to her feet, blade at the ready, as three hooded figures emerge from the darkness. Excuse me, the leader says, his voice calm. Please don't be alarmed. We were wandering the mountain on business. He bows politely. If it's not too much trouble, could we avoid the night due by your fire? Dion narrows her eyes, not lowering her weapon an inch. Out in the middle of nowhere. Strangers are just threats you haven't identified yet. The man chuckles, realizing her suspicion. Shouldn't we properly reveal our identities to the young lady first? He glances at his companions. Ah, you're right. The man pulls back his hood, revealing a calm, mustached face. I am Zhuang of the Jiangjibaquan sect. I must ask for a favor. We were in the middle of chasing a demon. Daeyeon's guard lowers slightly. Ah, a secular branch of the Wudong sect? I've heard the name Bakwan, but she's not entirely convinced. She throws out a test. Is Priest Hung doing well? Zhuang smiles smoothly. There is no one with the surname Hung in our sect. That was the correct answer. Daeyeon finally relaxes, sheathing her sword. You are indeed from the Bakwan sect. Forgive my rudeness. She gestures to the fire. Please come this way. As they approach the warmth, Zhuang turns the questions back on her. Why is a young lady like yourself camping out on a night like this? Could it be that you were also chasing a demon? No, Dion replies, poking the fire. I was just on my way when night fell. Ah, of course. A night in the mountains can be dangerous. Zhuang nods in understanding. Dion's curiosity peaks again. By the way, you said you were chasing a demon? Zhuang hesitates, looking uncomfortable. Well, the situation is that a lust demon has escaped. The words hang in the air for a moment before Dion jumps up, alarmed. A lust demon? Yes, he confirms, his expression grim. I don't know if you've heard of him, the infamous scholar of carnal desire, Seoju Ik, who was notorious in the past. The name hangs in the air like a curse, and just speaking it is enough to trigger a catastrophe. Kwang, a massive shockwave of energy and rage erupts from inside the carriage. Zhuang is blown back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he's sent skidding through the dirt. In a split second, he and his men recover, drawing their swords with a synchronized shing. They immediately form a defensive posture, ready for a fight they weren't expecting. The rage in the air is palpable. Yan Ho is gritting his teeth as if he is about to snap, and his eyes are glowing with a terrifying red light. A predator's grin stretches across his face. Who did you say? The air crackles with his power as he recognizes the name. The lust demon? Yan Ho's last memory with his brother flashes. San Ho standing over a field of bodies, a much younger Yan Ho at his side. On the chest of the defeated, a gruesome, bloody flower is imprinted, a scene of utter carnage. Back in the present, an inferno of power and pure rage erupts from Yan Ho. The ground cracks, the air sizzles, and the campfire begins to run rampant by the overwhelming pressure. His face twists into a mask of pure, ecstatic madness as he roars the infamous title, relishing the sound of it. A massive blast of blue energy detonates the entrance, shattering the heavy wooden doors of the carriage into toothpicks and nearly giving the Blessing Sect squad leader, Zhuang, a heart attack. Before the dust even settles, the Blessing Sect members scramble backward, ripping their swords from their sheaths with trembling hands. They drop into defensive stances, sweat pouring down their faces as they realize they picked the wrong fight. Stepping through the debris with a jagged, predatory grin, Yan Ho stares them down and terrifyingly asks, "Who did you say? Lust demon?" The name acts like a psychological trigger, instantly dragging Yan Ho's mind back to a nightmare, drenched in cold rain. He's forced to relive the memory of a desolate field where bodies lay scattered beneath a withered tree. He sees his younger self standing there, frozen beside, staring down at the gruesome aftermath. The victim on the ground bears a horrific signature. A grotesque crimson flower pattern exploded across the chest, the veins pulsing outward like roots. It's the mark of a monster. The memory of that day, where a young Yan Ho fell to his knees screaming into the void, fuels a rage that burns hotter than the flames surrounding him in the present. Lust demon? The roar tears out of Yan Ho's throat, shattering his calm facade into a terrifying grin of pure, unbridled madness. His eyes burn with a hunger for vengeance that makes the surrounding fire look like a candle flame. Standing amidst the inferno, the man himself, his master, dressed in white martial robes with blood-red cuffs, he just stands there stretching his arms and letting out a creepy, vibrating laugh, clearly delighted that his reputation precedes him. 5 years. That's how long it's been. Yet the hatred hasn't aged a single day. Yan Ho's hand spasms, fingers curling into a rigid claw as he spits the words out internally, that damn lecher. If it weren't for that monster, his reality would be entirely different. The grief vanishes instantly, replaced by a look of pure, unhinged murder. His pupils contract into pinpricks, his face twisting into a mask of absolute insanity as he stares down the trembling sect members and hisses the only question that matters. Where is he? Where is that damn lecher? Yan Ho bellows, his face a portrait of unadulterated rage, demanding the location of the man he wants to tear limb from limb. The blessing sect leader, sweating bullets and likely regretting every life choice that led to this moment, stammers that he doesn't have an exact location. All he knows is the target is heading toward the Tafa River and shouldn't be far. That vague direction is good enough. Yan Ho instantly spins on his heel, abandoning the conversation to hunt down his prey. Dion, watching him storm off into the pitch-black forest, awkwardly tries to be the voice of reason. Young hero, it's kind of nighttime. Can't go at night, Yan Ho shoots back, genuinely confused why the concept of darkness would stop a man on a murder mission. Daeon tries to explain the basics of survival, pointing out that wandering the woods at night is dangerous. Yan Ho pauses, letting the word roll around in his mouth like a bad joke. Dangerous. Suddenly he snaps. His eyes go wide, his face contorts into a manic grin of pure instability, and he howls, "I am more dangerous." He cracks his knuckles with a bone-grinding crunch, making it abundantly clear that the scariest thing in the dark right now isn't a demon. It's him. Where did it go wrong? The question hammers inside the head of the man sprinting through the pitch-black forest, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Damn it. He curses the universe as he flees. It makes no sense. In his mind, he replays the beginning of the night. It was supposed to be perfect. He was sitting in luxury, shirtless and relaxed, swirling a drink without a care in the world, completely unaware that his night was about to turn into a survival horror run. He remembers the pitch. He was happily retired in hiding until those guys dragged him back into the spotlight. The deal was simple. He teaches them his signature, heart-exploding, flower exploration palm, and in return, they hand over enough gold for him to live like a king again. It seemed like the perfect trade, his lethal knowledge for a mountain of wealth. It wasn't a bad deal. At least that's what he thought before everything went to hell. He knew he was living on borrowed time, but he didn't expect the bill to come due because of a coincidence. The sudden discovery of the usurped emperor's legacy acted like a dinner bell, drawing every power-hungry martial artist in the region to his doorstep. Now his secret hideout is the busiest place on the map. Clutching his precious blue ledger, the lust demon flees into the night, grinding his teeth and cursing the absolute horde of warriors that ruined his retirement plan, vowing that someone is going to pay for making him run this much. He's not running out of fear, he's running with a plan. Clutching the secret manual like a lifeline, the lust demon calculates that he just needs a few years to master the yin-yang technique inside. Once he does, he won't be a fugitive. He'll be an untouchable martial arts god that no one dares to look in the eye. The thought is so intoxicating that a greedy, self-satisfied smirk spreads across his face in the middle of his escape. But the victory lap is canceled before it begins. A heavy boot slams into the dirt, blocking his path, followed by a voice that cuts through the dark like a knife. "You seem to be in a good mood, you lecherous bastard." The grin vanishes instantly as the lust demon looks up, realizing his night is about to get significantly worse. "Who?" The lust demon grunts, annoyed at yet another roadblock. But this isn't just some random thug. The dark forest is suddenly illuminated by a shower of glowing pink flower petals, creating a dramatic entrance that screams main character energy. Stepping out of the floral special effects is Yi Shuhua, a second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect. She stands tall, hand on her sword, and coldly informs him that she's only introducing herself for one reason. She wants him to know exactly whose name to curse when he arrives in hell. Die? Me? The lust demon actually has the nerve to play the victim card, standing there with wide, innocent eyes and asking what terrifying crime he possibly committed to deserve this. Yishu Hua isn't buying a second of his pity party. "Shut up," she screams, her patience vaporizing instantly. She declares that even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Drawing her blade with a lethal grace, she steps forward to deliver the punishment personally. The demon's head lowers, his expression darkening as the playful facade crumbles into something much colder. I must be getting really looked down on. The lust demon actually cracks a smirk, seemingly amused that she thinks this will be easy. Bad move. Yi Shu Hua answers his arrogance by detonating the air around her. Red lightning erupts in every direction, branching out like jagged roots in a technique known as the plum blossom wrath. With a single fluid thrust, she unleashes a blinding torrent of pink sword energy that screams toward him, transforming the battlefield into a deadly garden of glowing plum blossoms. You haven't even bloomed properly yet? The lust demon sneers, his face twisting into a mocking grin as he effortlessly catches the glowing pink petals of her attack in his hand. A sickly turquoise energy envelopes his palm as he scoffs at her efforts. A half-baked plum blossom is just asking to be plucked and discarded by my flower-picking hand. The air shatters as he unleashes his own technique. A volley of massive, grotesque energy flowers. His signature flower exploration palm erupts from his hand, surging forward to completely overwhelm her elegant attack with raw, brutal power. Yi Shu Hua struggles to push herself up, every muscle protesting as she coughs up a mouthful of blood. The impact has churned her insides, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. You underestimated the world, kid. The lust demon's voice is laced with condescending pity as he slowly walks toward her, his footsteps echoing in the quiet devastation. He looks up at the full moon, a predatory, self-satisfied look on his face, and makes a chilling promise to the night sky. Tonight, I will make you bloom as a woman. He finishes the thought with a sickeningly smooth tone, his intentions disgustingly clear. Yi Shu Hua tries to move, to fight, to do anything, but her body won't respond. The attack has left her paralyzed. The mark of his palm glowing like a brand on her, all she can do is whisper, "Master." As the lust demon looms over her, his face a mask of victory and pure evil, but his celebration is cut short. A voice dripping with long-awaited satisfaction echoes through the clearing. Found you. The lust demon's head snaps around, his predatory smirk immediately souring into pure annoyance. He turns fully, ready to obliterate whoever just ruined his fun. But standing there is Yan Ho, and the look on his face is anything but scared. He's grinning from ear to ear, a low, unhinged chuckle rumbling in his chest, looking like a starving wolf that just stumbled upon a three-course meal. He has waited 5 long years for this moment. Are you insane? The lust demon asks, completely unimpressed by Yan Ho's dramatic entrance. Yan Ho ignores the question, his eyes locked on his target as he confirms the identity he's been hunting for years. Lust demon. Seo Ju. Hearing his full name spoken with such venom, Seo Ju scoffs, dismissing Yan Ho as just another glory hound. Another pursuer, he mutters, clearly annoyed. A young fool blinded by a desire for fame, rushing to an early grave. Then with the casual shrug of his muscular shoulders, he confirms it, a challenge in his voice. Yes, I am Seo Ju. What are you going to do about it? Yan Ho starts laughing manically, the sound echoing unnaturally in the dark forest. First, he says, his voice dangerously calm, let's start with a beating. In a blink, he explodes forward, moving so fast he becomes a blur of motion. Before Seo Ju can even process what's happening, Yan Ho is already past him, having delivered a blow that leaves a visible shockwave. Seo Ju's eyes go wide with a mix of shock and daunting horror as he recognizes the impossible speed. Body flicker, he yells, realizing he's not fighting some glory-seeking amateur. He's fighting a master. Yeah, right here, Yan Ho responds, appearing right beside him. The smug look on Seo Ju's face shatters. He whips his head around, eyes wide in disbelief at the impossible speed. The panic sets in. Realizing he's critically underestimated his opponent, he abandons all pretense of superiority and goes on the offensive. With a furious roar, he unleashes his flower exploration palm, the glowing turquoise energy erupting from his hand as he screams, "Die!" and throws everything he has at the boy who just broke his sense of reality. There's no contest. Yan Ho, cloaked in his own angelic blue-white energy, meets the attack head-on. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Shu Hua's heart sinks. No, she cries out, horrified at the thought of another innocent person dying at the hands of this monster. but she's misjudged the situation entirely. Yan Ho's energy effortlessly consumes Seo Ju's attack, the pure blue aura engulfing the sickly turquoise palm. The lust demon's face contorts in pure terror as he realizes his ultimate technique has just been swallowed whole, and now that same energy is coming for him. Instead of a counterattack, what Seo Ju gets is a fist planted squarely in his face. The punch connects with the force of a battering ram, distorting his features and sending a shockwave through his entire body. The lust demon is launched backward, a pained shriek ripping from his throat as he becomes an unwilling projectile, crashing through the forest with enough force to snap trees in half. Yan Ho doesn't give him a moment to breathe. He's on him in an instant, a relentless flurry of bone-crunching blows that rain down on the lust demon from every conceivable angle. Seo Ju is helpless, tossed around like a training dummy as Yan Ho beats him senseless. The beatdown culminates in a savage, gravity-defying stomp that drives the lust demon into the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a crater and sending a tremor through the entire forest. Yishu Hua can only watch, her jaw hanging open in utter disbelief at the one-sided demolition she's witnessing. Face down in the dirt, Seo Ju's body trembles uncontrollably as he tries to push himself up, a low growl of pain and humiliation escaping his lips. That's it. You can't collapse yet, Yan Ho says with a chilling laugh, his fists still clenched. He watches the broken man struggle, his own expression a mix of sadistic glee and cold fury. My grudge, he says, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone, is far from settled. As flames of fury erupt around him, Yan Ho screams, his voice cracking with years of pent-up rage. Because of you. He charges forward, his body wreathed in dark, chaotic energy. Seo Ju, terrified and confused, tries to reason with him. Wait, hold on. I don't even know who you. He doesn't get to finish. Shut up, Yan Ho bellows, cutting him off with a devastating kick to the chest. The force of the blow shatters the ground beneath him, sending a spiderweb of cracks through the earth as the lust demon is once again sent flying. As Seo Ju slams into a tree with a sickening thud, Yan Ho doesn't stop. He's on him again, landing another brutal punch that sends the demon's head snapping back. But after the initial flurry, Yan Ho pauses, a look of profound dissatisfaction on his face. He clenches and unclenches his fist, a thoughtful frown replacing his rage. This isn't it, he says to himself, a chilling realization dawning on him. Something's missing. He shakes his head agitated. I can't let it end so empty. Then a light bulb goes off. Found it, he exclaims, a slow, terrifying grin spreading across his face as he looks at the ground, a new plan forming in his head. He looms over the downed lust demon, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. There's something I've desperately craved for 5 years, he says, cracking his knuckles. A truth you can never understand until you've experienced it yourself. And that is... Yan Ho pauses for dramatic effect, his face lighting up with a truly unhinged level of excitement. That a stone fist hurts way more than a regular fist. He's literally holding 2 massive rocks in his hands like they're the ultimate legendary weapons. With a joyful shout, he starts wailing on the lust demon with the boulders. The sickening thuds of stone meeting flesh echo through the woods, just as Dion and the Blessing sect members finally catch up to the scene. They stop dead in their tracks, watching in pure horror as that young hero they were worried about conducts the world's most aggressive landscaping project, using Dion's face as the foundation. What in the world is that? Dion's brain stalls as she watches Yan Ho go full caveman. Realizing he's about to turn the lust demon into actual pavement, she rushes in and tackles him from behind. Stop, young hero, why? You're going to kill him, she screams, struggling to hold him back. But Yan Ho is long gone. His eyes are blown wide, his face is a mask of pure, unhinged fury, and he's still trying to swing those boulders, howling die like a man possessed. Yan Ho's teeth grit so hard they might shatter as he reflects on the 5 years of pure hell he suffered because of the man currently bleeding into the dirt. Dion, still acting as a human straitjacket, looks down at the mangled heap and asks the question on everyone's mind. Wait, is that actually the lust demon? Yun Ho gives a blunt yes, looking completely drained of his manic energy. Dion can only stare in morbid fascination, realizing that a human face can indeed be reorganized into a lumpy purple disaster if hit with enough enthusiasm. Below them, Co Ju, now looking more like an overripe plum than a martial master, can only manage a wet, pathetic wheeze as he clings to what's left of his consciousness. Dian decides it's time for the Justice Union to take over, warning Yan Ho that any more redecoration of the villain's face will turn the lust demon into a corpse rather than a prisoner. Yan Ho clicks his tongue in pure annoyance, clearly feeling like he's leaving the job half-finished, but he finally drops the rocks and agrees to stop. Later that night, the group sets up a campfire under the full moon. The Blessing sect members are left in absolute awe while they patch up the unconscious, lumpy mess that used to be a high-level threat, whispering about the monster who did this. Yishu Hua sits silently by the fire, staring at Yan Ho, the man who saved her by turning her nightmare into a punchline, while Yan Ho just stands in the shadows, finally enjoying a bit of peace now that his 5-year-old itch has been thoroughly scratched. Yishu Hua is still hacking up blood, her pale complexion making it clear that the lust demon's final attack did more than just bruise her pride. Dian rushes over, genuinely worried as she asks Yishu Hua disciple if she's all right. Yishu Hua can barely muster a coherent response, looking completely dazed and fragile. Seeing the situation, Yan Ho finally stops brooding in the shadows and walks over. He doesn't waste time with small talk or pleasantries, simply looking her in the eye and dropping a blunt command, "Give me your wrist." Yishu Hua tries to play the "I'm fine" card, but Yan Ho has zero patience for fake bravado. He snatches her wrist, shutting her up with a blunt warning. If she doesn't stabilize her internal energy right now, she's looking at a permanent disability. Dion watches from the side, actually impressed that the guy who just used boulders as boxing gloves actually knows something about medicine. However, the mood shifts when Yan Ho's expression sours. He admits that while he can diagnose the problem, fixing delicate internal damage isn't exactly his specialty. He sighs, realizing the situation is more complicated than he thought, and focuses on the most urgent part. Well, the important thing is, Yan Ho drops the bombshell with the emotional sensitivity of a brick, telling her it's not a big deal, aside from the fact that she might lose her martial arts forever. He casually suggests she could just live as a normal person, since, she's not actually dead. The optimism doesn't land. Yishu Hua's eyes practically pop out of her head in horror as she screams, "Lose my martial arts," and desperately begs to know if there's any way to fix it before her entire life's work vanishes. Yan Ho scratches his cheek, admitting there is one way, but it's a bit complicated. Since he's not a licensed doctor and doesn't carry acupuncture needles, the only remaining option is for him to manually stabilize her energy by placing his hand directly over her dantian, which is located right on her lower abdomen. Yishu Hua's face immediately turns a shade of red that would put the fire to shame, her brain short-circuiting at the suggestion. Yan Ho, completely unfazed by the awkwardness, bluntly tells her that since it's a sensitive issue, she needs to make the call herself. Yishu Hua is left in a total state of panic, wrestling with the impossible choice of letting a man she just met touch her core or living the rest of her life as a regular civilian. The thought of never holding a sword again is a nightmare far worse than any temporary embarrassment. Yishu Hua closes her eyes, her face practically glowing from the sheer awkwardness. But her resolve is set. She'd rather die than be a civilian. "Please," she finally whispers, her pride taking a back seat to her survival. "Please treat me." She pulls back her torn robe, revealing the gruesome reality of she can't move. Right over her dantian, the lust demon's mark is pulsing with a sickly red light, a grotesque, glowing flower that's literally eating her internal energy. It's a race against time, and modesty just lost the lead. Yishu Hua freezes, her face turning 50 shades of red as the implication sinks in. Touching her dantian? That's practically a marriage proposal in the conservative world of Miram. She stares at him in disbelief, stammering out the question just to be sure she didn't hallucinate the audacity. Yan Ho scratches his neck, looking a little awkward himself. He knows exactly how scandalous this sounds to a pristine disciple of Mount Hua. He shrugs, telling her it's a sensitive issue, so the choice is entirely hers. He isn't going to force a treatment that feels like a violation, even if it saves her. She shuts her eyes tight, sweat beading on her forehead. Letting a man she literally just met lay hands on her vital energy center? It's unthinkable. But then, the alternative crashes into her mind, living a life where she can never hold a sword again. That reality is far colder than the embarrassment of the moment. She swallows her pride. With cheeks burning hot enough to cook an egg and gaze lowered, she finally whispers her consent. "Please treat me." She exposes the injury, and it's worse than expected. An angry, spiderweb pattern of red veins pulsing dangerously around her dantian. But before she can even brace herself for the embarrassment, her body rebels. She hacks up a mouthful of dark blood, clutching her chest as her internal energy spirals completely out of control. Yan-ho realizes the poison isn't waiting for social niceties. With Dion watching nervously from the back, he catches the collapsing disciple, declaring they've officially run out of time. He immediately charges his hand with pure blue internal energy, a stark, cooling contrast to the burning red inflammation on her stomach, and presses his palm down to begin the purge. A soft moan escapes her lips the moment he makes contact. Yan-ho isn't holding back. He erupts with a blinding blue aura, the sheer pressure sending his hair floating upwards as he pumps raw power directly into her compromised system. Yi Shu-hua throws her head back, unable to hold in a loud cry as the foreign energy forcefully circulates through her body. It's intense, bordering on overwhelming. Yan-ho, sweating from the exertion, snaps at her to keep her mouth shut. Speaking now would just cause the gathering chi to leak out, defeating the whole purpose. He drives his energy deeper, forcing it past the blockage. The angry red spiderwebs vanish instantly. Yi Shu-hua can barely process the sensation. This isn't just simple healing. It's a caliber of pure energy she's never felt before. As the blue light fades, revealing pristine, unblemished skin, she's left staring in shock at the miracle that just occurred on her stomach. Yan-ho pulls back, casually adjusting her robes to cover her up like nothing happened. "It's done," he announces, wiping the sweat from his own brow. He looks down at the breathless Manhwa disciple, who's currently lying there looking like she just saw God, and simply tells her she'll be fine as long as she rests. Just another Tuesday for him, apparently. Yi Shu-hua scrambles to cover herself, her face burning redder than a sunset. She can't even make proper eye contact, whispering out a shy acknowledgement while frantically fixing her robes. The embarrassment of the intimate treatment is clearly hitting her harder than the poison did. Cut to the next morning. The sun rises over the mountains, bringing a fresh day but zero comfort for Dion. She wakes up groaning, stretching limbs that feel like rusty hinges. Sleeping on the rough ground definitely wasn't on her bucket list as she complains about her aching body. While the poor soul lust demon spends his morning tied to a roof, Dion helps Yi Shu-hua get situated. She asks if the forest floor was too rough for a bed, but Yi Shu-hua, now wrapped in Yan-ho's green overcoat, insists she's perfectly fine. Dion isn't entirely convinced after all. The girl was literally at death's door just hours ago. Yi Shu-hua maintains she's recovered, but the conversation is interrupted by an approaching figure. A middle-aged man wearing robes appears, looking as sharp and composed as ever. He notes that if she were the type to make a fuss over such an injury, she wouldn't be worthy of being his disciple in the first place. He throws out a smug look, asking for her agreement, as if there's only one right answer. Yi Shu-hua doesn't hesitate, dropping into a deep bow to greet her master with the full respect of a Manhwa disciple. Daeon watches the exchange, her gears turning as she tries to calculate his identity. If he's the one training a second-class disciple of the elite Manhwa sect, he's definitely not someone to mess with. The realization hits her like a freight train. This is the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Ghost, Gong Mujin. Dropping the casual attitude immediately, Dion offers a formal greeting, introducing herself as a member of the Seomun clan. Turns out, knowing when to be polite is a vital survival skill when you're standing in front of a living legend. Gong Mujin probes her background, asking about her connection to the head of the Seomun clan. Daeon confirms the man is her father, keeping her answers short and respectful. The sword ghost then smirks, asking if she's the one who saved his disappointing disciple. Dion doesn't dare steal the credit, immediately shaking her head and denying it. Gong Mujin isn't letting them off that easy. He wants the full story of exactly how his student ended up in such a mess. While the lust demon remains tied to the roof like a decorative ornament in the background, the scene shifts to the sacred Han Manor. Zhang Yil, the beggar sect branch leader, bursts onto the scene looking like he just crawled through a thorn bush. He's practically vibrating with excitement, shouting that he's found his target first, beating the house sect to the punch. The information war just got a lot more crowded. Sanho sits with the composure of a man who hasn't a care in the world, dryly asking if Zhang Yil could possibly try being less of a public nuisance for once. But Zhang Yil isn't here for a lecture on etiquette. He's practically vibrating with the news that he finally tracked down Yan Ho. The name acts like a lightning strike. Yan Ho's father, the patriarch Wei Zhonghan, nearly loses his mind with excitement, lunging forward to demand if he heard that correctly. Zhang Yil confirms the intel. A man matching Yan Ho's exact description was spotted in Xinyang. While San Ho keeps his cool and sips his tea like a pro, the parents aren't interested in a slow burn. The patriarch immediately calls for the group to mobilize. They're heading to Xinyang right now, and God help anyone standing in their way. Yung Han is vibrating with enough intensity to power a small city. His fist clenched so tight it's a miracle his knuckles haven't exploded. The sheer energy of the news is radiating off him, signaling that the search is finally nearing its end. Jin Soa, the young head of the Sacred Handgrounds, practically teleports into the room with a look of pure concern. He asks what that suspicious breaking sound was, probably worried the patriarch just demolished something in a fit of excitement. Junghan doesn't keep him in suspense, confirming they've finally found a concrete trace of Yan Ho. Soa's professional composure evaporates instantly. He leans in, eyes wide, demanding to know exactly where the young master is hiding. But before he can get an answer, he's hit with a reality check about his lack of manners in front of the guests. He freezes mid-sentence, looking like a deer in headlights as he realizes he's acting more like a panicked fanboy than a head of a medical house. He blinks as Jin Yiren stops him with a gesture of her hand. Jin Yiren steps forward, the very picture of elegance, and offers a formal greeting to Yan Ho's parents. She introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Sacred Handgrounds, but it's the title she gives Yan Ho that raises eyebrows. Benefactor. Jung Han is visibly confused, since when did his son start collecting life debts? Yiren doesn't hold back, explaining that Yan Ho saved her life. Actually, she corrects herself, saying his grace is so vast it's basically immeasurable, comparing it to the height of mountains and the depth of the she's laying it on thick, leaving the parents stunned as they realize their son's reputation abroad is a lot more heroic than they ever imagined. Yan Ho's mother's eyes light up with a predatory sparkle that would make a tiger nervous. She lunges forward, snatching Yiren's hands in hers before the girl can even finish her sentence. Yiren tries to keep it professional, explaining she's only there to provide medical treatment for the madam as a way to repay her debt. But the mother has already skipped 3 chapters ahead. The interrogation begins instantly. She demands to know Yiren's age, leaving the girl blinking in confusion. Before Yiren can even process the first question, the mother doubles down, asking if she's single and, more importantly, exactly how she feels about her son, Yan Ho. Yiren is left completely buffering, her brain clearly not equipped to handle a surprise marriage interview. Jung Han and Zhang Yil watch the scene from the sidelines, sweating bullets as San Ho sips his tea. Jung Han knows better than to interfere when his wife is in full matchmaking mode, silently pitying the girl while muttering about how terrifying the woman can be when she's found a potential daughter-in-law. The scene shifts as Gong Mujin strokes his chin, playing the skeptic. He's trying to reconcile the report. An opponent that Yi Shuhua couldn't even stand against was supposedly handled like a common pest. He looks over at the lust demon, who is currently tied to the roof and looking like a rejected punching bag. Looking at that swollen, miserable face, the evidence is pretty hard to ignore. One strike, that's the claim. Gong Mujin's gaze sharpens, the playful curiosity replaced by the cold calculation of a master. He realizes he might be dealing with a variable he didn't account for. He looks at the captive and asks the burning question, was the demon just being careless, or did he actually run into a monster he couldn't hope to match? Gong Mujin isn't buying the "he was too strong" excuse. He turns to Yi Shuhua, who is still bundled up in Yan Ho's green overcoat, and asks how she's feeling. She quietly insists she's fine, but that's the wrong answer for a master this hardcore. Mujin's face goes cold. To him, a strong opponent isn't a justification for failure, it's just a reason to fight harder. He drops a truth bomb that would make any HR department faint. He'd actually respect her more if she just died fighting that demon. Being defeated and then needing a random stranger to bail her out, that's the ultimate disgrace for a Mount Hua disciple. He declares the situation unforgivable and gives her the boot, ordering her to head back to the sect immediately. He walks away without a second glance, leaving a trembling Yi Shuhua to contemplate her life choices in the dirt. Gongmu Jin shifts gears instantly. The scolding is over, and now curiosity takes the wheel. He decides it's time to finally see the face of this mysterious benefactor who managed to save his cute disciple and humble a demon in one shot. He strolls toward the carriage, his expression unreadable, but his intent clear. He wants to see if the man inside lives up to the hype. He stops right in front of the door, the lust demon still tied to the roof like a piece of forgotten luggage above him. Mujin clears his throat and asks if the guest is awake, but the only response he gets is absolute silence. He stands there staring at the carriage door, waiting for a sign of life from the man who just appended the local power balance without even trying. Gong Mujin isn't getting a response, so he decides a polite knock is the way to go. He repeats his question, waiting for the great hero to emerge with the dignity befitting a master. The door creaks open with agonizing slowness, but instead of a majestic warrior, he's greeted by the sight of Yan Ho hanging upside down out of the carriage like a confused bat. Yan Ho looks like he's been through a blender, grumbling about people bothering him so early in the morning with a look of pure annoyance. He stares at the legendary master with absolutely zero respect, casually wiggling his bare toes right in Gongmu Jin's face. It's the ultimate clash of a legendary swordsman and a guy who clearly values his sleep more than his reputation. Mujin just stands there, stone-faced, processing the fact that the miracle worker who saved his disciple is currently airing out his feet in public. A vein nearly pops in Gongmu Jin's forehead as he stares at the wiggling toes. He takes a deep breath, mentally reciting every mantra he knows to keep from drawing his sword. He tells himself to be patient. The kid just woke up, and more importantly, he's the one who saved his disciple. He'll play nice for now. Mujin gets straight to the point, mentioning he heard this disheveled young man was the one who rescued his student. Yan Ho, still looking like he hasn't fully loaded into reality, just blinks and asks, "Disciple? Me?" As if the entire dramatic battle and medical miracle from last night was just a fuzzy dream. The master gestures toward Yi Hua, who is sitting nearby looking like she wants to crawl into a hole. He formally introduces her and explains he came over specifically to offer his thanks. It's a massive gesture of respect from a legend like the Ghost, but Yan Ho clearly didn't get the memo. He gives a lazy, "Okay, I get it," and proceeds to slam the carriage door shut right in the master's face. The level of disrespect is officially off the charts, leaving the legendary swordsman standing in the dirt, stunned by the sheer audacity of a guy who just wants to go back to sleep. Gongmu Jin's polite facade finally cracks. He's smiling, but the popping veins on his forehead tell a much different story. He calls out, "Little brother," with a tone that's less of a greeting and more of a threat, asking him to step outside so he can offer his thanks properly. To make sure the message isn't lost, Mujin lets his internal energy explode. A massive, crushing pink aura erupts from his body, the sheer pressure of the plum blossom, sword ghost shaking the entire forest. The shock wave is so intense, it nearly blows Yi Hua and De Yeon off their feet, making it crystal clear that this isn't an invitation, it's a demand. The carriage door creaks open just a crack. Yan Ho peeks out with the most sleep-deprived, annoyed expression imaginable, looking like he's about 2 seconds away from filing a noise complaint. He groans about being tired and tells the legendary master to just hurry up and say his thanks already so he can go back to bed. He's treating a world-class martial pressure like a mild inconvenience. Mujin pulls his energy back, his face returning to a mask of stoic disbelief. He's clearly never met anyone this unimpressed by him. He finally delivers the line, thanking Yan Ho for saving his disciple, likely wondering if he should be grateful or just deeply offended by this kid's total lack of survival instinct. Gongmu Jin tries to play the sophisticated master, politely asking who Yan Ho's teacher is. Yan Ho doesn't even look him in the eye, casually tying back his hair while dropping a massive reality check. Even if he gave a name, the legend wouldn't recognize it. Mujin's ego takes a direct hit. He bristles, reminding the kid that his knowledge of the Murim world isn't exactly shallow. But Yan Ho is persistent, basically calling a living encyclopedia illiterate to his face. He's genuinely annoyed that the old man won't just take his word for it and go away. The master's patience finally evaporates into a cold, predatory smile. If Yan Ho won't talk, his movements will. Mujin decides there's only one way to solve this mystery, a direct exchange. He challenges Yan Ho to a spar, betting that the kid's martial arts are as confident as his attitude. Yi Shuhua is absolutely horrified, frantically shouting that this is going way too far. But the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost has already made up his mind. It's time to see what this benefactor is actually made of. Yi Shuhua tries to interject, but Gong Mujin shuts her down with a glare that could freeze a volcano. He asks her if she's really got the audacity to lecture him on what's appropriate. The sheer weight of his presence turns the air pink with murderous intent, making it clear that his patience for etiquette died about 3 insults ago. Yi Shuhua doesn't just bow, she practically glues her forehead to the dirt, whispering out a frantic apology. She's terrified, but she's still a Mount Hua disciple at heart, arguing that a duel without a proper justification is a stain on their sex honor, especially against a man who just saved one of their own. Mujin repeats the word justification like it's a foreign concept he finds mildly amusing. He stands tall, a literal storm of plum blossoms erupting behind him as he reminds her exactly who he is. He isn't just a swordsman, he's the one carrying the entire reputation of Mount Hua on his back. In his mind, when a legend like him asks for a dance, the justification is the privilege of not being ignored. Gong Mujin puts Yi Shuhua in her place, asking which carries more weight, her little life debt or his pride. He's not interested in excuses. He sneers at Yan Ho, concluding that if the kid can't even name his master, that teacher must be a pathetic nobody not worth mentioning. Yan Ho just keeps his eyes closed, looking like he's contemplating a nap rather than a duel. Mujin's temper is at a boiling point. He declares that being snubbed by a nameless brat is a direct insult to the entire Mount Hua sect. He barks at Yi Shuhua to shut her mouth. The time for talking has officially expired. Yi Shuhua is in a state of pure terror. She knows her master is a man who doesn't understand the concept of holding back, and she's convinced Yan Ho is about to be dismantled. But as she prepares for the worst, Dureon steps up with a calm expression, telling her there's no need to worry. Yi Shuhua looks at her like she's grown a second head, wondering if the girl is blind to the legendary monster currently charging up a kill shot. Daeon tries to talk Yi Shuhua off the ledge, pointing out the obvious. You can't exactly force a duel on someone who refuses to participate, especially when that person is a life-saving benefactor. She's betting on Yan Ho's legendary laziness as his ultimate shield. In her mind, there's no way a guy who treats walking like a chore would ever agree to a high-effort duel just because an old man is throwing a tantrum. But Yan Ho is busy having a mental flashback to his own master's teachings. The instruction was simple. Do whatever you want. It's the kind of advice that leads to either a long nap or a massive body count. He mutters the words aloud, confirming that he has full permission to follow his whims. Breaking Daeyeon's theory into a million pieces, Yan Ho actually plants a foot on the ground and steps out of the carriage. The lazy, sleep-deprived act is pushed aside for a second as he decides that whatever he wants right now involves dealing with the loudmouth in the pink robe. The Plum Blossom Sword Ghost wanted a response, and he's about to get exactly what he asked for. Yan Ho finally stops playing the lazy card. He recalls the rest of his master's instructions. To anyone who dares to challenge his sword, he must show them no mercy. He grips the hilt of his weapon, which is still tightly bound in white bandages, as Gong Mujin waits with the smug confidence of a man who thinks he's the biggest fish in the pond. The bandages begin to unravel, spiraling away like discarded silk as Yun Ho's true intent leaks out. Without fail, he mutters, the atmosphere around him shifting from a quiet forest morning to a literal storm of divine pressure. The laziness is gone, replaced by a cold, sharp focus that makes the air itself feel heavy. A massive, ethereal blue dragon erupts behind him, its scales shimmering with starlight, alongside the towering vision of his master. Yan Ho draws his blade, and it's not just steel, it's a streak of brilliant celestial light. He prepares to follow the final part of his master's command, to engrave the true meaning of majesty into the soul of anyone foolish enough to in his way. The Plum Blossom Sword Ghost wanted to see his martial arts? He's about to get a front row. Yun Ho may not understand many things, but there is one thing he is sure of. He is a good student, a student who always upholds his teacher's teachings. And that is why he will never allow anyone to disrespect his teacher in front of him. His voice is calm, but the pressure is clear. It is as if he is drawing a line that must not be crossed. Hearing that, Gong Mujin actually smirked. He said, Yan Ho seems very excited to dare to say such a thing to him. Then he added in a disdainful tone, if Yan Ho really wants to fight, then don't blame him later. Without further ado, Gong Mu Jin officially challenged Yan Ho to a fight. Yan Ho accepted the challenge without hesitation, even signaling for the fight to begin. Seeing Yan Ho's acceptance, Gong Mu Jin looked very happy. He smiled broadly as he drew his sword. He admitted that he did not expect Yan Ho to actually dare to take on the challenge. He said, "This is the first time he has fought against a child his age." Then his sword was pointed straight ahead at Yan Ho, with a tone as if paying his last respects. He asked, "What is the name of his opponent?" Yan Ho answered without hesitation. He said he was Wei Yan Ho of the Wei clan in Guangdong. His voice was not high but clear and steady. Upon hearing that name, Gong Mu Jin's expression changed slightly. He looked a little surprised, as if he had just realized who was standing in front of him. He then mentioned a greater name, the patriarch of the Lanwei clan, the jewel swordsman of truth Wei Junghan. Gong Mu Jin said, "One day he wants to defeat Junghan. That will be proof that his sword is worthy of recognition. And he thinks defeating Yan Ho is also not a bad thing, because Yan Ho is the son of that person." In his head, Gong Mu Jin had already made a plan. If he defeated Yan Ho, perhaps Junghan would be provoked. Maybe the man would finally be willing to face him. With such confidence, Gong Mu Jin asked if Yan Ho was ready to lose to him. His gaze was full of pressure, as if he wanted to break Yan Ho's mentality first. But Yan Ho just casually twirled his finger and said, "He is always ready." But then Yan Ho mentioned two things in a tone that remained flat yet piercing. First, he wasn't using any Clanwei martial arts techniques. So even if Gong Mu Jin won, it would have nothing to do with his family. And second, Yan Ho said that even if he lost, his father would only find the fight amusing. Junghan wouldn't chase Gong Mu Jin, let alone challenge him. That made Gong Mu Jin feel insulted without even needing to shout. After saying that, Yan Ho drew his sword. There was one more thing he hadn't said, and as the blade began to emerge, the aura around him seemed to change. Gong Mu Jin told him to continue because he heard his tone of voice was like someone who felt he had the upper hand. But Yan Ho was no longer relaxed. With a serious look, Yan Ho said that under the heavens there were countless swords. But only one was truly legitimate, and that was the Sword of Radiance. After that, Yan Ho drew his sword fully. He admitted that he was lazy. However, he warned Gong Mu Jin to be careful, because he might be lazy, but his sword was not lazy. And when it moved, it would not give mercy. Yan Ho told Gong Mu Jin to be more careful, as if he was giving him a last chance. Hearing that, Gong Mu Jin immediately attacked. He said, if Yan Ho is as good as he says, then he hopes to have a good fight. In an instant, the first attack was swift and sharp. Gong Mu Jin attacked relentlessly. Slash after slash came one after another, as if he wanted to drown Yan Ho in pressure. However, Yan Ho continued to block them all with his sword, without the slightest sign of panic. Seeing that Yan Ho was able to withstand his attacks, Gong Mu Jin immediately changed his pattern. He used a form-shifting technique. His body shifted in an instant. Then the attacks came from various directions continuously without giving him any room to breathe. However, Yan Ho continued to block them. In his heart, Yan Ho even had a moment of praise. He admitted that Gong Mu Jin was indeed very strong. Of all the people he had fought, Gong Mu Jin was the strongest. But even so, Yan Ho was still able to overcome him easily. His hands moved neatly, his slashes were clean, and his blocks felt like an impenetrable wall. While blocking the attacks, Yan Ho thought to himself, he wanted to see how strong his teacher really was. Because for Yan Ho, this fight was not just a duel, but also a test. With that thought, Yan Ho used one of his techniques and counterattacked. The attack was sharp and fast, making Gong Mu Jin push back a few steps. For the first time Gong Mu Jin lost his position, Gong Mu Jin immediately stabilized his body. He held his breath and then praised Yan Ho. He said that now he understood why Yan Ho was so arrogant. Having such abilities at such a young age is something that is very difficult. Gong Mu Jin admitted that it was not the level of an ordinary child, and the praise sounded honest even though it was still wrapped in arrogance. Yan Ho responded lightly. He said, Gong Mu Jin is not bad too. But Gong Mu Jin immediately retorted, if not bad is enough, then he will show the truth. And as those words came out, the pressure in the air felt like it changed. It was as if Gong Mu Jin had just decided to stop playing around. After his last sentence, Gong Mu Jin began to emit a pink aura from his body. The pressure spread slowly, making the surrounding air feel heavy. In an arrogant tone, he said, Today he will show you how vast this world is. Gong Mujin looked at Yan Ho as if he were looking at a child who didn't know anything. He said Yan Ho was just a frog in a well, nothing more. However, Yan Ho didn't answer. He just stared at Gong Mujin's aura with a calm expression. There was no excessive anger, no fear either. Gong Mujin expanded his aura even further. He jumped and shot straight towards Yan Ho as fast as lightning. In the air, he immediately used a technique. In an instant, many clones appeared around him. The shadows appeared non-stop. It was as if Gong Mujin had transformed into dozens of people at once. Seeing the technique, Yi Shuhua immediately looked worried. In a tense tone, Yi Shuhua explained that it was the 24 forms of the plum blossom art, and as the technique was running, the number of Gong Mujin clones continued to increase. The sight made anyone who saw it hold their breath. Gong Mujin advanced with his clones to attack Yan Ho from various directions. But Yan Ho didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes looked even more excited, as if he had been waiting for this moment. All the clones spun like a huge vortex. Then the vortex shot towards Yan Ho in a single wave of attacks. At that point, Yan Ho finally became a little serious. Yan Ho released an aura from his body, but in response, he only swung a single slash. The slash seemed simple, almost like a casual movement. However, in an instant, many of Gong Mujin's clones disappeared. That single slash swept clean like erasing false shadows without a trace. Gong Mujin was immediately stunned. He looked back and saw that all of his clones were gone. Not a single one remained. All of them were gone by Yan Ho's one seemingly ordinary slash. Seeing that terrifying power, Gong Mujin began to fear. He said he couldn't believe a child could block his attack like this. But what was worse, Yan Ho's slash didn't stop. It continued to advance towards him. Gong Mujin immediately raised his sword forward. His reflexes moved faster than his thoughts. With bated breath, he said he had to use all his strength to stop the attack. Then he used the Plum Blossom Radiance Release technique. The aura around him exploded, forming many leaves made of pure energy. The leaves spun rapidly and blocked Yan Ho's slash. Gong Mujin used all his strength to block the attack. His hands trembled, his breathing was chaotic, but he refused to collapse. In the end, he managed to block Yan Ho's slash. But even though he survived, Gong Mujin was still in a state of shock. Only one sentence kept repeating in his mind. This child possesses terrifying power. As he thought about it, cold sweat began to pour down his face. He realized that the attack just now wasn't just an ordinary slash. It was something that could kill him instantly. On the other side, Yi Shuhua saw her teacher's condition and immediately called out to him. Her voice sounded worried because she could clearly see the change in Gong Mujin's face. Even Daeon was shocked by Yan Ho's extraordinary power. But before anyone could move, Gong Mujin suddenly realized something. There was a sword already at his neck. As soon as he felt the coldness of the blade, Gong Mujin's body immediately broke out in cold sweat. Yan Ho held his sword at Gong Mujin's neck without excessive pressure. He didn't need to scream or threaten. That position alone was enough for Gong Mujin to understand everything. In a flat yet piercing voice, Yun Ho said one thing. If he was this strong, then the person who taught him all these techniques must be even stronger. And those words fell like a hammer, crushing Gong Mujin's arrogance in one blow. After that, Adon moved to Fenrit Heaven's Hall of General Strategies. The place was within the Orthodox Murim Alliance. The atmosphere was different, colder, heavier, and oppressive. There, someone asked if it was true that the Sword Emperor's martial arts text had been found. Another person answered that it was true, and the person asking turned out to be divine strategist Jo Hun. Jo Hun stroked his beard lightly. He said, "So that's how it is." After that, the room was immediately filled with a heavy silence. In a serious tone, Jo Hun continued. They were discussing the tomb of a man who had died 300 years ago. Then suddenly the text was found, and at the same time, Green Forest went out of control. What was even more disturbing was that everything happened so close together. Just as Green Forest was starting to get out of control, the Sword Emperor's tomb was discovered. The pattern was too neat to be a coincidence. Jo Hun tapped the table with his finger. He then said that rumors were also circulating in Sichuan about the Poison King's secret storage. The question was simple. Was this all just a coincidence, or was someone plotting against them? After that, he blinked slowly and then asked for the latest information. What were Baggersack and House doing? The second person replied that the two were also gathered in Xinyang. Zhou Hun sighed slightly. He said that besides Sichuan and Xinyang, they had no intelligence agents anywhere else. The enemy had used the Sword Emperor's name to create a very slippery intelligence gap. Zhou Hun didn't know who came up with the idea, but one thing was clear. Whoever it was had a truly creative mind, and what was even more frightening was that their plan was unbeatable. Tegel Kanji, the second person in the room, suddenly asked why they didn't just tell them everything. The question sounded simple, but the atmosphere immediately tensed. Zhou Hun looked ahead and answered in a calm but firm voice. He said, "Given the greed of this world, who would believe them? People only believe what they want to believe, and that's why the truth often has no place." Zhou Hun then added, "The real problem isn't where people gather. The problem lies in the places where their agents don't exist. That's where danger can move undetected." After that, the room filled with tension again. A strange silence hung. It was as if everyone was weighing the worst-case scenario. Zhou Hun then spoke softly. He hoped it wasn't something too big. He paused for a moment and then continued in a heavier tone. He hoped he was just overthinking things. But even so, he still ordered that everyone be informed. Tegel Kanji nodded and said, "He understands. He will inform everyone as soon as possible." And from the way he answered, it was clear he also felt the same strangeness. Not long after that, a dawn moved to Yan Ho's journey. Daeyeon and Yi Shuhua sat in front of the carriage while driving it, while Gong Mu Jin walked behind them, following without the slightest shame. In a relaxed tone, Gong Mu Jin said, "The weather here is so calm and beautiful." He said Yan Ho should go out to get some fresh air. However, Yan Ho, who was already annoyed, immediately covered his ears. In his mind, Yan Ho grumbled. This person didn't even let him rest. He asked himself, how annoying can someone be like this? However, Gong Mu Jin didn't stop. He spoke again. How about they chat about martial arts while enjoying the fresh air? He even said they could share their knowledge as if he hadn't just been humiliated. Then Gong Mu Jin added something even more annoying. He said not just Murim, but the entire Zhongwen will suffer a great loss. All that will happen if a talented young man like Yan Ho wastes time like this. He thought a warrior shouldn't sleep so much. His words sounded like advice, but his tone and manner of speaking felt like an endless lecture. And Yan Ho wanted to throw a rock at his head even more. Gong Mu Jin started counting on his fingers. He said there are 24 hours in a day. Then he added, some people sleep 8 hours, and that's how shameful it is. He thinks that only leaves 16 hours. And if you count the time for other important things, how much time is really left for training? With that logic, Gong Mu Jin instead challenged Yan Ho to another fight. Yan Ho heard this and almost cried. He thought to himself, isn't there anything that can make him shut up? Why doesn't he leave even after losing? Yan Ho really wanted to beat him up, but he held back because the man was an acquaintance of his father's, and that fact made him even more annoyed. Gong Mu Jin said again, please listen to me. However, Yan Ho didn't answer anything. He knew that if he did, Gong Mu Jin would definitely say more. Therefore, Yan Ho chose to remain silent. Silence was the only way to keep his head from exploding. He covered his ears even tighter, as if that would save him. But as they continued walking, someone suddenly appeared in front of them. A group came to block them. There were 5 people in total. In front were 3 men, and behind were 2 women. Seeing them, Daeyeon was immediately shocked. They are people from the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall of Venerate Heaven under the Murim Orthodox Alliance. She asked, why are they here? The person leading the group smiled faintly. He said it was a pleasure to meet him. Then he introduced himself as Song Guan Hong of the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. Daeyeon also introduced herself. She is Seo Moon Daeyeon of the Secret Pavilion. In a polite yet curious tone, she said she had heard a lot about Song Guan Hong. Daeyeon even said she was certain the person in front of him was Sword Dragon. The title sounded grand and Song Guan Hong's name was often mentioned. However, Guan Hong shook his head. He said it was just a fake title. His tone was low, but there was a clear sense of unease when he said it. It was as if he didn't want to live just because of someone else's label. Daeyeon then asked again, what are they actually doing outside? She reminded them that they were not allowed to go out except at the appointed time and day, and if they didn't give a clear answer, Daeyeon would assume they had run away. Song Guan Hong immediately replied, no, they haven't run away. He said the situation in Mount Na isn't good. He explained that reinforcements were taking too long to arrive. That's why they had to go out to help as well. His words sounded like an official report. but his eyes showed that he was serious. Dion stared at them for a moment. Then she said, if they were sent as reinforcements, then they belonged to Three Dragons, Phoenix. After that, Dion asked how their hallmaster was doing. Song Guanhong replied, their hallmasters are fine. He even said, alas, they really enjoy torturing the trainees. Hearing that, Dion immediately chuckled. Dion said that he hadn't changed. She felt that Three Dragons Phoenix would definitely suit him. The way Dion spoke made the originally tense atmosphere a little lighter. However, Song Guanhong replied with a bitter tone. He said, they're still always compared to the previous generation, and their hallmaster keeps telling them to work harder. Dion smiled bitterly at that. She said, don't take it to heart because he himself is always compared to the geniuses of the past. Then Dion thought of San Ho with a half-complaining tone. She said, if you want to blame someone, then blame the demon-slaying sword. His abilities were far above all of theirs. Hearing that, Song Guanhong nodded. He said that it was fate that he was held up as a standard. He called San Ho the greatest genius the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall had ever seen. After a moment of silence, Song Guanhong continued. He said, although he's not better than San Ho now, he will definitely surpass him someday. His eyes lit up with excitement, as if those weren't just words. Daeon smiled. She said, that's a good idea, and she wishes Song Guanhong the best of luck. But as they were still talking, a voice suddenly came from the carriage. It sounded like mockery, like someone had just laughed at Guanhong's determination. And as soon as Song Guanhong heard it, his face immediately hardened. Guanhong held back his irritation and muttered to himself, did he just insult me? Daeon quickly tries to change the subject and asks if his grandfather is doing well. He's surprised she knows him, and Daeon explains that yes, she met him before. He's well connected. Song Guanhong replies that he's the same as ever, rarely home. Daeon sighs in relief that she managed to steer the conversation away and thinks to herself that it's an interesting group of kids. She explains the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall's 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes, and lists their names. Blade Dragon Peng Duhyong, Fist Dragon Yin Hyo, Sword Dragon Sangwon Hong, Sword Phoenix Nam Gung Hai, Martial Phoenix Zhong Mir Yan. She reflects that they've already surpassed her in martial skill, so she wouldn't have been able to speak to them like this back in the day. She wonders if it's strange that she just finds them cute now. It's probably because of the person inside the carriage. Shortly after, everyone sits down to eat. Gong Mujin says he never expected to see the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall's 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes, with his own eyes. Song Guanhong replies that he's being too kind and that the rumors exaggerate their abilities. Then he glances at the sleeping Yan Ho and asks if it's really all right not to wake their companion. He should eat. Gong Mujin replies, no, leave him alone. He's not someone you should wake. Daeon adds that yes, they should just leave him be. He'll come out on his own if he's hungry. She warns them never, ever to wake him. Song Guanhong doesn't like the answer but accepts it, then wonders to himself what kind of person he is. Is he a martial master with a terrible personality? One of the girls says she has something to say. Gong Mujin is surprised and asks if she's the martial phoenix, telling her to ask whatever she wants. She says she heard Manhwa's sword is unrivaled and asks if she could be given a chance to witness it. Gong Mujin replies that the title suits her. She is spirit, but Xiao Hua's internal injuries haven't healed yet, so he thinks it's best to postpone the duel. She points out that she wasn't talking about Miss Xiao Hua. It's not just her here who knows the Manhwa sword. Gong Mujin looks stunned, and the others are shocked at her request. He asks if she wants to duel him instead. She bows respectfully and clarifies that she's asking for instruction, not a duel. Gong Mujin laughs and says he's heard she's greedy for martial arts, and it seems true. He admits he admires her passion and asks if she's willing to die for this. She confidently replies that there's no better way for a martial artist to fall than while trying to improve their art. They step aside, and Gong Mujin tells her he'll show her how great the Manhwa sword is. He warns her to be careful and says he won't go easy on her. She answers that her sword is sharp too. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hua asks Dion if they shouldn't stop them. Gong Mujin looks serious about this. Dion replies that he's not the type to listen to others. She thinks to herself that he's pretending to be a good person in front of Mr. Yan Ho, but at his core, his personality hasn't changed. Dion leans towards Song Guanhong and whispers that this is bad and asks if they shouldn't stop them. He replies that the martial phoenix is obsessed with martial arts. She's not someone he can stop. Gong Mu Jin tells her she can start, and that he'll let her have about 3 moves. She swings her sword at him. As Gong Mu Jin grows irritated, he asks what she's doing. The martial phoenix answers that he said he wouldn't go easy on her, and points out she's already used up all 3 moves. Gong Mu Jin becomes furious and accuses her of underestimating him. He says he was going to humor her a bit, but now he'll teach her a lesson and show her why the Manhwa sword is terrifying. He begins to unleash his power. Xiao Hua, seeing her master get serious, cries out that he can't use purple mist-enhanced chi and thinks to herself that he's really going to end up killing her at this rate. She turns to Yan Ho and thinks that the only person who can stop Gong Mu Jin right now is him. As if on cue, Yan Ho suddenly sits up and shouts for them to quiet it down. He's trying to sleep. It's so damn loud, he can't sleep. Gong Mu Jin immediately calms down and stammers that he's awake. Sir? Guan Hong is shocked to hear Gong Mu Jin call Yan Ho sir, and the martial phoenix is surprised to see him as well. The scene shifts to Jin Yiren and Yan Ho's parents. Jin Yiren says at least 3 days and tells Yan Ho's father that his mother needs absolute rest, so he must make sure she doesn't move too much. Then she leaves. Yan Ho's mother asks her husband if she isn't really pretty. He replies that there's no woman prettier than her in his eyes. She snaps that she meant as their daughter-in-law. He agrees that she is beautiful. Yan Ho's mother continues that a woman as pretty as her, wandering the slums alone worries her, even if she understands she's kind. Yan Ho's father reassures her not to worry. Someone was following her, so he questioned him. Apparently, it's the house sect protecting her, and the one who requested it was Yan Ho. He's quite the good man. Surprised, she exclaims that their lazy piece of shit son helped this lady and adds that Yan Ho must be interested in her. Her husband agrees somewhat, but says they should have more conscience. When she doesn't understand, he explains that Yan Ho doesn't deserve a woman like that. It would be like putting dirt on white jade marble. Back with Yan Ho, Gong Mu Jin insists that it's not his fault. She requested the duel. Yan Ho looks at her and thinks she's just a kid. Then he blurts out whether he's part of some beat-up kid society and asks why he's always fighting kids young enough to be his grandkids. He calls him a child abuser. Dion adds that he's right this time. The martial phoenix challenged someone way out of her league. The martial phoenix drops her sword in surprise and says, Mr. Y. Yan Ho wonders if she knows him. He's never seen her before. She approaches and asks if his name is Yan Ho. He says yes and immediately takes a hard slap from her that sends him sprawling to the ground. Everyone is stunned. Yan Ho shouts, asking if she's out of her mind and why she's slapping him. He warns that if he hit her with everything he had, she'd die. Then he stops when he sees her start to cry. She says she's been looking for him everywhere and asks where he's been all this time. Gong Mu Jin comments that a man should take responsibility for his mistakes, and the girls add that he's the worst. Yan Ho protests that it's not like that. He really doesn't know her. But she steps closer and calls him brother, leaving him stunned. Suddenly, he remembers his little sister and hesitantly asks if she is Syrian. She answers yes and says they've been looking for him for so long, asking where he's been. Yun Ho finally reunites with his family. Yun Ho, surprised, asks if she really is Y Syrian. She cries and punches him, saying, "You can't even recognize your own sister?" Yun Ho replies, "It's been 5 years. You used to be up to my waist. Now you're up to my chin. I wouldn't recognize you even if I were your mother." Then he asks why she is using a different name. She explains it's because of San Ho. He said she'd draw unwanted attention if people knew who she was, so it would be best to pretend to be someone else if she wanted to focus on martial arts. Imagining her brother furious, Yan Ho admits it does make sense. Syrian pinches him and demands, "Do you know how long we've been looking for you? What have you been doing all this time?" Yan Ho says, "I met a ghost." She is stunned and he adds, "It's a long story. Let's go inside." Song Guan Hong, watching her behave like that with her brother, wonders, was she always like this? She used to be expressionless and cold, but she's like a little girl around that person. He says aloud, "Her real name is Wisirian? Then is she the sister of the demon-slaying sword, Wi San Ho? No wonder she's so skilled. It makes sense if she's his sister. Then this Y Yan Ho guy is his brother too? But I've never heard of him having a brother." They sit to eat and Syrian starts feeding Yan Ho while everyone watches. She teases, "You've gotten so skinny. You used to be chubby back in the day." Yan Ho answers, "It's because I've been through so much." Guanhong, looking at the scene, wonders, is this what all the Wisps are like? After hearing Syrian's true name, Gong Mujin says so. The martial phoenix is the third child of the Guangdong Y clan. Then they have the righteous chivalrous swordsman, the demon-slaying sword, and even the martial phoenix? Does the Y clan have the king of ginsengs in their backyard? Or a well that dips into the void in pure stone essence? I know Grandmaster Y is very talented, but I don't think even he reached the demon-slaying swords level at this age. The Y clan's renown is about to rise. Syrian says she doubts Yonho will be of any help though. Gong Mujin replies, you just don't know yet. Syrian explains Yonho never leaves the house. After she speaks, Gong Mujin moves toward Yonho and asks, that's strange. Why are you traveling so far when you're this lazy? He answers, Master made me. He said experience completes martial arts, so I need to learn by seeing, hearing, and feeling. Surprised, Gong Mujin agrees isolation will get you nowhere and begins to meditate. Guanhong orders everyone to watch him and shouts, stop any outsiders from approaching. Yonho asks what's with them. Syrian says come this way and explains he's going through enlightenment. Gong Mujin continues to meditate and a red aura surrounds him. After a short time he emits energy from all around, a sign he has succeeded in enlightenment. When it's over he breathes out and everyone immediately congratulates him. Gong Mujin thanks everyone for protecting him during this delicate moment, then turns to Yonho and says, I have broken through a wall I've been stuck at for a while thanks to you. He bows in respect and thanks him. Guanhong tells him now that you've passed this wall, you'll soon be called the best swordsman in the Zhongyun. Gong Mujin laughs awkwardly and says, there's no way best in Zhongyun, my ass. I can't even defeat this kid right here, referring to Yonho. Then he tells Guanhong, you'll catch up to me before I earn such a title. Guanhong replies, it's not possible. Time is fair after all. I'm sure you'll grow stronger as I grow stronger. Gong Mujin answers, we don't know about that. Meanwhile, Yonho keeps eating as his sister feeds him. The food here is really good. You need to eat lots and get fat. Yonho says, yeah, it hurts my back when I sleep because I don't have fat to cushion me. It wasn't like that back in the day. His sister, worried, says you must have been through so much. From the other side, Guanhong thinks he looks completely fine. Syrian asks her brother, but what are you going to do? He doesn't understand and she warns San Ho will probably kill you if he finds you. Yan Ho immediately pictures his brother furious, shouting, Yan Ho, where have you been the last 5 years? Then he tells his sister, I guess so, and thinks why is violence the only form of affection he's capable of? This should count as a personality disorder. He adds, I won't get beaten up, I'll beat him instead. She is surprised. He says, I'm pretty strong now and thinks to himself, there's no way he's stronger than Mr. Gong Mujin here. He says his master wasn't wrong. His martial arts really do transcend time. Syrian, surprised, asks, are you saying you can defeat San Ho? He answers, I think so. Syrian starts punching him and snaps a get it together. You've really lost your mind in the last 5 years. Yonho replies, you don't get it. Then surprised, he wonders why his body doesn't react when she hits him. Hearing that, Guanhong intervenes. I can't just let that go. The demon-slaying sword is considered superior to all young martial artists. If you can defeat him, are you saying none of us are a match for you? Yonho brazenly answers, yeah. So Guanhong, furious, yells, how can you say that without having fought me? Yonho tells him I can tell. His sister punches him again and orders apologize. I know you. You'd never be a martial master. Guanhong insists words can't resolve this and asks, are you willing to prove yourself through a duel? Yunho, making a horrible face, answers, I don't want to. Guanhong, in rage, warns you don't want to? If you turn down a duel, you'll be branded a coward and your family's reputation will fall. Yunho replies, I don't care even if the entire world calls me a coward. My brother will save our family's reputation anyway. Another girl jumps in. Are you admitting that you're a coward? He answers without hesitation. Yes, I am. His sister agrees. Yeah, he's a coward. Yonho explains, you need to be a coward to live a long life, you know. Both of them are furious at his answer. Gong Mujin steps in. Didn't you say you accept any challenge to your sword? Yonho explains, that's when my sword is challenged. This is my family's business, so I don't care. My master passed away a lonely old man, so there's no one else to protect his honor. After his explanation, Guanhong says I won't challenge the Guangdong's Y clan. But you, and he points at Yonho. Yonho hesitates, but Suryan intervenes. I apologize on his behalf. He doesn't know how the world works. If that's not enough, I'll fight you instead. Guanhong replies, this isn't your business. To himself, you just want to fight. Yonho says, yeah, you stay out of this. Rules are rules, I accept your challenge. They step outside and Guanhong presents himself as Song Guanhong of the Song clan and declares, I challenge your sword today. Yonho responds, yeah, and his attitude infuriates Guanhong, who warns you better be careful, my sword is terrifying. Yonho taunts, no need for words when we have swords in our hands. I'm tired and want to rest. I'll get this over with real fast. Guanhong takes a stance, perhaps the demon-slaying sword will come to me if I defeat you. So I will give this my all. Yonho says you talk too much, I'll go first then. With incredible speed, he closes in and lands a back kick. Guanhong, seeing him right in front of him, thinks he's fast. I need to dodge and tries to step back. Yonho yells, wait, if you move that way, and strikes him straight in the groin. Guanhong collapses to the ground in agonizing pain. Watching their friends suffer, his two companions instinctively clutch their own crotches, muttering about how absolutely terrifying the sight is. Even Gong Mujin feels a pang of pity at the sound of the screams. He muses to himself that with that single blow, the Sang clan bloodline has officially come to an end. The scene shifts to a man quietly pruning a plant. This is the same old man who had previously given Yonho a ride. He turns to his subordinate and asks for an update on the treasure map. The subordinate explains that it has fallen into the hands of the pursuers and everyone is currently gathering at Mount Luo. When the old man inquires about the heavenly mountain, his subordinate assumes they will take action soon, noting that they have essentially set the stage for them. He adds that if they don't do anything, it simply proves they are useless. While continuing to prune, the old man asks his subordinate if he can see the beauty in nature. He explains that while nature is nice, if left untended, it grows into weeds and becomes ugly. He remarks that the same principle applies to the Yanghu. What should be eliminated must be eliminated. The subordinate assures him they will proceed with the plan. With a terrifying expression and eyes glowing a deep red, the old man flashes a dark smile, declaring that things have been too quiet and it is time to show the world how sharp their blade truly is. Back on the road, someone tells Yonho to get off the carriage, but he stubbornly refuses. Daeon explains that Guanhong is a patient who can't even walk, and indeed Guanhong has to be helped into the carriage by a friend, completely incapacitated. Seeing this, Yonho finally agrees to give up his spot. However, Seohwa suddenly jumps onto the carriage with a blanket. She finds Seoju tied up there like a sack of potatoes and promptly kicks him off the vehicle to the ground. She spreads the blanket and tells Yonho that everything is set up for him. Overjoyed, Yonho doesn't think twice. He climbs up, lies down in the spot Seohwa prepared, and pulls up the covers. He sighs in relief, claiming that a bed is truly the best place to be. Watching this play out, Gong Mu Jin asks his disciple what she has prepared for him. Seohwa ignores him entirely, leaving him to wonder why on earth he ever took her in as a disciple. As night falls, the group moves out. Guanhong is inside the carriage, Yonho is on top sleeping blissfully, and Seoju is dangling off the side. The rest of the group travels on foot, with only Gong Mu Jin trailing behind on horseback. Gong Mu Jin grumbles to himself about how he, the great Gong Mu Jin, has been relegated to the backlands on a horse. Suddenly he notices two men approaching. Sensing their aura, he immediately identifies them as martial masters. He glances toward the sleeping Yonho, feeling a brief moment of relief that he isn't the only master present in case of danger. However, Yonho is dead to the world. As the strangers draw closer, Gong Mu Jin dismounts to confront them. The two men recognize his affiliation and ask if he is from Manhwa. Gong Mu Jin confirms this, greeting them politely and asking for their names. The two men are surprised by his courtesy but choose to ignore the question. As they walk away, they chuckle, remarking how funny it is to be called elders by someone from Manhwa. They decide to let it slide this time, telling him that if fate allows, they will meet again. Gong Mu Jin watches them leave, sensing that while they don't seem like bad people, he has an unsettling feeling. Suddenly, Yonho wakes up and calls out to the old men, asking if something happened on the road ahead where they came from. They claim nothing happened, mentioning only a small village they passed that was filled with beasts but no people. Yonho climbs down from the carriage, questioning the idea of a village with no inhabitants. When one of the men asks what he means, Yonho pointedly asks if the bloodstains on their sleeves came from killing those beasts. The elder looks at his sleeves, realizing he made a careless mistake after being away from the Jianghu for so long. His companion adds that a blade grows dull without constant experience. Gong Mu Jin's hand immediately flies to his sword. He realizes there is no way a village would be full of animals, but devoid of people. These men must have massacred everyone. He demands their names again, insisting on an answer this time. The two men begin to release an overwhelming power. They admit they were going to let the group go because they were called elders, but now the group is practically begging to be killed. The first introduces himself as Gong Qi, known to the world as the Ghost Demon. The second identifies himself as Biab Heng, the Blade Demon. Gong Mu Jin releases his own power, recognizing the infamous Ghost Blade Demon duo. He is shocked to see them back. Gong Qi explains that the Sword Emperor's secret technique called to them, proving they are still greedy despite their age. Biab Heng nonchalantly mentions they simply killed everyone in the village because it was in their way. Furious, Gong Mu Jin declares they deserve punishment. Gong Qi steps forward, swinging his arms and mockingly asking if Gong Mu Jin is actually capable of punishing them. The younger disciples decide to stand their ground behind Gong Mu Jin, refusing to back down in the face of such evil. Gong Mu Jin feels a surge of pride, thinking that with everyone working together, justice can still thrive. Meanwhile, Yan Ho mutters about how he's too lazy to even stand up, leading Gong Mu Jin to wonder if the boy has any sense of justice at all. Gong Qi suddenly transforms, his hand turning into a ferocious beast's claw with sharp talons. He lunges at them, eager to taste the blood of the young martial artists. Gong Mu Jin counters with the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique, specifically the scattered plum blossom fall. However, Gong Qi dismisses the attack as pathetic, tearing through the technique with ease. He aims directly for Gong Mu Jin's head, and for a moment, Gong Mu Jin looks defenseless. The other disciples intervene, all striking at Gong Qi at once, but the demon parries every single blow. He counterattacks with such force that he sends them all crashing to their knees. Licking his demonic hand, Gong Qi revels in the variety of his prey, noting that he has members of Mount Hua, the Peng clan, and the Namgung clan all in one night. He promises to savor each of them. Gong Mu Jin realizes they are in deep trouble. They haven't managed to land even a scratch while working together, and the Blade Demon hasn't even joined the fight yet. He looks over at Yan Ho, who looks bored out of his mind, and screams at him, asking why he isn't doing anything. Gong Mu Jin rushes toward Yan Ho, asking if his master ever taught him how to handle monsters like these. Yan Ho calmly replies that his master told him to mind his own business, claiming that the court decides the world's morals, not him. He adds that his master also said that whether a sword is drawn or not depends entirely on one's mood. As he places his hand on his hilt, a confused Gong Mu Jin asks what that is supposed to mean. Yan Ho draws his blade and explains it simply. He should just kill people if he feels like crap. And right now, he feels really bad. He begins to walk toward the villains. Gong Qi asks Biab Heng if the kid has lost his mind, and Biab Heng laughs, saying the boy needs to learn the meaning of fear. Yan Ho tells them to stop talking and start fighting. Gong Qi begins to ask if Yan Ho knows who he is, but before he can finish, Yan Ho swings his sword in a vertical arc. Gong Qi watches confused, thinking the boy is just slicing the empty air. Suddenly, the blow connects. It takes Gong Qi completely by surprise, slicing off every single finger on his demonic hand. Shocked, Gong Qi stares at his mutilated limb, wondering what just happened. Yan Ho sighs, remarking that he missed a bit, but then adds coldly that it's actually better this way. He can't have the demon dying too easily. Don't forget to like and subscribe to watch the next parts. And now you can join the channel to support us in improving and completing the content.